Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action, D2R, and PD2. We have a ton of awesome guides for both PD2 and D2R on YouTube. And of course, you can check out all of our awesome written guides for D2R at d2.maxwell.gg. Today, we are presenting an awesome guide. We did one of these guides before for the Sorceress, which in my opinion is the ultimate version of this guide because it's the fastest way to do this. This is Rags to Riches Assassin Edition though today. And my chat voted for Assassin. A lot of people seem to be interested in the Assassin. How do you go from nothing to getting lots of items on Bnet Players 1? So solo, no help, no player account, nothing, ladder just started. How are you going to get your riches playing an assassin from the beginning? We've done the whole Sorceress start thing before. Sorceress is the ultimate rags to riches because you have teleport to start with, which makes your farming so much more efficient, especially once you get to those end game areas. But the idea behind Rags to Riches though is to slow it down. It's not a speed run. However, it does use a lot of speedrunning strats and strats you might have observed in speedruns. So that in general, we're going to want to slow it down for an average player, or even maybe so a new player can understand what is going on and how to carefully go from nothing to something. We'll go over things like map reading, we'll go over things as to like what items you're looking for, what items you're trying to keep along the way, how to progress from one difficulty to the next, and of course also how to, what areas to focus on to start farming those items that are going to be worth something. Items that you can trade for runes, or on sites like D2JSP and Tradery. Tradery also uses runes to learn, of course, how to get started in any given ladder. So today, we're going to pick up the Assassin, and we're going to begin. Of course, we'll go over all kinds of things like stat distribution, skills. There's a lot more we can get into. In general, let's do it. Let's go. I know there's a lot of characters that have been requested for this. I honestly thought we'd be doing like Barbarian or something today, but it's really cool to see the Assassin. Of course, you have your shared stash and everything. We actually have, so for the possibility of an Uber demo, which we might include at the end of this guide, we even have some keys and Goblin Toes just to speed up some of that farming, assuming you actually got a little bit of farming done. And we're able to get to one of the maybe key aspects to getting rich on an Assassin, which is farming Ubers using Dragon Talon or a Kixen, which is really cool stuff. Yeah, we're going to start from level 1 here. We're going to start with nothing. As you can see, we got absolutely nothing. We're good to go. This is Players 1, Bnet, once again. No tricks.
They'll never see me coming.
No nothing. Assassin's got like the strongest melee attack starting out the gate with a Qatar. Cool stuff. Can just kill some of the monsters along the way. And hopefully we get some items to sell in the first round. You're looking for items that you can probably sell. In the very beginning, you're looking for pretty much anything. And of course, we follow this path here to the Den of Evil, which is how we're going to get levels, and how we're going to get items with some of our first backs. Make sure you have a hotkey so you walk and run so you don't totally run out of stamina in the beginning. And it's good stuff. Once we get to level 2, of course, we'll go over like what kind of skills and whatnot you're going to want, and other similar things. Yes, the idea is getting rich. There's a lot of guys that focus on maybe how to get to the end of the game, of course. and how to kill Bale, but the idea is how to go from nothing to farming efficiently on an assassin. Alright, we're level 2. First thing we're going to want to do is put all our points into energy. It'll prompt you asking that, something new in a new patch. Awesome. I think the Den of Evil is actually on that split off there on the path. It's somewhere on the path. Already passed into the Cold Plains though. We'll take the waypoint and then we'll go back. Really good thing about the assassin is that she has so much melee damage in the beginning. Once again, it's going to be very easy. Experience Shrine would be really good in the very beginning, but Skill Shrine's also going to be good. There we go, some items actually dropped. Let's pick them up so we can sell them on the first back. Alright, so you see that there, we got our Cold Plains waypoint. We can go back to that after we're done with the Den of Evil. First point we're going to put into, though, is Fire Blast. Fire Blast here.
So dark. Perfect.
It's really solid. Got a mana potion too, which means we can use Fire Blast. Target the shamans. Get rid of the zombies and then clear out all of the fallens. We'll be good to go. Arm next, let me know. Indeed, indeed. I like the Assassin a lot. Assassin is a great character. She's very strong in the beginning of the game. It doesn't really require all that much gear to get going. Sorceress kind of requires almost nothing. I mean, you can almost farm with her naked to some extent. Assassin's pretty similar, though. She has a lot of good defensive skills. She attacks from afar. Has a lot of power. Now, the reason why I replaced the skill shrine there is because it was about to run out. May as well just not have to worry about stamina. Den of Evil, gotta kill every last monster. It's a running joke, there's always one monster left. There probably will be in this case. We'll see. Don't expect a perfect run. You will encounter varying degrees of RNG in this run. You don't know. In general, though, you can do anything from this guide, and we'll go over things. You know, you don't really need to get good RNG or anything. You're gonna make a lot of use of buying things from vendors. A lot of use of things just from like selling things to vendors. Getting all that stuff. You don't have to get super lucky on your way to riches. However, obviously, once you're looking for the riches, you will have to. It will take a grind. It's always a grind. Never get discouraged if you don't find anything. And it'll be good. Yeah, but you can always take questions from the chat, of course. Alright, so we're level 3. I'm going to put more points into energy. So those are all the points we're going to put into energy, period, actually. So we no longer have to put any points into energy. Now we have level 2 Fire Blast. Keep targeting the fallen shamans if you can. Make it easy on yourself. Even if you don't, just means they're gonna keep getting revived. They're gonna have to do it again. In general, for the first back, once again, pick up as many items as you can. Almost every item is going to be worth something. It's going to allow us to buy potions. The key is being able to buy as many potions as possible in that first back so we don't have to go back very quickly. And can stay out in the field leveling and advancing through the game. However, things like bucklers are going to be worth less than body armors and jewelry and obviously rare items and things of that nature. Body armors tend to be worth more than most types of items, something we went over, of course, in the Sorceress Rags to Riches guide. And items that could potentially spawn skills, which are worth the most of all. So there's a lot of items like Paladin Scepters, Druid Helms, Barbarian Helms, wands, Necromancer wands, Sorceress Orbs. Those items tend to be worth more than every other kind of item when you're trying to sell back to the vendor. and trying to be able to buy enough things from the vendors as a result. Getting those potions and those basic pieces of gear, and some of those socketed pieces of gear that we're going to try to vendor to get those first rune words going. Alright. Yep. Small ones and staves. Okay, so let's see what we got here. One monster left. See, what did I tell you? This always happens. While I was talking, I probably didn't pay attention to like one monster somewhere around here. We'll find it. Where is it at? Yeah, that's why it's important to be very thorough sometimes. But it's tough. Alright, once we clear the Den of Evil, which we just did.
Rogue's test
Excellent.
is done.
We're gonna go back to town. Now we're gonna get a free skill. We're actually gonna want to put this free skill into Claw Mastery in preparation for getting points into Bursts of Speed, which is gonna allow us to run and cast traps faster. This is a very important skill. Attack speed is what influences traps, not cast speed. That is important to note, except for Fire Blast. Fire Blast is a little bit different. However, once we get to like Wake of Fire and whatnot, and Lightning Sentry, Burst of Speed is going to be very key for increasing our trap laying speed. And of course, Fire Blast is the best skill starting out thus in the very beginning, which is why we're putting a lot of points into Fire Blast as well. Does a lot of damage. It's going to get you where you want to go pretty fast here. Alright, so as you can see, we don't have a lot of gold. The good thing about D2R, though, relative to maybe the original game, is that you have auto gold pickup, so you do actually get some gold besides just what you're able to sell. But as you can see, these items have varying values, and it's all good. You can pretty much sell almost anything unless it's a charm, something that might give you a useful stat like life and res, which is pretty much all you're looking for on charms. Life, res, maybe faster hit recovery, and maybe faster run walk speed, and a couple of other interesting stats. If we find them, of course, we'll go over those. On your first back, though, you can buy your books if you want. Buy a set of keys so you can open up chests. Chests are very good in the very beginning. And then you're just going to want to spend the rest of your money on potions. Before you get a better belt that can carry 3 rows of potions, I know we can only do 2 with a random sash we picked up off the ground. You can actually buy potions faster just by left-clicking in Legacy mode, so if you have a hotkey for Legacy mode, you can actually do that. So as you can see here, we don't have too much gold. We're going to mostly get stamina potions, a few other potions, and then we'll come back. We didn't find any pieces of jewelry in our Den of Evil clear, which is actually a little bit unlucky, so that's about it. And since we have no gold, we're not going to worry about buying anything else right now on the Assassin playthrough. If we had some gold on the Sorceress playthrough, we might want to start looking for some staves, but we don't need to, so it's all good. You can't really get much benefit out of that stuff. Oh, you know what? Why do I have keys, actually? I'm dumb. I was thinking we were playing the Sorceress or something. Alright, so scratch that. Don't worry about keys. We're actually an assassin. You don't actually have to buy any keys. Assassins are the only class in the game that do not need keys to open chests. Trying to get in the mode. I haven't played an assassin in a little bit. I mean, I've played every class there is, and I know how they work, but let's ignore that there. Keck W. Alright, yeah. You actually don't need keys, no. Not on this class. You can open up chests without keys. Monster Shrine's nice. Get an elite monster out of that. Make sure to pick up all chip gems. Those are very good. They can be good for cubing up runes. They're going to be good in the beginning of the game for providing resistances, life, mana. That's not something you're going to want to sell to the vendor. Those things are going to be very nice in general. Alright, we're level 4 though now, and generally you just kind of want to pass up most monsters, especially once you get to level 3 or 4, until we encounter elite packs. So an elite pack is a monster like Bijibosher. Oh, our physical damage is still super high. Ow. Bolted armor is 1 socket. Don't need that. That's okay. Bijibosh is a super unique, kind of like Corpsemorn, which we killed in the Den of Evil. Always drops 2 items, very worth killing. You know, other elites are monsters that have special names, just kind of like they do. They give you more experience. Elite monsters and their minions give 500% more experience than a random monster with a random name like these. However, because there's such high density here, it might actually be worth clearing these out with Fire Blast as well. Which is good stuff. Now we're going to keep putting points into Fire Blast for now. Don't worry about Burst of Speed yet. We do need more damage to get to that point. So we're level 4, just leveled up. Good stuff. 1-shot of my 2-shotted Bijibosh, or just the random Katara weapon you start with. Like I said, the melee, the physical normal attack on the assassin is the strongest in the game for starting out. Which is very powerful, so make use of those normal attacks to kill fire immunes, or just to supplement your damage in general. This is the first really challenging monster, unless you like to face tank Corpsemorn. This is Rakaniju. Does a lot of lightning damage. If you're starting out in hardcore, beware. Of course, this guide is being done on softcore, because mistakes are possible, but also you never know what you're going to encounter, and because most players do play softcore, so we're going to want to show off all of the best farming strategies without worrying about just getting insta-give. However, I will give some minor tidbits here and there to the hardcore players so that the hardcore players are aware of what can be bad. But yeah, Bijibosh is the first dangerous monster. He can kill you with lightning enchant. The assassin has more health though than the sorceress though, which makes her a bit more durable. It's harder to kill her on accident.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay, so we're level 5 now. Usually Rakaniju will level you up like a whole time there, and you'll be good to go. One thing you can do is you can continue pushing through to the underground passage past Stony Field here. Just keep following the path forward. But another thing we can do here is we can go look for...
I can't carry anymore.
You go look for some chests to get some items real quick. We don't have to though. And the most important thing we can do is find the Stony Field waypoint. Oh, interesting, a gem shrine. We actually do have a gem, which means it's going to upgrade the gem instead of give us a random chip gem. It's going to give us a flawed topaz. That's a very good gem to start out with. Can be nice for... Experience shrines are always number 1 though. But yeah, that can be nice for like lightning res and a shield or something for Act 2. Can be very good. Let's see if we can find the Stony Field waypoint. So we can go maybe get some levels or some items in Tristram. And go to save Kane. One thing people might ask is, so in the Cold Plains here, you have a path leading from the waypoint. The path will split off. One will go into the Stony Field, which is where we're at, and then one will split off into Bloodraven. You don't need to mess with Bloodraven at all. It will give you an Act 1 mercenary if you want one, but that's about it. And typically that path will hug the wall, the one that goes to Bloodraven, and the other one will go to the Stony Field, and it's not next to a wall. Alright, at any rate. Found the waypoint, got an experience shine, we're going to keep pushing. Mostly just going to stop for high density monsters or elites to get more experience. Experience shrines are the best in general though. They give you a 50% experience buff, which is huge early game, so if you want to go through the game faster in the very beginning, it's going to be a big deal for sure. So we're going to put one more point into Fire Blast there. Once we hit level 6, we'll be able to skill Burst of Speed, which will allow us to run a lot faster and allow us to, in general, use everything faster. Traps are going to be a lot faster. It's going to be fun. Alright. Okay. Ouch! Alright, so we have a rejuvenation potion. I like to have one of those on the belt. You don't need to, though. You could actually just keep putting, you don't have to worry about it. You can keep them in here and just right-click them when you need them. Instant refills are nice. That was a very nice map, by the way, so let's talk about the map real quick on Underground Passage. This whole area here has a path that leads out of it, the entrance to the Underground Passage. That path, in general, the exit is always going to be straight. So it's going to follow that initial path, which points this way. So the whole area is going to point this way. In general, it could be like over here pointing this way, or it could be like over here pointing this way, but in general the exit will be pointing the same direction, and so if you just go straight ahead you'll be able to find it. Had a pretty nice map there, so that's good. Good stuff. And if we're going to want out of the dark wood, we're just going to follow the path. However, I'm going to do Kane. We'll get some extra experience in Tristram. This is not something you would do in a speedrun, however, it can get us a free ring, which is kind of cool. It is just in general a lot of experience. So we're about to hit level 6, about to have burst of speed, which is going to improve the rate at which we cast our traps, which will be good. Attack speed, once again, is going to affect the rate at which you cast all of your traps, not cast rate. Cast rate will help with teleporting, which is important later on, but it's not super essential for the assassin in general. Alright, so Treehead, Woodfist, the waypoint are going to be off the beaten path. They're going to be somewhere just around here, who knows. Just depends on random map generation. Don't be afraid to use some potions just to make room for items that can be useful. Alright, this is going to level us up. They got good experience too. We're going to hit level 6 pretty easy here. Just try to kite them backwards, and bam. Alright, there we go. You'll notice that most of the time we're just using Fire Blast now. The monsters are getting tougher as we progress through the game, and they're not being hurt quite as much by the normal attack anymore. That's fine. And we have all kinds of random junk here. Faster cast rate's not too bad. This has faster cast rate and res, actually. That's kind of lucky to get decent amount of res, some energy, faster cast, faster hit recovery. We'll just slap it on. We found it. May as well use it.
How is this tree?
Res is, in general, the most important stat for progressing through the game. That goes for any playthrough. So that is definitely something to pay attention to when you're picking up items early on. It's going to make just progressing through the game that much easier. Found the Scroll of Inefis from the tree, so now we can go save Kane, which is why we went off the beaten path to begin with. I think we also have the Dark Wood waypoint, which is nice. I forgot to hotkey my tome. Yeah, make sure to hotkey all of your abilities that you add. And we just hit Burst of Speed at level 6. So once you hit level 6, you want to get Burst of Speed. I'm going to hotkey that. And make sure it stays up at all times. The starting duration is 2 minutes. But once again, that attack speed there is going to be relevant for not just attacking with the Qatar or any other weapon, but it's going to be more important for that trap casting speed. And of course, it's going to allow us to run faster. This is what really makes the Assassin one of the fastest starters, or just in general playthroughs, is that she can run very fast. Good stuff. Slap, slap, slap! Why do I have keys in the assassin inventory? Yeah, I made a mistake. I just sold them. that was a fun mistake. Always. John Bon, thank you so much for the support. I do have alerts turned off. Thank you, though, guys, for all the support throughout this. You guys have any questions? How do you get through hell on a trapper? Well, that's kind of what we're going to be going through, Cloudy Mystic. We will be going through that today, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. This is probably going to end up being like a 2-part video. But yeah.
Always a pleasure to learn new things.
I thought I turned that off. Well, that's okay. At least it's not showing. That's fine. Thank you, sir. That's confusing. What? I paused it! Man, technology sometimes, man. You never know what's going on. Alright, anyway, I could actually fill up my tomes full of everything. I basically sold most of the items, though. You don't need almost any of this stuff, really. Like, even the dexterity GC, you just don't really need them. You're mostly looking for, like, res and life in general. Just sell them for gold. Pick them up. Now, we have some gold now, so now what we can do is we can actually look for a two-socketed staff. We're going to need this for a very key rune word for quick progression on an assassin. What do you know? A two-socketed gray staff. Make sure it's gray. Remember, rune words can only be made in a gray item of any kind. If it is a blue staff with two sockets, it will not work. You will waste your runes. You'll become very frustrated. We're going to want those stamina potions to make sure, though, that we're not walking. We can run as much as possible. Once again, you can always switch to Legacy mode to buy faster if you want. And there you have it. Leaf Staff, that's right. So we'll go over what rune word we're going to be looking for once we start farming the Countess here in a second. We're getting pretty close to that stage.
Hi there. What you need?
There's other things that are going to be good for rune words too, though, like two-socketed, not two-socketed blue armors, but white armors like this one. This one could actually be used for another very key rune word. However, you might be able to just use a different one. If you want, you can just buy some stuff with your gold, but you don't really need to. Like, you can pretty much just run this naked, doesn't matter. I was mostly looking for socketed shields and things of the like. You're going to want certain socketed items for rune words. We'll kind of focus on that as we continue through here. Alright, so let's go now. Let's make sure to put our stats into vitality. Remember, after you put your stats into energy, it's pretty much pure vitality. Until you get to like level 11, and then you're going to want to put 5 points into strength. So it's actually really easy. You just put your first 2 levels into energy, almost all your points in vitality. Put 5 strength at level 11, and then at a much higher level, around like level 20, you're going to put more points into strength. But we'll go over that again momentarily. So we have the Stony Field waypoint. We're good to go. By the way, if you can't find the Cairn Stones in Rock and Iju, they're always going to be in every difficulty right next to the path somewhere. So they're always next to the path in Stony Field. They have to be near the path. If it's really far outside the path, you're not going to find them there. That's how the map generation works for that particular thing. And let's continue. Remember, we keep up our bursts of speed. Reminding myself as well.
Tristram. First of all,
I had keys on an assassin because I had to get used to that. No, you don't need keys on an assassin. She's the only character in the game that does not need keys to open locked chests and things of that nature. Notice that we're casting our Fire Blast faster now. That is because of the attack speed provided by Burst of Speed. And of course, I recommend, if you're going to do this, to kill all the elite packs. Minions and elites, once again, 500% experience bonus. Very key. Now, when you get frozen like this, that's what buying a thawing potion can do for you. So you can just click that thawing potion along with health potions in your stash there and unfreeze yourself. Being frozen will affect your trap cast speed because once again it is based on attack speed, and being frozen affects your attack speed and your run walk speed. So having those thawing potions can make things a bit easier for you in that regard. Alright, so once again... Ah, shoot! Alright, we're good, we're good. Alright, so we killed some elite packs for almost level 7, which is nice. So now Kane will ID things for you if you want him to. It can be nice so you're not manually IDing everything and you can just run past him and just ID things as you're going along. We got our free ring, extra mana. Not really that good, but to be fair, there's not a lot of rings or anything that are super essential in the Assassin. This is not one of the characters or builds that needs cast speed a lot, especially early on. Resistances would be nice. Resistances are nice on everything. But that's about it. You ever see any chests that you're running past? Make sure to hit them. Chests are very nice early game. Even in Players 1, Battle.net, solo playthrough. No help from your friends, nothing. You can, you can find what you're looking for. You can find excellent, you can find high rings from them in hell, so it's very key. Now you'll notice when I pick up items to sell now, I'm being a bit more choosy. Once again, items like this, items that can spawn plus skills like barbarian helmets, orbs, wands, things of that nature I mentioned in the Den of Evil, those are going to sell for the most. So something with 5 skills like this is going to sell for a lot. Another thing to note is that the higher skill requirement to skill the skill, the more it will sell for. So skills further down the tree on any item are going to sell for more when you sell them to the vendor. I can't use this barbarian helm, but that's okay, it sells for a lot. Taking care of your gold will ensure that you don't have many problems further down the line when you're trying to vendor items. So I do recommend picking up items that are worth a lot, like armors, rares, and items with skills, as much as possible and selling them to the vendor. Okay. I like a lot of you guys responding in the chat. I didn't know that. That's good. That's good. This is a learning video. Of course, it'll be posted on YouTube as well. It's meant for players to learn things that they either already did know or didn't know. All right. Here we go. Mana recharge. This is Assassin start, you know. People that want to start Assassin, maybe they're bored with Sorceress.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright, so one thing we're going to want to find when we get to the Black Marsh, which like I said was on the path to the Dark Wood, is we're going to want to find the waypoint and the tower. Now the tower is always going to be next to one of the walls. It could be up next to one of the inner walls, or it could be next to one of the outer walls in the Black Marsh. The waypoint can pretty much be anywhere. It's usually kind of towards the edge of the corners, but not always. Since this is not single player, once again, we are going to have a different map every time, but the second you find the tower, one thing you could have done, which I should have done,
I am overburdened.
wasn't thinking about because I was just running past it. Okay, this is actually a nice item. We'll explain why that's nice in a second. Strangling gas potion. One thing you can do though is if you're still looking for the waypoint and you find the tower first, you can make a TP next to it, and then when you find the waypoint you can go back to town and then just take your own TP, and it can be faster. Alright, so we're in the tower now. The tower is probably one of the most important areas in Act 1, if not the most important area in Act 1. This is where we're going to farm a lot of our key runes for a lot of those key starting rune words, which are going to allow us to progress through the game a lot easier and faster. So it's going to be important to know kind of how to navigate the tower. Also, it's going to give us, especially when we're playing Players 1, much needed experience that will make it a lot easier to progress through the end of Act 1. At level 7, if we continue on to the Outer Cloister, it's going to be pretty tough to continue on through the game. The jail monsters are much higher level, and they're going to do a lot of damage to us, and it's not going to be a fun time. So what we're going to do is once you get to about level 6 or 7, that's where you should be about the time you get to the tower, so we did pretty well here. Level 7. If you didn't do Tristram, you might be level 6, which is fine. Level 6 is okay. Alright, so one thing to note is that we put our points into Vitality again at level 7. Now, at level 7, I also put another point into Burst of Speed. We're going to want level 2 for now, and then we're going to switch back to Fire Blast at level 8, and then 9, 10, and 11, we're going to switch back to Burst of Speed until we have level 5 Burst of Speed, and then it's going to be pretty much traps from there. That's pretty much how we're going to do that. Alright, so let's go back over the tower again. So Countess can drop up through Rao Rune. Rao runes, so every rune from L through Rao. There's a bunch of different runes that are going to give us a lot of very key rune words in the beginning. And also we're going to go over how to navigate the tower quickly so that you don't get lost in the tower and that you can go through there pretty quickly. So in every map in Diablo 2, you have a starting block in a standard map area or a dungeon, kind of like the tower. And that's what this is right here. It's going to point in a certain direction. So it's pointing us in this direction. If you follow my cursor, we're going this way. In the tower, the exit to each tower level is going to be west, or it's going to be pointing left relative to the direction in which we start. So we're going this direction, which means we're going to be trying to go over here. Now we can't do that yet because there's no path that way. However, there's a path right here, and it takes us that way. Sure enough, the exit is right there. What do you know? So you see that monster is kind of fire resistant. There's some monsters like that, including the Countess. You can actually pop strangling gas potions on them, and they can actually help supplement her damage. Of course, it can also help out with her physical attack too, just using her guitar still, which is not bad. But it's the same thing. So anyway, you're gonna also, when you go through the tower, you're gonna want to focus on killing elite packs so that we get our experience, and of course, Countess and her minions. That's an elite pack right there. Mind Weaver the Dark. Champions are also good. They give 300% experience instead of 500%, but they're still better than random monsters. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to continue on here. These sell decently. Once again, it's an armor, so that's pretty good. You'll notice this map is very similar to the last one, though. It pointed us in this direction, and then we're looking for a west or a left exit. Most maps in Diablo 2 actually work like this. It's a from the starting position or the starting block area where you're going towards, it is usually going to be west or to the left. In some cases, it's to the right or to the east. But in a few cases, it's also straight, like in the underground passage. But that's okay. Alright, so these monsters are a bit fire immune. We know that. I'm going to pop a potion on them. Strangling gas potion is very nice. It's going to be very useful against the Countess too, who's extremely fire resistant. So it's actually one of the biggest hurdles for a fire start character is killing the Countess. But it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to continue this way. Always pick up charms, always pick up gems. Those can help you out directly, not necessarily for selling for gold like I talked about other items, but those will always help you out. Once again, this map has you going this way, and then if you follow to the left or you try to find a path to the left or to the west of that starting area, it's always going to be like that in the tower in general. It can be kind of weird where sometimes like right here it has us going this way and then to the west. So usually you would think you should probably just follow this way here, like this way, which in this case it is. But it could be like farther north and to the west. It could even have you go south into the west, or even like behind it and to the left or to the west. But the block will always be facing that way. The block there of the area that you're, of the exit block. Path to the next area will always be facing that way. It will always be facing to the west or to the left relative of that starting area. In this case, you just go all the way to the end. Remember to keep up your burst of speed buff. I wasn't doing a very good job there. Alright, and so now you're level 8. Put your next point into Fire Blast. Excellent. We have more damage for Countess. Good stuff. And then just put all your points into Vitality. Yes, that is the case, Temeka. For Hell Cows, the highest rune that can drop from a clickable is Vex, not the cows. The cows are Zodrun. Alright, so the Countess is always going to be up in here. She's fun. I definitely recommend against her using a Strangling Gas Potion if you got lucky enough to find one. She's a pain. You'll notice that we're not doing much damage to her with our fire attacks. It's actually faster to kill her with our melee attacks, which is weird, but that's just how it is. So you can actually kill her a bit faster just by meleeing her ass. Bam. Still using our starting weapon, so don't need anything fancier. All right, what do we got here? All right, so replenish life, it's not really too good. Honestly, those stats like attack rating and replenish life aren't very key yet. I wouldn't worry about them too much. I didn't put the word slig away. I should have put that away. Okay, let's see. Mana on a GC. Okay, mana's okay at this point in the game. We'll keep that for now. That might help us a little bit. Telekinesis, that's also good. Alright, 3 to Poison Creeper. That's gonna sell probably better than the armor. Alright, and then Paladin shields don't have skills on them this early, so I wouldn't worry about Paladin skills for selling. Paladin shields, I mean. Should be good. Alright, so we killed Countess once. She always drops somewhere between 0 and 3 runes from her rune table, and she can also drop runes from her normal loot table. We got a Tal rune. That's actually one of her most common rune drops, and it's very helpful though, and it's going to be very helpful for us for a key rune word, which is Stealth, which is Tal Eth, and it's a 2-socketed armor. It's going to make us a lot stronger. So we're going to make sure we definitely keep pretty much all the runes she drops for now. There's a few you don't need at all that you could sell if you want. However, for the most part, we're just going to pick up all the runes she drops. Going to keep selling these items that have these plus skills on them. Look how much gold we got there. That's actually a lot for this point in the game. And so if you look for like a 3-socketed gray shield, 2-socketed gray armor, maybe a 2-socketed gray helm. That's not a 2-socketed gray helm. That's a 2-socketed... it's a 2-socketed blue helm. Don't be fooled. You cannot make any rune words in that. You could use that, though, for a double Rowd helm, though, which can be actually kind of useful. So maybe don't discount it completely. Here's the word slig.
Good day.
Word slig's going to be nice for the cow level pretty soon. I'm actually going to buy that because... if we want to get maybe a res helm early on, that might actually be kind of nice to have. It's not going to help us make another rune word lore, which could be useful later on as well. Of course, we'll go over more of that stuff in detail. If you're confused at some of these rune words that I'm naming off, don't worry. We'll get to it. You can shift right-click as well if you want to buy all the potions wholesale. But, you know. We buy some thawing potions too. Alright, we're good. You can leave some space for some items, and then of course you can drink potions to make room for more. We already have our 2-socketed gray staff for leaf, which is a very key rune word, so we're good on that one. Alright, and since we already know where the path leads, in this case, to the Timo Highlands and the Outer Cloisters, since we're still in the same game, we're just going to follow that path here. And we're going to get the Outer Cloister waypoint, but we're not going to move on yet. We're only level 8, we only have 1 rune. We're going to need more. Ouch, that hurts a lot. Alright. What I recommend doing with troublesome archer packs is kiting them around. Oh my goodness. Using potions. Maybe throwing some... anything. And killing them. Ah, he rolled extra strong. I wonder why he does so much damage. Yeah, that's very dangerous stuff. Oh man, I almost died there. Even the minions get that extra strong stat. It makes them do, I think it's like 1.5 times more damage. Or it's 2.5 times, 250% damage. Kind of nasty. You don't want to watch that with archers for sure. Especially if you're on hardcore. That can end your journey pretty fast, and then you're gonna have to be back on square one. Alright. So, kiting those ranged physical damage enemies like quill rats and archers is always a good idea. Just kind of run around them, fire at them a bit. You get frozen, use some thawing potions. Alright, here we go. Cool stuff, cool stuff.
Such corruption in this place.
Oh man, I've learned from the best, John Bonbon, for sure. Alright, here we go. I don't even know as much as some people, honestly. Some people know some extremely nerdy facts about this game. It's all good. Nerdy facts, quote unquote. Alright, anyway, we found the Outer Cloister waypoint. So we're not going to want to move on. We're a low level. It's going to be really painful even if we wanted to. And we're going to be under leveled for Act 2. So we're going to continue to do tower runs. And since now we have our waypoint, we killed Countess for the first time, we're going to reload and we're going to make a new game. So here we go. Let's do this. If you were on single player, by the way, one thing to note is you can manipulate the player count. And in single player, making it players 8 very early on would actually be very good for this build. Because every time you kill an elite pack, you get an enormous amount of experience. By now, I'd probably be like level 12 or level 13. So that is something you can definitely do if you're not playing on Battle.net solo and trying to get rich on Battle.net. If you're just trying to find items on single player and solo self-found. Using the player count to increase the amount of experience you get, even if the monsters are harder, is actually beneficial and will make you progress through the game faster. And then, of course, you can set it back to players 1 when you're killing bosses and things that are going to be much tougher to kill, like Countess and Andariel and other things and the like. Alright, so we actually found one of the items we're looking for there. 2 socketed armors are going to be very good. If we ever find like any rubies or sapphires, we can put them maybe in this one or this one, and then we can save the other one for stealth, which is Tal F. Alright, so let's just keep farming the Countess now. Now, it's pretty much, this is a farm. This is your first major farm of the game. Alright, that's a champion pack. You can kite them out if you want. Just kill them, whatever. Use your main attack, Fire Blast, as much as possible. Easy mode. I only have 8 more strangling gas potions. One thing to note is we can refill these.
Best friend in this forsaken cave.
And I'll show you how to refill those on the next back to town. Too Little Win, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult Xander's Day. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for the support. Right, here we go. I did turn off the visual follow alert, so that's good. The visuals on me. No, we didn't get griffins yet on the Zongriel, no. It's always a good idea just to slap those chests as you run past them. They have very good loot tables. They drop a lot of good things like jewelry, like amulets and rings quite often. Alright, so we're about to run out of stamina. Every time you run out of stamina in the bar below, make sure to drink a stamina potion. Kill the elite packs if you find them. Even the elite packs in the Black Marsh, not just in the tower, are going to be very good for you. They're going to level you up until you're around like level 11 or level 12. They will still be pretty beneficial. And we just hit level 9. They didn't used to have that pop-up if you try to shift-click your stats and put all your stats. That's annoying. There should be a way to turn that off. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. Don't know how to find the setting. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we're level 9 now. So remember, once I said we hit level 9, we're actually going to put even more points into, you guessed it, Burst of Speed. Which is going to increase the duration. It's going to increase our attack speed and faster run walk. In general, just make us a lot faster. As you can see, we're pretty strong now, especially for P1. You could definitely skimp on some points in Burst of Speed if you're playing single player and you have higher player count, and put even more points into Fire Blast early on just to get more damage, which is good for player 8. Alright, let's take a look at this map here, because once again, this is the same thing. So, once again, the map is totally different. You know, we're on Battle, and every time we re-enter the game, it's good. You follow this though. This is the entrance path. You follow this direction, so it's going to be somewhere to the left or to the west of that. And sure enough, it is. It's kind of up here and to the west. We've been getting pretty lucky on the experience shrines, by the way. I'm finding quite a few. Let's see. Alright, we found the exit instantly there. It's literally straight into the left or west, just like it always is, but in this case it's like instantaneous, which is nice. Okay, cool. I was kind of looking to see if there might be elite packs up there or below. Sometimes if you don't find elite packs directly on the way to the exit, they might be like in some of those closes. It can help us level up a bit faster. Something like that, yeah. Archer's hurt, remember that. It's the most dangerous enemy early on in the game, and pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. So, caution. Exercise caution around this for sure. Alright, he's cold enchanted. You know, I can actually avoid myself from getting frozen by that Frost Nova by staying away from that monster instead of having to drink a thawing potion to get unfrozen quickly. Of course, even if you don't drink a thawing potion, you will unfreeze automatically, but it will take a while. Use that shift left click keys. Use all those hotkeys, all those potion hotkeys and everything. This one points this way in the very beginning. That entrance block is pointing that way. So it's going to be to the left somewhere, and sure enough it's kind of up here, so it's facing this way. The block is going to be facing left or to the west relative to the entrance block. Just like always. It's always going to be like that every single time. Okay, here we go. This time it's pointing this way, so what do we do? I'm gonna go look for it that way. Alright. Lots of juicy monsters there. Nice. Ethereal small shield. So you can always check for socketed items on the ground. Check for armors. Quilted armors at this point don't really sell for much. Gonna want higher level body armors, items with more plus skills. What are the best bet ratios?
Not enough mana.
I don't know, you know, maybe we should do that. We should bet on whether it's gonna be stackable currency or it's going to be loot filters. That's the major feature they're gonna want to come out with here pretty soon. I don't know. Either way, it's gonna be Hyper F for Detour. So we're very strong, as you can see. We're going to keep putting points into bursts of speed, actually, though, until level 12. And that's a really good rune. So we've only been getting one rune so far each run, which is not insanely lucky, really. It's kind of unlucky, but that is a very good rune. It's going to make Leaf, which is Tur Rao. And Tur can be a fairly difficult rune to get from the Countess. Those really low runes like El, Eld, and Tur tend to be kind of difficult. They're a bit more rare. We're actually going to reload the game now because literally we're just farming Countess now. So all we want to do is find the tower every single time. Alright. Cool. Poison res. Yeah, these pieces of jewelry aren't exactly inspiring yet, but once again, you don't really need them too much on an assassin anyway. About to cast my burst of speed, rip. Okay, I could shift this here, and I can actually get 20. I'm actually going to fill up my scrolls now. Why not? Alright, 2 strength. Yeah, these kinds of stats are actually... I could just sell all my jewelry if I wanted to, but they have some stats that are... Yeah, they're somewhat minor. Poison res will help a tiny bit against Andariel. It's not really that big of a deal. Items in the very beginning, don't get too caught up on the stats because, for the most part, it's not the items that are going to carry you, it's the skills. However, finding 2 socketed helms for things like lore later on are going to be very nice. So we're definitely going to want to hold on to that. I also found a 2-socketed shield, which is unfortunate. Because it'd be nice to find a 3-socketed Lord Shield as well. But that's okay. You can still look for some bases from the vendors. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I did say I was going to show you guys how to do this on the next back. Yeah, so once again, don't even worry about buying upgraded Katars, doesn't matter. Okay. So, if you sell your Strangling Gas Potion to the vendor and buy it back, it now has 25 quantities, so you can have your Gas Potion back again, which can help you kill the Countess and other fire-resistant monsters like the Blood Clans in the tower. Alright, you can go back. Remember, the tower is always somewhere on the edge. You see how it's here in this case, and it's on the edge? We found it quickly because we were running around the edge of the map. Alright. There you go. No. Ow! Holy moly. Yeah, lightning enchanted hurts. Besides archers, I would say lightning enchanted is probably the biggest danger. Very dangerous stuff. Okay, there we go. Yeah, small shields aren't really going to sell for much. The armor, the body armor is going to sell for a lot more. Don't need that. Pick up all that jewelry. Pick up all those gems, and of course, oh, we found a gem there. That's nice. That could be helpful later on. And pick up all of those charms. Very good items potentially. We've got another experience shrine. We're gonna go a bit faster now. You can see what's interesting here is that you can see though
tell that I'll be your best friend
that the entrance is pointing this way once again, and you can see that the exit is always going to point west or left relative to the entrance, even if it's kind of in a weird spot like a little bit up here. It's always going to have the same orientation, which is why going west or left after going straight ahead once you enter the new tower level, enter any new tower level, is always going to be the best course of action. I'm always trying to go to the west or to the left. And that's going to help us get down these levels very quickly. So I'm just going to kind of do it as if we all kind of understand what's going on now with the maps. Alright, see how she's fire enchanted? That means she's heavily fire resistant. That's going to be bad. It also means she does a lot. She does bonus fire damage, and she has fire resistance. But it's okay. We used a couple of strangling gas potions, finished her off with some fire blast, and she's dead. Could have even used my Qatar there, I guess, but whatever. Alright, so now we're level 11. This is our final level. We're going to put a point into Burst of Speed. We're not going to worry about Burst of Speed ever again until possibly much later on. Even if that. We're also going to put these 5 points into Strength. Oh, shoot. I guess I didn't put my 5 points in from the last level. Well, that's a mistake. That's okay, though. That's not a big mistake, because we are going to need that Strength later on for Spirit. So it's not a big deal. All it means is that we have a little bit less HP. Oops. Okay, well, that happens. It's alright. Mistakes like that might happen. See, that's why I asked you if you're sure, chat. If you're sure you want to put all your points in. I didn't look at how many points I had. Oops. Oh well. Not a big deal. It won't actually waste any points even in the end. It's not even a big loss whatsoever. Alright, Turtle. So we already have Turtle. This isn't going to end up helping us too much because what we're really looking for now is Ral for Leaf and we're looking for F for Stealth. So 2 towels, though, or multiple towels, though, can help us with Light Res Ring. Okay, so that's actually the first ring that does something. It's going to protect us a bit once we get to Act 2. Lightning Res is definitely a bit more needed in there, but it's not super important. Longstaff definitely has more potential to sell for more than an armor if you want to swap that out. It had no skills on it, though, unlike most staves, so that's going to be a no-go. Alright, cool. So actually right there, you only want to have 25 in his strength so that you can wear a 3-slot belt. That's why we want 25 strength, not 30. But we will need more strength anyway for Spirit, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Even if you do make a mistake like that, it's not the end of the world. Just means you have a little bit less health, which means we might need to be a bit more careful. Okay, here we go. A speedrun, it might be the end of the world, though, because you need every last bit of HP to survive as you're moving around as quickly as possible. Okay. And killing things as quickly as possible. That would be pretty bad. Okay, here we go. We're going to put the runes away because they can still be useful for other uses later on. But Tal Turret isn't really what we're looking for. Once again, we want F for Tal F, and we want Ral for Tur Ral. The main rune words we're really looking for right now. Oh, there's another 2-socketed cap. They're going to be Stealth and Leaf. Those rune words are going to be very key for us getting a lot more power. I failed! Boo! Boo! Oh my god. So bad at this game. Why am I trying to teach other people how to play it, man? Jesus. Need to go back to school. Alright, so you see how the tower here, I skirted around the edge again, and once again the tower is next to the edge of the map somewhere. It's pretty reliable. You can usually find the tower pretty quickly. One thing to mention is that if you want to get experience faster in the tower, looking around for experience shrines, maybe around the tower and things like that, can always be a nice idea. If you want to use some advanced strats. Ah, finally we found a ruby. A ruby grants 10 life. We're gonna go stick that in our armor. And before we get to level 17 and are able to use our stealth armor that we're trying to farm up right now, that extra health will be kind of nice. Using rubies and sapphires early on for health and mana is definitely kind of nice. It's a quality of life thing, but that's the first time we even found one, so. RNG is RNG. There's definitely a degree of RNG, but what we're going to show you in this guide is how to navigate the game despite with any level of RNG. One thing to also note is this scimitar here, oh shoot, is actually quite nice. We can actually use that pretty soon here, and we'll kind of explain why we might want to use that as well instead of our Qatar. It's going to become a little bit more important once we leave the Countess area as well. Alright, we got a jawbone cap, we got some plus skills, that's going to sell. We're going to want 1 dexterity for that if we do go that route, but you don't have to. Keep up that burst of speed. Burst of speed now lasts almost 3 minutes. One thing to note is that cracked versions of class-specific items like orbs and staves and things of that nature also can have plus skills and be worth a decent amount, but they will be worth less than their uncracked versions. Cracked, damaged, whatever other stats that possibly roll on those. I think we get the idea. We went over the map generation enough on the tower, so we're just going to follow it. And you can see that if you know how to read the maps in the tower, you can actually do these runs very quickly. Alright, here we go. A couple more. Once we hit level 12, we're going to get a giant power spike.
I am overburdened.
Oops. We'll explain why that is. This is one of the most overpowered early game abilities in the game. At level 12, we're about to achieve it very soon here. Alright, so our life is about to get very easy. Relatively speaking. Alright, well we just leveled up. Another towel. See, if we get enough towels, we can cube up a Ral rune, which will allow us to make Leaf. So that's not bad. You know, if we keep getting our towel runes, you know, its can even be cubed up into a towel rune, so that's nice. We will just keep putting away the runes. Don't sell the runes. You might need them. Runes are probably one of the most useful things you can possibly find. Alright, so if we want now, we can actually replace the Qatar if you want with a scimitar. Scimitar has a very fast attack speed. Your weapon's attack speed in combination with burst of speed will influence how fast you can lay traps overall. So having a very fast weapon is actually not a bad thing. So we can do that, and then we can put the rest of the points into vitality. This time we definitely want to make sure all of the points that are not the strength that we need to wear the belt go into vitality. Okay. Alright, as you can see, we're kind of piling up some of these rejuves as well. That's okay. Always buy potions on every back. Make sure that you have enough potions for every instance of this here. You can put our juves though. Make sure to keep the juves. Don't sell them. Don't drink them. Hold on to them. They can be very useful later on when you're going to need them in much more difficult areas of the game where you're just taking a ton of damage all the time. Alright, we actually got really lucky here. So this is actually one of the things you want to find on our journey of rags to riches. So one thing I was checking Charcy for every time was this item. A 3-socketed gray large shield. The reason why you're going to want this is later on for an item called Ancient's Pledge, which is another rune word. Once again, rune words kind of rule the day early game. And that is going to allow us to get a ton of resistances. And it's going to allow us to move into Nightmare almost unimpeded, so it's going to be nice. We found our 3-slot belt, which we can now wear because we put enough points into strength. So that's going to be nice. Now we have more space in our belt, so we don't have to worry about backing for potions as often. It's going to be good. In general, though, it's all good. Since our gloves currently do nothing, like half freeze duration can be nice. Maybe we don't have to pop thawing potions because we won't be frozen for very long. That's not a bad stat. Things like res, half freeze duration tend to be the more important things. We only need that once. Alright, so burst of speed. We're good to go, but we haven't put our point into our skills yet. And this is what's going to make us incredibly powerful. So now, I'm actually going to use Fire Blast here on my left click. You can use whatever you want. I can even use it to make it to where I'm not using Fire Blast most of the time. So Fire Blast is now going to supplement our damage. It's going to add to our damage, but it's not going to be our main source of damage. Our main source of damage is now going to be Wake of Fire. So we just put a point into Wake of Fire, which is the level 12 Trap Fire ability. This ability is busted. It's incredibly strong. It's very important that you get this ability at level 12. If you accidentally don't, I mean, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world if you get to like level 13 or something. So we are level 12 now, which means that experience-wise, we're in a very good position to move out of the tower, like around level 11 and level 12. However, we're still looking for runes, because we don't have some of those key runes, and the Countess by far is the easiest way to find these runes and to quickly progress through the game, so I'm going to continue farming the Countess. That being said, you can actually, even in Players 1, level up fairly reliably to level 15 if you kill some of the elite packs along the way. One of the cool things about Wake of Fire is you can kind of just set it down and just run past the monsters and it will kill them. Let's make sure we're not doing that, actually. Make sure that we're on throw weapons so I don't accidentally click the monsters and do other attacks I don't want to. See, having that throw there means that I can't do anything with my left click, so it's just like a force move, kind of. You can also just key force move as well. I kind of prefer the throw, though.
I need mana.
Okay. Busted? Why am I busted? What's wrong with me? How am I busted? Skimmy is fast for attack speed? That's right. Scimitar is very fast. So now you can see everything is just working so much better. We're just very powerful, very fast. We can supplement our damage with Wake of Fire by adding in some Fire Blasts. But as you can see, it's like almost insta-killing everything now, so we don't really have to worry about that. We're still picking up items that can have plus skills, and now we're really going to be focusing on those class-specific items like those Barb Helms, Druid Helms, Orbs, and things of that nature to get those plus skills and to sell them for gold. Alright. Oh, okay. Desync, nice. I'm gonna pick up that U-wand, actually. You can see, though, Countess is still insanely resistant. Tal F, nice. Okay, so let's take a look at our runes here. That's actually really nice. So now we got the F rune that we need for stealth. It's gonna be Tal F and a 2-socket armor. We'll probably just use that one. And then we're going to want in a 2-socketed staff. Now in the case of a Sin, it doesn't matter because staves can only roll Sorceress skills. But for a Sorceress, if you're going to go the fire route, you're going to want 3 to Fireball or something, but we don't need that. All we need is any kind of 2-socketed Gray Staff. And for that, we're going to want Tur Rao. Now our Tur Rao in this case is 3 Talruns, so we actually have enough Talruns here to make the Rao. So we're in a pretty good position to move on now, and I think that's what we're going to do. So we pretty much have our runes, we got our levels. Let's continue, and let's start pushing through the game, pushing through the barracks and whatnot. We'll go over the maps here, kind of show you how...
What you need?
One thing to note is on your road from rags to riches is somebody mentioned something very interesting in the chat, which is true. One thing you can do is around level 11. Level 11 would be optimal. We actually pass it up. You could gamble if you want, if you have some spare gold or something. Or if you just have gold for a gold dagger. However, on average, it takes about 2 million gold to do that. And a gold dagger would give you 100% magic find, and it's a very fast weapon, which would contribute a lot to... Yeah, see, strength doesn't matter. Plus skills on the crude you want. You saw that give us 1,000 there, so that's kind of nice. Gold dagger would give us magic find, which could actually be very nice for finding items very early on in the game. However, we don't have enough gold to do that, so we're not going to attempt to do that. That is something you could do though, 100%. Gambling a gold dagger is optimal at character level 11. You would gamble daggers from Geed, and he could give you gold dagger, which is a very nice item to start magic finding on. We're not going to do that, we're not actually going to demo that, however that is a very good strategy that is important to mention. Having about 2 million gold, 3 million gold, somewhere around that will, on average, give you one of those. Uniques are 1 out of 2,000 rolls. However, daggers themselves aren't super expensive. You can keep rolling daggers until you get one. Alright, here we go. Alright, cool. So, we're at the point now where we have a scimitar, we've got just random stuff we picked up because it really doesn't matter. You have our 3-slot belt. Res is good on rings and amulets, especially on this character. And then, yeah, we can't wear any rune words yet though, but we also got level 12, which means we can use Wake of Fire. So, let's go to Outer Cloister now.
Corruption in this place.
Let's note something about this map here. So this cross here in the middle, if you see this and you don't see a fountain, that means that straight ahead is correct for finding the barracks. If you have a fountain and then you have the waypoint on the right side, the barracks will be on the left side. If you have a fountain in the middle and you have the waypoint on the left side, the barracks will be on the right side. We know though, since there's a cross in the middle, that the barracks is straight ahead. So we're gonna go into here, we're gonna continue. And we don't even have to focus on just elites, we can kind of just put down Wakes of Fire wherever we want. Because that's how powerful this ability is. And allow us to get a lot of experience.
I can't carry anymore.
Of course, make sure you pick up those rejuvenation potions, you're gonna need them later. Let's make sure we are on the throw so I'm not accidentally tossing out fire blasts. Alright, here we go. One thing that will be useful in your quests from Rags to Riches is your imbue quest. Usually the smith is somewhere on the edge. You don't actually have to kill him. Usually it's going to be somewhere at the very end of the barracks though. And the jail is going to either be to the left or straight ahead at the very end as well. We're just going to kite the monsters away, put down some Wake of Fires, move away from them. GG. As you can see in this case, the jail was straight ahead. Usually if the smith with the Heroic Malice that we turn in for our imbue quest is on the left, the jail will be straight ahead. If the jail is to the left, it's going to be the smith that's straight ahead. They just usually swap positions.
Try and cage me, demons.
Alright, so we're in the jail. thing about the jails, the waypoint is usually to the left or to the west of the initial starting area. So this starting area is pointing this way, right? It's pointing this way. Straight ahead. So that means the waypoint's going to be over here. And that means jail 2 is going to be straight ahead. So we keep just going in general straight ahead from the starting area. And we should find it. Or it's going to at least be the exit block or area for jail 2 will at least be pointing in the same direction. In this case, it's not straight ahead, so it's not over here. This area is not pointing straight ahead. Alright. So as you can see there, we can switch to Fire Blast and supplement our damage from Wake of Fire. We just have so much damage right now. So as you can see, this area here is pointing straight ahead. It's pointing in the same direction as the starting area, just like I said. And that's how you're going to get out of Jail 1. Jail 2 is actually the same thing as Jail 1. The famous attraction in Jail 2, though, to the west or to the left, is actually going to usually be Pit Spawn Foul Dog. He just is going to give you a lot of experience. He's a super unique monster that always drops 2 items of magic quality or gem or higher. Kind of like Rockiniju, Bijibosh, Corpsemore, and all those other types of monsters. He always spawns in this area. We can show you him if you want. We're going to go to the left side. We're going to go over to the west, which is probably where he's at. Oh, what do you know? That's exactly where he is. Pit Spawn Foul Dog. He does a lot of damage because he's cold enchanted, which means the lightning bolts don't just do lightning damage, they do cold damage on top of that. Oh, hello. He got kind of lucky here. Take a look at this sucker. Unique Scimitar, which is actually something this kind of build could use. 15 all resistances. So this is Blood Crescent Scimitar. It's actually a really good find for an assassin playthrough early on. Hey, what do you know? Killing Pit Spawn Foul Dog sometimes has some benefits besides experience. That's pretty good. So, yeah, obviously it's going to be better than a random Scimitar, right? Random magic one. It gives extra life, even more attack speed on top of the very fast attack speed. And Life Leech doesn't work on traps or anything. That would only work on physical damage. So some of those other stats are irrelevant. Life and res. This is not rigged, I promise. Remember, this is Battle.net Players 1, just to show that there's no way I could have possibly rigged this run, to show you guys that you can do it yourself. The whole idea behind Rags to Riches is to give every level of player the confidence needed on whatever character I am doing to get to the end of the game. That being said, that is a big help. We'll just use whatever luck we're given. That's kind of how I do these. We might have a really hard time getting something like Spirit later on, so luck tends to balance out. That's kind of cool, though. Definitely one of those items that's actually like really good to find this early on. So you'll notice here that, once again, this block here is facing this way. It's straight ahead. It's facing in the same direction. So in general, you're going to want to go straight ahead. Like I said, though, Pit Spawn Foul Dog is going to be to the left, so if you want to go kill him, get a free item, good shit. Glad to see that paid off so well. I thought I was just going to kill him just for fun. Alright, here we go.
Impossible.
Remember, after you put down your Wake of Fires, use your Fire Blast to supplement your damage. If you want to increase your damage, you just have so much damage if you're willing to grab it. Use my left click to put down the Fire Blast, right click to put down the Wake of Fire. That's a minion monster, it's really good. Wow, that's actually really sick though. Blood Crescent Scimitar, wow. Very interesting. Alright. Always clicking those chests. You may as well. I mean, you don't even need keys to open the lock chests on the assassin. You have no excuse for not clicking the chests as you run by them. Those things can help you out. A lot of good items like gems and whatnot like to drop from them. Jewelry, gems. Alright, so what to mention here on Jail 3, it's a little bit different. Usually it's actually not going to be facing in the same direction, so in this case it's facing this way. Usually it's going to be like to the west or to the left, kind of like in the Tower Cellar with the Countess. Could also be somewhat straight ahead, but we're going to be looking for kind of like a west or a left-facing block here. And that's going to get us out of here. Sure enough, that's where it is. So it's a west or left-facing block relative to the straight area. Alright, so now we go to the inner cloister. We're getting to the end of Act 1. The objective here is going to be to kill Andariel. It's going to be pretty, it's not going to be too hard on this character, especially since it's a fire build. Andariel's incredibly weak to fire damage. So, believe it or not, the end boss is actually one of the easiest things this character has to encounter. It's easier than the Countess at level 6. I'm going to show how that goes in a second here, though. Oh, man. That extra resistance, though, is going to make me a bit tankier. This is especially something you'd want to find on a hardcore playthrough. That's really good. Very good for a hardcore playthrough. Definitely not needed for a softcore playthrough whatsoever, but very nice. Here we go. Alright, so Catacombs 1.
I don't like it down here.
Hello! Guess it's one of the best. I would say that is one of the better early drops. Besides maybe Gold Dagger, or gambling the Gold Dagger like we talked about earlier. That is one of the better early drops for an assassin, I would think. For a sorceress, not so much, but... However, once we get to level 19, that drop is going to be totally irrelevant again. So if you think this is an unrealistic playthrough, think again. Once we get to a little bit later in the game, it's not even going to matter. Once we hit 6 more levels, we're going to be good. So right now, we're just going to keep putting points into Wake of Fire. It's going to make our Wake of Fire a lot stronger. So once we get to the Catacombs, right, once we've gotten out of Inner Cloister, gone straight ahead in the Cathedral, Catacombs 1 has no pattern. The only thing that you need to look for Catacombs 2, you might end up looking throughout the entirety of the map, is some place on the edge of the map. It always kind of looks like this. There's certain blocks that are very easily identifiable. It always kind of looks kind of special compared to all other areas. Where's the exit to the next level of Catacombs? Alright. Here we go. Need mana. Fire Blast. Okay. And the only one of the sucky parts about early game is you don't have a lot of mana, which is why buying so many mana potions is so important. Maybe not as essential as on the Sorceress, where Sorceress is incredibly mana hungry. But this is still going to be the case to some extent. Alright, Long Staff, once again, it has a skill on it. Even though it's a cracked staff. Don't be discouraged from picking those up, even though they're cracked. And you'll notice that as we're trying to level through the game, we are still focusing mostly on killing elite packs and kind of just passing up most of the other monsters, except for high density, where we can kind of just lay down some Wake of Fire traps and then pass by them. Okay, here we go. Run through. Catacombs 2 also does have a pattern. But in order to know the pattern, you have to find either the waypoint or the exit to Catacombs 3. I did not mean drinking the Rejuve potion there. Oh well. Always stack up those juice. Don't drink them on accident. Well, if you do, it's okay, but this means you might not have one of those for later. What's up, Hellhounds of Hades? How you doing? Sick sword. That's funny, Malaka. I just read that for the first time. Okay, so here we go. We have Catacombs 2. So Catacombs 2 is interesting. So you see the area here where the Catacombs 2 is? It's pointing this way. So Catacombs 3, if we find Catacombs 2 waypoint, is going to be to the east, or it's going to be an east or a right-facing block. So we're going to go to the right or to the east, because normally that's the fastest way to find such blocks. If it's pointing a certain way, you go that certain way, you tend to find it. Now, if you're trying to get through the doorways, don't be afraid to use that Fire Blast to make it a bit faster. As you can see, it's a right or an east-facing block compared to the block, see? No lies detected throughout the entirety of this run here. Gonna keep going. Oh shoot, no. Ouch! Gonna keep pushing. Keep hitting the walk. Alright, here we go. Alright, so yeah, you can just kind of kill random monsters as you run by them. Wake of Fire is just so good in that way. Alright, so this is Catacombs Forest. This is where Andariel is. We're just gonna run through this area. Kill the monsters as we run past. And then once we get to Andariel, we're going to lay down some traps and run around her in a circle. If you want to be extra safe and hardcore, you can even drink some antidote potions. Every time you drink an antidote potion, you get 30 seconds of 50 poison res and 10% maximum poison res, which can help you stack even beyond the base default res cap of 75 res. We are not on hardcore though, and I don't really care. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run around her. Our poison res is actually pretty good anyway because of our ring and our sword we just found. Blood Crescent. So as you can see, that's how easy she does.
Death becomes you, Andariel.
Level 13, level 2 Wake of Fire. At this point in the game, you should be either level 12 or level 13. If you're level 11, you're a bit under-leveled. But as you can see, we're pretty much doing everything on schedule here, and that wasn't much of a problem. If you had an Act 1 mercenary, you might care about things like bows, but not really. If you find some spears, you could also potentially use them for an Act 2 mercenary. Alright, there you have it.
Good evening.
We used Cain to ID our items. We're going to Act 2 though.
Greetings.
Kill Andariel. Didn't really drop anything too good, but that's okay. She always drops a regular gem though in her first drop, which is kind of nice. It's a flat sapphire. That sapphire actually can be used later on.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
Use that
in
for
this
some mana.
forsaken camp.
That's okay. So we have pretty much every socketed item we could have possibly wanted, and we also farmed them all from normal Charcy at this point for our rune words. If you didn't do that by this point, you can always go back to normal Charcy and continue farming for your socketed items. Holy Morana Zotu, Vitamin DZ, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome to the Club Xander's Day. That sounds like a good idea, Pietro. Definitely, bro.
Hello.
I'd say any kind of really good result on that is going to be worth going towards. Jewels could be nice for crafting later on. Do recommend keeping those. You can sell them if you want. But really what you're going to want to sell is you're going to want to keep picking up wands and orbs and things of that nature. We don't really need strangling gas potions anymore. In Act 2, at this point in the game, they're not really going to do much for us. We'll just hold on to it for now because it doesn't really matter. Alright, and one thing to note is one thing we could do that we actually haven't done is we could put in some topazes and a shield which can help us survive Act 2 and make Act 2 a lot less intimidating. So you're going to want a 2-socketed shield to do that. Boom, there you go. Instant. Oh man, and we found a light res and meth gloves as well. That's actually really good. If you get any kind of like early game magic find, it can actually help you find some really nice items early on very easily. So like res, magic find, it's going to be good. We're actually going to put in, I think I'm going to put in actually a chipped diamond for 6 all res. And then we're going to put in the flawed topaz that we upgraded from a gem shrine. Upgrading gems with a gem shrine can be very good. And then we're going to have even more lightning
I can already
res.
tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Okay. Fire is there. Nice. Okay, so we can actually buy some items for our mercenary too if we want. So now we're in Act 2, mercenaries actually might become a little bit consequential to some extent. In this point in the game, I would just buy a prayer mercenary so you can get some increased regen.
I'll put that to good use.
And we can kind of just equip them with some res gear and a random spear that has some sockets in it, like a trident. That would work. Some of these weapons are faster than others, so they can... Like this one would be better to put things in because it's a faster base. It says normal attack speed. This is very slow, but it's okay. Wow, look at that. Another 3-socketed Lord Shield, but we don't need 2 of them, so we're not going to buy that one. It's kind of cool. You can see if maybe there's any belts with res, though, if you want. Not super essential, though. We're still at the point in the game where items are not going to be crazy. One thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm actually going to use this trident here. I'm going to put a sapphire in it so that my mercenary will be able to proc cold damage so he can freeze monsters. That could be kind of nice. We're going to use this flawed topaz here, get some extra light res. So Act 2, we have 58 light res with Blood Crescent, the small shield, these gloves, and this ring. And notice, it didn't really take too much for us to get these, you know, we just checked the vendor here and there. We got some gems, we picked them up along the way. And now, the beetles aren't going to insta-kill us. If you're in hardcore especially, and you're not looking to die instantly from beetles, I do recommend maybe getting your light res up a little bit before you start messing around in Act 2. Okay. So I think I'm going to keep the sapphire for later. That could actually be nice maybe for trap laying. It might increase our mana amount. Be pretty good. But overall, that's pretty much all you need. You can even put in some more gems if you want to increase your mercenary's damage.
I'll put that to good use.
And you can see that he might actually do a decent amount of damage now, which is nice. And if you put on some res as well, it's good. I'm not going to worry about buying a helm for him, though, at the moment. One thing that's really good, of course, about Act 2 is that now you can buy light healing potions from the vendor, or light mana potions, so we're not going to have to worry about constantly running out. Once you get a 3-slot belt, one thing you can do is you can actually lift up the belt, and then you can shift right-click the potions, and they'll fill up your entire belt. So you can do this, and you can do this very quickly, and just fill up your inventory very quickly full of potions. Alright, we don't need all these. And apparently we also forgot to give Charcy the Malice. That's going to allow us to imbue an item. Do not worry about imbuing yet. This is not the part of the game where you're going to want to worry about imbuing. So do not use your imbue quest. It might be tempting to get like a rare item early on to do something, but you're going to want to be a higher character level before you can really get valuable stats out of those rare items. So save that for later. We're gonna need that. We're gonna need those later on. It's gonna make your life a lot easier. Okay, so always make sure we have bursts of speed even throughout town. Running through town fast is nice. What we're gonna do now is gonna do Radament, which is a free skill quest. That's going to allow us. I would wait until I had teleport on a sorceress to do this quest because it's faster that way. But on an assassin, it doesn't matter as much. Hellhound of Hades, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xana and your stay. If you go down here in the southern entrance to the sewers versus that northern entrance up there, it's usually going to be a lot closer to the exit for Sewers 2. So that's why Sewers 2 is right here. Usually Sewers 2 is immediately to the left or to the right of this bottom southern entrance here. It might be a little bit farther up, but in some cases, most cases it's pretty close. Once you go through here, if you go pretty much straight ahead, see this whole area is kind of pointing this way. Just keep pushing forward in this general direction. You will typically find Sewers 3.
Possible.
Map's making it kind of hard because it's pushing us to the right. But as you can see, it's actually facing in that same straight direction. We just had to go a little bit to the right to get there. Don't worry about the Sewers 2 or the Jail 1 waypoint. Those are very important waypoints. Once you get in here, you go this way, and then it's going to be like a west or a left-facing area relative to the waypoint. And that's where Radament's going to be. So you put down some traps. One thing that's important to note for Wake of Fire that I haven't mentioned yet is that only 2 traps are actually doing damage at a time. Alright, so what I was doing there is I was actually feeding potions to my mercenary so that he could survive that fight, so he didn't attack me. The mercenary still died anyway, and we got the Book of Skill, which is another free skill, in addition to the Den of Evil. Mercenary died very fast there. Radament does a lot of damage to him, so we can rebuy him if we care about him, I guess.
Who goes there?
I picked up this belt because it is a 3-slot belt, and what do you know, we got some hit recovery out of that. It's a blue belt, it's not bad. It's going to make us take hits and recover faster, so that's nice. Your recovery is a pretty good stat. It's one of the stats that's on stealth as well. Alright, so we actually got a couple of levels there. We got the Radament level and we leveled up. So I'm going to put 1 point into Wake of Fire, and then we're actually going to put the Radament point into Fire Blast, which is one of the synergies for Wake of Fire. And it's also going to increase the Fire Blast damage more, which is still supplementing our damage. So our damage is really high now. Alright, so what we're going to do now after Radament is we're going to go push along the edge of the map in the Rocky Waste. Here we go. Oops. No. Somewhere along the edge of these maps in the beginning of Act 2 is going to be the exit, no matter what the exit is. You don't need to worry about Stony Tomb unless you're leveling in like high player count. In like a Player's X situation, like on single player or in a speedrun. You might want to get some levels in there, but we're okay. Alright, so we're level 14, pretty good. At this point, you just want to put all your points into Vitality. Put down those Wake of Fires for those elite packs, like this guy here, Foul Poison. Pick up potions wherever you can. Don't worry about picking up most magic items, it doesn't really matter, once again. Don't get too distracted by the items. The items will become a lot more important once you progress towards the end of normal and through Nightmare and Hell. Alright. Of course, every time you take a trip to the vendor, as you can see, trying to find maybe an item here or there with sockets or resistances, it's never a bad idea. Alright, so in the middle of Dry Hills somewhere, there's going to be Halls of the Dead, which is going to give us the most overpowered item in the game, which is the Haraja Cube. However, that there is the entrance to the Far Oasis. We're going to make a TP there in case you find the Dry Hills waypoint first, or you find Halls of the Dead, so that we can go through there and enter that area faster. We don't find the Halls of the Dead first, what we might end up wanting to do. So you can always just put down some Wake of Fires. You don't even really have to check the items unless you hear like a ring drop or a charm or something. Alright, what are we doing here? What's up, Lazy Combo? How you doing? Wake of Fire is insane. It really is. It's definitely, this is definitely the strongest the Assassin Rags to Riches gets. Is in the beginning of the game, once you hit Wake of Fire, it's probably the biggest power spike you get, period. Towards the beginning. Not to say that she doesn't get some amazing power spikes later on, but it's a pretty crazy power spike. Alright, so we found the waypoint. And we actually ended up finding Halls of the Dead at the same time. Okay, so because of this, and we found the Far Oasis first, and we have the waypoint next to Halls of the Dead, we're actually going to skip this for now. We're going to go back to town. We're actually going to go find the Far Oasis. Gonna get some experience in there and maybe find the Maggot Lair. The waypoint's right next to it, which will allow us to easily access the area to find our Haraja Cube later on, which we don't need immediately, but we will need pretty soon. Alright, so we're just going to go enter the Far Oasis. We're going to use that TP I made. It ended up being useful. Thumbs up. Good stuff. Alright. Far Oasis waypoint, that is also good. Because now, that means if we find the exit to the Lost City, before we find the Maggot Lair, we can keep moving on and find the next waypoint.
Impossible.
Act 2 is all a battle of finding your waypoints and your entrances to the pieces of the staff and the cube as fast as possible. So finding those waypoints, making TPs to easily access new areas are going to be very useful. Alright, in this case we actually found the Maggot Lair first, which means, you know what, let's just go in there. That's not a bad idea, right? Let's go in there. We have the waypoint to the Far Oasis, so we can go find the Lost City again if we need to. And we also have the waypoint for the cube.
I can't.
Hey, look at that, another turret. That might be useful. Might want to make a Nephilim later on. Now remember, we actually have a decent amount of light res because we put some topazes and gems in the shield. So we're not going to die instantly. These beetles do a ton of damage though when they hit you with their lightning bolts. So it's very important still to be careful, especially if you have like 0 lightning res. They can kill you extremely fast. So be very careful of that, especially if you're playing hardcore. It's probably the most dangerous thing you can counter in Act 2, period, is those bolts from those beetles. Along with maybe the magic damage balls from the Unravelers. One thing we can actually do is we can actually put on the music. The game music. I forgot to do that earlier. And we can do that. We're actually not playing other people. Okay. Act 2 music is pretty good, so it's not a bad idea to turn on your music if you don't already have it. It's known to give you a boost to your RNG too. Yeah. Okay. No, that's not actually important. So you can see what I'm doing in the maggot layers. I'm laying down Wake of Fire, and because you're stuck in this one lane situation where you can't move past the monsters, you kind of just have to throw Fire Blasts at the monsters as you use Wake of Fire to pass them up. Ow! Yeah, prepare to use rejuves or potions or whatever you need to. Alright, one thing I should mention about the maggot layer is the map structure. So this is an interesting map structure. Maggot layer is kind of unique. Unlike a west or a left facing tile compared to the entrance tile, however it's pointing, it's actually going to be east or to the right. So in this case, this tile is kind of pointing this way. It's kind of pointing straight. It can only point in 4 directions, you know, west, east, south, or north on any map. So in this case, it's pointing this way. So you're going to be going to the east or to the right in general and looking for a right-facing tile to get out of each level of the maggot layer. And as you can see here, we can actually see the exit there. It's actually up there. We actually grazed it a bit. And as you can see, it's to the right. It's like to the east or to the right of this general area. Of course, it might even be behind the entrance, though, and it might just be merely facing to the right or to the east, when it's rather actually you have to go to the left to find it. That's called a backwards map, and it's a more rare situation. It can also happen in the Countess area too, or just any map in general. But no matter what, the exit will be pointing the same way every time, which is east or to the right. That is how the tile faces. Doesn't mean that it's going to be to the east or to the right from the entrance, but usually it will. So usually you just go to the east or the right and you're good. The maggot layer 3 though, which is the final level of the maggot layer where we're at here, is a little bit different. It's actually going to be straight ahead. So this one's pointing straight, so we're looking for we're trying to get up here somewhere. We're trying to go north. We're trying to go up there. Alright, here we go. Wake of Fire again. Just keep leveling Wake of Fire. At this point, if you have a point that you can put in Wake of Fire, put it in Wake of Fire. 4 all res amulet. That's actually kind of nice. There you go. That's a decent amulet. Remember what I said. Resistances are your best friends. If you find something with resistance on it, that's going to be pretty good. We actually have 62 light res. That's actually pretty unlikely for this point in the game. But it's nice. If this was a hardcore playthrough, I'd be feeling pretty safe about now. Not a lot that's going to kill me with 62 light res and 25 coldness. Especially if I drink thawing potions for durability. Not a lot that's going to kill me at this point in the game. That's good. Okay. The fire damage is going to become a lot more egregious in Act 3 and Act 4, so your fire res is going to become a lot more important potentially once you enter those areas.
Not enough mana.
Okay.
I need mana.
I'll admit, my proficiency at the maggot layer isn't amazing.
I need mana.
It's okay though. Alright, so you can see that this whole map's kind of weird. It's like pushing us to the right, but we want to go up here to find the chest. And sure enough, it is facing in the same direction as the entrance, but we had to go all the way to the right to find this tile, so sometimes that just happens. There's nothing you can do about it. This is definitely not the most optimal Maggot Layer 3 map ever, but that's okay. Staff of Kings. Alright, I don't know why I still have a minor healing potion in there, probably because I didn't sell it.
I can't
You see this scale mail here? These body armors are getting better and better in gold values, so it's not just the plus skills. Find those higher level body armors and sell them.
Tell me
Or use them on the mercenary. Since it doesn't have res, I'm not going to bother it. Well, actually,
I'll put that to good use.
does give him quite a bit more defense, so I guess I'll use that instead of the fire res one. That gives us fire res instead of poison res. In general, if you're looking for res priority, fire and lightning res are the most important resistances for pushing through the game in general, and then cold, and then poison. Poison is not essential. You can just use antidotes, you can just go back to town if you're super poisoned. Poison will never instantly kill you. It also won't even kill you in town, so I wouldn't worry about that much. That wouldn't be a bad amulet. Getting more mana is never bad, but, you know, resistances is always going to be the king stat. More light res is actually, I would say we actually should use that for now. We have 69 light res now. Nice! Let's get the nices in the chat. Just hit a major milestone. You see how this staff here sells for 7,000 gold, though? Once again, picking up those class-specific items with those class skills is going to be your best source of income, period. And of course, dying on hardcore, I mean you lose all your gold anyway. But on the softcore, if you put your gold in the stash, if you die, you won't lose it, so that's kind of nice. You only lose a bit of gold. You won't lose all the gold that is in your personal inventory here. Alright, here we go. 1, 2. Alright, still gonna use some potions here. But overall, I think we have so many potions, we're actually probably overdoing the potions. I still like to keep those chip gems because they can become useful later. We'll explain why, but make sure to keep picking up and keeping the gems. Don't sell them unless you're absolutely desperate for gold. Yeah, just don't sell those. Don't sell charms unless they're garbage. You know, we're only using one charm. We haven't gotten very lucky on charms. We could have had res or something by now, but we have mana, so yeah, that's something. Pretty nice. We finished the Maggot Lair. We got the Staff of Kings, though. Halls of the Dead is going to be one of those west or left tile facing maps, so this entrance is a very weird looking entrance. Whenever you see one of these weird, like, blocky looking entrances, all that means is that the map is pointing this way. But you're going to want to go to the west or to the left because you're looking for a west or left facing tile to get out of Halls of the Dead 1 into Halls of the Dead 2. Now, if you see a lot of monsters like that, even if they're not elites, Wake of Fire will give you a lot of free experience just killing them.
Not enough mana.
Just cast them, keep up that burst of speed. Remember not to let go. Alright. Very nice. Okay, and then we just leveled up again. More points into vitality. Very good. And then we'll put another point to Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire is becoming incredibly strong now. It's 20
Impossible.
to 28 fire damage every wave.
Impossible.
And if you put down 2 fire traps, at the very least all you have to do is put down 2, because remember, only 2 can be active at the same time. You're getting almost 50 damage every single frame that it's firing there, which is pretty nuts. That's a lot of damage. Alright, here we go. Let's keep pushing. Chip damage, chip diamond, very nice stuff. Okay. So the map, every single one of these maps, this whole blocky area is also pointing this way. It's always going to point kind of like straight ahead in that middle area. You're looking for a left or a west facing tile though, relative to that starting area. wherever it spits you out. In this case, it's going to be over here, which is, of course, immediately to the left, which is typically how it works. Ah, rare Volge. That could be nice for the mercenary. Being a rare spear is always going to make your job a little bit easier. It actually even has cold damage, and it has attack speed too. Now this would give us a bit more damage, this one does. But as you can see, this one just has a lot more physical damage. So overall, this is probably going to do more damage, especially with it giving us a lot higher attack speed as well.
I'll put that to good use.
And it's still freezing the monster, so that's actually a pretty good one. We're going to use that instead. I know that's kind of a waste of some of the gems we put in there, but oh well. Sometimes you end up wasting stuff. That just happens in Diablo 2. And we found the most overpowered item in the game, which is the Herodic Cube. Put it in this left corner here, which is the easiest corner to access. Open it up and put in the Staff of Kings in preparation for making the full staff. Bam. Bada blam 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 blam. Or blamma blamming. Alright, just sell everything. One Define Potion. That's a level 1, it's a level 0 skill, and those aren't insanely valuable. Level 1 skills. Only had one as well. Oh well. If you didn't have your 3-socketed shield already, we've actually been finding these, we've actually been finding these a few times, which is actually really cool. So you don't have to necessarily find these from Charcy. These also can be found from our man here. Or woman here, I should say. Our man here. Yeah, we found some res there. We're just gonna slap that on. Why not? Give him a bit more defense. You want to die instantly. Alright, one thing you can farm if you want, by the way, is a 2-socketed bone shield. And if you're looking to go for maximum block, which you definitely don't have to, but if you're looking to go for that, you should go for a bone shield rather than a spike shield. You could just take the spike shield, though. And what this can allow you to do is make a rhyme, which is going to help us a bit later on. Drognin Normal sells those specifically. Kind of like Charcy sells all those 2-socketed gray armors. Farah sells, you know, the 3-socketed Lord Shield, so does Charcy. Some of these other...
Welcome to the desert rain.
Some of these other vendors will sell other things as well. Obviously, like, Elzix can sell some very high res items sometimes, which is kind of nice, and he can also use them to gamble. Unless you're looking to gamble for the Gold Dagger at level 11, though, I really wouldn't worry about gambling much at this point in the game, which is another thing to mention. Kind of not to do, not to like focus too much on. It's just gonna take, it's gonna waste a lot of time for the most part. Alright, here we go. So now that we did the maggot layer and we got the cube from the Halls of the Dead, we're gonna keep pushing forward as we have been. And we are going to look for the Lost City exit, which is always on the edge of the map. Anywhere in these desert areas, that is always the case. You're looking for that next area. Unless you're looking for the Halls of the Dead or the Maggot Lair, which is somewhere in the middle, in addition to the waypoints. Okay, so we go here. Get the oxygen tank. I know I'm talking a lot. When I do Rags to Riches, I do like to pack the video as full of information as possible, so that even players that are not as familiar with the game, or even veteran players that might have not known something, can learn something from it. And improve their gameplay, maybe make their creation of new characters faster, even if it's not to go from no items to a ton of items. These types of videos have a lot of very useful information for single player as well. I did mention in single player how Player's Aid is really good for power farming levels. One thing to note is that once you get to Act 2 on single player, if you are playing single player and not Battle.net like we are here, you can jack up the player count to Player's 8, find Beetle Burst or Dark Elder next to one of the waypoints. If you can find one of them next to one of the waypoints, either Lost City or Far Oasis, you can power farm them for an extremely high amount of experience. As a matter of fact, you can very quickly get to level 20 doing that, and at the very least level 18 just to get teleport on a sorceress or something of that nature. Alright, so we found Lost City, which is on the edge. It was all the way in the corner. But you know what we found very quickly? We ended up finding Valley of the Snakes almost instantly. It was also on the side of the map, which is where it is in the Lost City, just like every other area.
Dark magic in a darker tone.
And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanadr's Day. Alright, so one thing to note here actually is that every single one of these tomb areas that's not the maggot layer is always a left or a west-facing block relative to the entrance block.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in
Noah
this
boy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanadr's Day. Alright, so this area here is also another weird-looking block. Every time you encounter one of these weird-looking blocks in Act 2, it always means that it's facing this way. It's kind of like, think of like a magnet pointing this way. It's like attracting that hull. What that means is you're looking for a block to the west or to the left, which is usually going to be immediately to the west or to the left, or at least up and west and to the left. In this case, it's immediately west and to the left, which is always nice to see. Very, very quick find on Claw Viper Temple 2 there. And we continue to destroy the monsters. Down goes Fingskin. Remember, if you miss any part of this guide, it will also be on YouTube as well. You can go through any part you want. These guides are incredibly long. They're guided playthroughs where we take a while to kind of go over every aspect of the game so that you can learn how to get to the end of the game as fast and as painlessly as possible. Alright, so that is Golem Master Terror and Dim Vision. So that is an insanely valuable wand. And like I said, picking up those wands, orbs, Necro wands, Sorceress orbs, Barbed helms, Druid helms tend to be the highest value items just in general. And those are always going to be good to pick up, you know. Sorceress Staves as well. And that's going to give us a huge amount of gold, which is nice. Getting more gold at this stage is going to be very, very good. We're actually not going to want to buy anything else unless we absolutely need it at this point. So we're just going to want to save our gold. And there's a reason for this later. So after you've bought anything in Act 1, maybe for some res, maybe you bought like 1 or 2 items in Act 2, maybe you got all of your socket bases and everything, you're going to want to save all of your gold and you're going to want to keep picking up those types of items. It's going to become incredibly important you do this for Act 3. To continue moving through the game smoothly without much resistance. So one thing to note is that we're actually level 16 now. We are 1 level away from wearing Stealth. And Stealth is going to be our first major rune word that we're able to use. It's going to give us a ton of fast run walks. It's going to give us cast speed, which will become more important once we get a teleport staff later on, which is why you're storing your gold. We'll get into that in a bit later. And
approach and let's trade.
It's going to give you FHR, faster hit recovery, which will make it to where when you run past things and get hit and take more than 1/12 of your life in damage, you won't go into what's called a hit recovery animation. Your hit recovery animation will be shorter, and you'll be able to recover and keep running. It's going to be good stuff. It also gives you 30 poison res. And even some dex. Stealth is just insane. For almost any build, you're going to want stealth early on. It doesn't matter which class you're starting with. It's pretty much going to be the play in the very beginning of the game. Hawk Helm is a Druid Helm. Alright, that's Ethereal though, an Arctic Blast. So that's going to give you almost no gold. I can already tell you that. Ethereal really lowers the value of items. Level 1 skills aren't very valuable, and there's only level 1 level to it. This white chainmail, though, might sell for about like 5,000, though. Keep picking up the items. Keep running. Palace Cellar is literally on the corner of the map every single time. You're noticing I'm running to the corner every time? That is why. Now we're in Palace Cellar 3 now, so now it's going to be in the middle. That's going to be your exit to the Arcane Sanctuary. After you make the staff, you get your amulet from the Claw Viper Temple. You run into the cellar, and then you head to the corner every time.
I need mana.
Go down to the basement and have a good time. What's up, Prophetic? How you doing?
I need mana.
Alright. So, You would think that I should pick up maybe a hunter's bow, even though it's rare, but bows, and there's a lot of items, there's a lot of types of items that don't really sell for all that much. Unless they have skills, like rare assassin claws sell for almost nothing.
Corzon's obsession.
Bows are kind of similar. Alright, we're in the Arcane Sanctuary, one of my favorite areas in the game. It's one of my favorite farms in the endgame and Hell as well. What you're gonna want to do here is you're gonna want to run past monsters whenever possible, but obviously kill monsters when they block your path. What's up, Prophetic? How you doing? Alright, now you don't know which of the 4 directions it is. This is one thing that's very important to mention. I'll have chat guess how many ways it's going to take. How many ways do you think it's going to take, chat? 1, 2, 3, or 4? You actually don't know. There's no way to tell. So you just have to go to the end of one of them and see if it's the summoner. And if not, you have to go back to the arcane waypoint and go check another area. One thing I can say, though, is that there seems to be a slight increase in odds. It's like in one of the left sides, but it's so slight that it probably won't matter. You're just gonna have to check. There is some data that seems to suggest that, but that's all we got. It's totally random. There's no way to tell. It's one of those maps that you're at the mercy of. It's the bane of Diablo 2 speedrunners everywhere. This area kills speedruns. It destroys, it ruins hopes and dreams. I love it though. It also drops runes a lot. One thing to note about this area is that it's one of the areas that is most likely to drop a rune. And if you don't get a rune from Countess and you skip Countess before you get all the runes you need for your rune words, you can actually farm those runes in here if you want while you're trying to level up. It's not a terrible strategy, especially if you hate sitting in the Countess forever and you get really bad rune RNG. We got decent rune RNG, I would say. But oh my god. No. Alright, yeah, once again, it's another one of those areas, kind of like the maggot layer that likes to block your path everywhere. Alright, so we actually got first try! That's a miracle. I'm going to tell you right now, that almost never happens. We found it in the very first direction, so that's good. That's one of those things that you shouldn't expect to happen, but if it does happen, that's awesome. Alright, now we're level 17. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on here. If you're doing a rush, by the way, one cool thing to note about this area is the one symbol that's missing is actually going to be the correct Tomb of Tal Rasha. Now you can just check that by checking your quest status once you get to town and whatnot, right? However, you can also just see here what is going to be the correct one. In this case, it's going to be half moon, which is the only shape that you know is missing. If you know what all the shapes are, you know which one's missing, so it's going to be half moon. Anyway. Fun fact. You don't actually have to know what the quest is. And look, what do you know? The quest tells me that it's half moon. Interesting. Well, we didn't even have to check that. If you're rushing, you're not going to see that, though, because you already completed the quest, so you don't even have to ask your rushies in case they don't even know. At any rate, we found another chipped ruby. I'm actually going to hold on to that, because at this point, we're about to upgrade our armor massively. We're about to turn on the heat here, and use Tal F. Don't make it wrong. Don't put them in the wrong order. Make sure it's a 2-socketed, blue armor. Can't be rare, can't be blue, it has to be gray of any kind. Don't worry about the defense. Defense doesn't really matter that much. You can get more runes later, of course, in case you want to make a better one, but it's okay. This armor is going to stay with us pretty much until we're looking to really push Hell and to really be able to survive some of the tougher challenges when it comes to going from rags to riches on an assassin. So this is literally what we're going to use until we find an armor called Smoke, which is something that we're going to try to get before we can get to those points. However, Tal F Bam. Stealth. Look how fast we run now. And if we can get some faster run walk boots, which is also a very awesome thing you can find for an assassin run of any kind. We haven't found any yet, but if we do come across them, we're going to be extremely fast. And that's going to allow us to just make this assassin speedrun so much cooler. Not speedrun, I should say. Our assassin run. Why did I call it a speedrun? Okay, anyway. Wake of Fire. Bam.
Greetings.
Put our points in. You could get faster run walk boots pretty soon here, but I really wouldn't worry about it. Once again, just save your gold. Notice that we have 35k gold. That's kind of like the minimum we want. We're actually going to want more than that if possible. Hopefully Andariel gives us some interesting items to sell here. Alright, this is the zoom in. We're going to go straight to... Gonna go straight to the half moon. That's right, half moon's not there. I didn't see where we were. I'm zoomed in. Okay, anyway. Square's always there, half moon's always there, star's always up there, circle's down there, face is over there, double down arrow, triangles in the middle of the other side. They're always in the same spot. If you memorize where they're at, you know where to find it. This is the half moon area. I'm gonna go in here. And now, Telrosh's tomb works pretty much the same way as every other tomb in Act 2, which is you have a starting area. This is a weird one. It's like a box-looking one, which means it's going to be pointing straight up from the box area. And then we're going to want to find a left or a west-facing tile relative to that box area, which means that we're going to first go looking towards the west. It could be down there and to the west, too. I'm going to go north first, though. Yeah, make F Tal. You know, ruin your assassin run. Go farm normal Countess again. Waste some time. Yeah, do it. Do it, chat. That's always fun. Alright, one thing you'll notice is that I am still putting down my traps as I'm moving, and I'm kind of just moving past things as much as possible. Whenever you see one of these rooms, it's a dead end. Turn around. Ah, Smoke Sphere. That can have some plus skills. Let's see. Yep. Chain Lightning and Shiver Armor. That should sell pretty well. Chain Lightning is a level... it's a high level skill, man. High level skill. I think it's 18 or 24, right? Yeah, it's gonna be nice. Right, here we go. Why don't I remember off the top of my head right now? I don't know. I should. Chipped Amethyst. Pick up all those chip gems. You're gonna need them later. Alright, so we tried to go over there to see if maybe there's like a west-facing area over there. There's not. So at this point, the whole rest of this area is going to the right. That's not where we want to go. So we're going to actually go down. Jawbone cap. Why didn't I pick that up? Oh, that's nice too. Okay, yeah, we should be picking all that crap up. Alright, we're going to want to go down here and to the left. Oh, no. Streamer client use. I'm on BattleNet, guys. The game just gives us what it wants to. Alright, so you can see this area is going to the left or to the west, so it's more likely that it's actually going to be down here at this point. This tomb is a pretty big place, so it's easy to get lost in here. But remember, this one's pointing this way, so we're looking for something that's facing left or to the west, so we're going to be looking for that. Flogs aren't as important, but you can keep them. They can maybe help you cube up a rune. They're not as important to keep as the chip gems, though. And by the time we get to Act 3, they're going to drop a lot less often, so it's important to get those chip gems in Act 2 or Act 3 if you can. Ring mail! Socketed armor. Socketed armors in certain bases are going to be good. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I might actually want to keep that for our smoke base later on. I'll keep it. I'll just ring some potions. Put it in there. Look at that. Look how many plus skills we got on that one. On that Paladin Scepter. Paladin Scepters are another one of those items that always spawn those skills.
Impossible.
I think I forgot to mention them before. Alright, here we go. Dang it, I'm not using... not switching to throw, so I don't accidentally throw my fire bombs. Alright. Not enough mana. Alright, so here we go. As you can see, it ended up being all the way here, and this whole area is like a left or a west-facing area, so it ended up being all the way over here. We tried up here first, west or left-facing, didn't work. Had to go all the way down here. Sometimes that happens. This area can be a doozy. Another one of those maps that can kill a speedrun, I suppose, besides Arcane Sanctuary. A really slow tomb. Alright, so before we go and kill Andariel, which is what we're about to do, it's going to open up the area to Andariel.
Good day.
Good day.
We're actually going to want to check. Let's see, nope. We're actually going to want to get over here and to buy some thawing potions. So Andariel is the first difficult boss of the game that's actually difficult. A lot of new players really have a lot of problems or a lot of trouble with him in general. However, no, traps do not give mana per kill, they do not. There's a very easy thing you can do that can drastically improve your survivability against this boss, which is to chug thawing potions. You'll notice every time I chug a thawing potion, I get 50 cold res. Just like with antidotes and poison res, they work the same way. Every time I chug one, I get 50 cold res and 10 maximum cold res for a grand total of 30 seconds. So I can chug as many as I want, I get about 5 minutes of 50 cold res. So the time's already ticking though.
Thanks.
I can also give the mercenary some as well to make it to where he buys me some extra time and he can actually take some hits so that I can kill him as fast as possible in the beginning and use both Fire Blast and Wake of Fire. In general, the strategy on this character is going to be to run around in a circle and to cast Wake of Fire as we pull him towards us and towards the Wake of Fire diagonal thingy-mabobbers. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Alright, so we go in here. What do? Let the mercenary tank for us for a bit. Make sure there's at least 2 Wake of Fires active at all times. And once the mercenary dies, as he almost certainly will, just run around, cast the traps ahead of you if you can. Just keep running away from him. Pull him around, just run him around the entire, just run him around the arena. Don't worry about Fire Blast. You could face tank him like this and just use Fire Blast if you want, but you're gonna take some more damage. Since I got 75 cold res with the health of my thawing potions, it's actually not that bad of an idea to do that. Alright. And bam, he's dead. That fight didn't look too hard, right? Well, that cold res matters. He does a lot of cold damage. He mostly does cold damage. He does physical damage as well, but most of his damage is cold damage. So just drinking a whole bunch of thawing potions is going to make a big difference. I'm just going to pick up all the rare items, and I'm going to sell them for gold. And that's going to help us here, going on to the next stage of our journey. So, what level are we at?
The prime evils to the ends of the world.
We are level 17. In 2 levels we can get a massive power spike, which is Leaf Staff, and we'll go over that here in a moment. Yeah, I didn't get 5 TP scrolls. Normally he just drops tons of TP scrolls, so it's nice when he doesn't. He drops you some items you can sell at the very least. He might even drop you something as lucky as Sanders boots, which would be insane. I didn't get any Sanders boots though, so this is maybe a bit more of a typical run. Alright, talk to Jiren. Talk to Mashif. Go to Act 3. That's it. Alright, so as you can see, Rajan though, this is actually kind of a nicer helm. That's actually a better helm than that one. It even has Frost Nova when struck, which is nice for the mercenary to have. Every time he gets struck, he casts Frost Nova, and that'll freeze the monsters around you, making them not attack you as much. Kind of like the cold damage on his weapon. So that's always a nice thing to look out for. 88 life. Wow. our 88 defense and some FHR and life. That's nice as well. Everything else, I am just going to sell. Sell, sell, sell. We have a decent amount of gold here. We have about... Yeah, so... we end up with about like 65,000 to 70,000 gold. That's not quite where we want to be. Probably at this point, we probably want to be around 100,000, but Act 3 is going to help with that, so it's not a big deal. What we're going to want to do now is once we hit level 20,
Yes.
we're going to want to try, or level 18, we're going to want to try to buy a teleport staff. So we can't buy it yet, so don't even bother looking. We're going to want to do that, though, very soon. And that teleport staff is going to prove incredibly important to quickly moving through the rest of the game without having the skill teleport. This is not something you have to do on Sorceress Rags to Riches, because the Sorceress already has it built into her kit. You can use the cube to store items to sell, by the way, which is incredibly important. Alright. So we bought a whole bunch of potions. We have about 60,000 gold. We're going to want to level up a bit more before we're worried about the teleport staff thing. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I'd really worry about it until you hit level 20, but you can check for it as soon as level 18. You can't use it, though, until level 24. The reason why you want to buy it before level 24, though, is because it won't show red anymore in the vendor screen. So it won't show that you can't use it. Row rune, sick! That's actually really nice. Okay, so this is not something we found from the Countess. We didn't get our extra Row rune for fire res. We can actually use this to increase our fire res at level 19, which is something I'm going to do pretty soon here. Because we have another Row rune we can get by using our Tal runes, and we can make that for our leaf staff. So, got a bonus Row rune, that's nice. We can't use any of that nonsense though until level 19 though, so don't worry about it. We need a level and 20%. This is where Wake Up Fire really shows us how ridiculous it is, because in Act 3 you have a lot of lower HP monsters, just a ton of them, and it slaughters them. It gives you just tons of HP.
What should I do with it?
Alright, Scale Mail is going to sell for more. Just found the Jade Figurine, which will pop out of a random Elite or Champion monster. Which are always the monsters you typically want to focus on a bit more anyway, besides the high density on this build. And it usually will come pretty soon. You can exchange that for 20 life once you talk to both Mashif and Alcor. Alright, Spider Forest. So, we are now in the jungle. This is the most annoying map area in the entire game. So, let's talk about the jungle. In each of the jungle areas, there are 3 grottos. So we're in Spider Forest, right? There's going to be 3 of these little areas, these little inlets that you can go into. They'll be marked off by totems in front of the area, which will pass by once you go outside of the entrance in each area. And usually they'll of course be on the edge, one of the tree lines, and they'll also usually be next to these areas where the river splits off. There's going to be 3 of them. There's going to be 1 useless area in each one of them that does absolutely nothing. There's going to be 1 with a waypoint, and then there's going to be 1 with a quest area, as long as it's not Great Marsh. If it's Great Marsh, there's no quest area. So in Spider Forest, in Flare Jungle, there's quest areas. We have the Eye in Spider Forest, and we have the Brain in Flare Jungle. And we found Spider Cavern, which is where it's at. So we actually found the quest area in the very first grotto we encountered, which is actually kind of lucky. We've gotten pretty lucky. These maps haven't been very bad at all. That's nice. They can get a lot nastier. I've tried to explain ways they could be nastier. The Eye is always going to be at the bottom of this map here, kind of in this bottom corner. So just meander down here and avoid this dude. This dude does a lot of damage. Avoid taking damage from him. Extra strong curse. You can see he almost killed my mercenary in 1 shot there. He can kill you just as fast. So, be careful. Extra strong curse is no joke, even in normal. Alright, I like jewelry. Picking up jewelry is always going to be good, not necessarily for gold, but for usage. Flawed amethyst can be used to cube up a gem. You got the gem. We're good. Let's put some crap away here. Let's turn in the jade figurine. You know what? Extra life, actually. I think I'd rather have life for now than res, but I might need the res ammy later. Nice. Mana leech. If you get a life leech weapon, life leech is really good on a mercenary. It's another stat besides like cold damage and damage in general that you're going to usually want to look for besides res, those kinds of stats. Alright, what do we got here? 1, 2. Every time you enter a new area in normal, you get better potions. That's like the best part about advancing through the game, better potions. Faster regen on both mana and life when you use them. Okay, here we go. 52. On a sorceress, that's even more important, because by the time you're in Act 3, you're teleporting. But, it's only kind of important on the assassin. So we talk to Mephisto, talk to Alcor twice, get the potion of life, get some extra life, keep putting your points into vitality, keep putting your points in a wake of fire. Alright, we smashing it. Alright. Cool. You might notice now our HP is actually pretty decent. I got quite a bit. We wouldn't have near this HP on a sorceress. At best, maybe like 220.
I can't. Impossible.
Definitely advantages. This is a way safer approach on hardcore. The assassin rags to riches so much safer than sorceress, and I'd say it's a lot more new player friendly. Sorceress definitely is going to test your reaction time. It's going to test a lot of things. Test your ability to understand how to use teleport, how to keep your teleport up and not get stalled in the middle of a dangerous pack that's going to kill you. However, on this character, you just got to run fast, use your Wake of Fire, double up on that damage, use the Fire Blast to supplement your damage in between casts of Wake of Fire. Get those 2 Wake of Fires out. Max out that damage. Yeah, if you can put up to 5 Wake of Fire traps out, which is interesting to note, at once, but only 2 of them will do damage at a time, so that's why you don't need to give a crap about that. Alright, here we go. Chipped him. Perfect. Alright, let's put some more in there. Alright, so we actually ended up finding the spider forest. But one reason why I'm checking another grotto, even though I found the quest area, is sometimes these grottos, these areas that are guarded by the totems here. Like, let's take a look at this grotto here. It looks just like the one where we found the eye. You see these 2 totems here, these 2 big pillars? They're always in front of every grotto. One of them, like I said, had the waypoint. One of them has the quest area. This one has the waypoint. This is not the correct quest area. That's the arachnid lair. Can be a good farm area for some builds in Hell, but I'm not worried about that. As you can see, we're checking it though because sometimes there's a bypass to the next area. And in this case there's a bypass right to the Great Marsh. You might not want to go there though because the Great Marsh does not have a quest area and will not progress us through the game. Sometimes you have to go through it to get to the Flare Jungle, but not always. And this is what makes Act 3 so confusing. Sometimes you can just go straight to the Flare Jungle from the Spider Forest, though, and there's no bypass required. There's just a pass straight through it. You don't have to go through the Great Marsh. So don't go through the Great Marsh unless you absolutely have to. We're going to make sure that we've checked all of the side areas first before we start going through the Great Marsh, because usually that's going to be faster. If we get unlucky, though, we're going to have to go through the Great Marsh, and at least we know how to get to it. There's a path right straight through to there, which is probably going to be a pretty fast method. This is the area with nothing, so this is the 3rd grotto in the Spider Forest. It's not going to have anything of significance in it. However, sometimes these grottos, once again, have a bypass, so it can be good to check them. In this case, there is nothing. Alright, so, and that's just random. The map generation is just crazy in here. This is just how it works. keep remembering to switch back to throw,
Impossible.
so I'm not accidentally throwing my fireplace. Okay. Alright, that's what hotkeys are for. Alright, so this flare jungle can be, like, on one of these sides. It can be, like... It could be connected directly to the spider forest, and you can be, like, in one of these side areas. Check them all if you can, just to make sure there's no bypass, because if you go to the Great Marsh and there is a bypass through the spider through the spider forest, then you'll just hit a dead end, and that's no good. Okay, there's nothing here either. Alright. And there might be something this way. You see how this one kind of turns to the right here? That means there might be something over there.
Impossible.
However, it does seem like that we're going to have to go through the Great Marsh on this map because that area is kind of where that area is. But we'll see.
I can't.
Let's check it out just in case. Alright, so... There's also going to be 3 grottos in the Great Marsh if we have to go through it, but we don't have to go into any grottos. Rarely it might connect to the flare jungle, but it's pretty rare. More confusing things about Act 3, of course. Yep, that's what we thought. So it looks like we are going to have to go through the Great Marsh. I'm not actually sure I know about that Snuggle McChuggles. What is that? I'm kind of just going through it in the most basic way possible. I do know there's some more advanced tactics in Act 3, but Act 3 in general is just very confusing.
Impossible.
At any rate, looks like we gotta go through the Great Marsh to get to the flare jungle. Ooh, you hate bugs. Thank you for the 6 months, Malaka. Member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost in the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Yeah, go through it if you want. Thank you.
I hate bugs.
You hate bugs! Yeah, I know, nobody likes Act 3, no one likes the jungle. Is this a new method or something? My goodness, this sounds complicated. I don't know. Might not be good for a tutorial, but it looks pretty good for a speedrun, though. You have to throw it. Looks like there might be some way to, like, check the tiles on the map to, like, count, like, where the entrances are and whatnot, and then figure out, like, where they're at. And that can, like, determine if you have, like, a bypass or not. Looks interesting. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, this is not a speedrun. But that is useful. Okay, so we're still going through the Great Marsh here. Looks like we can't go straight ahead, so we're going to the left. You just kind of want to follow the map. Usually if you follow the end of the Great Marsh, or if you find a bypass from the Great Marsh, you'll find the flare jungle. And sure enough, we just found it. This is our first really bad map in this Assassin Rags to Riches here. This map is pretty bad. Kind of took us through a ringer. That's not what you want. Anyway. Oh well. We got some poison res and some strength. That's not really that good of a GC though, believe it or not. Still haven't really found that useful of a charm. It's not one of the better resistances. If it was like cold res or something, that might be kind of nice. Well, thank you for that though. I mean, I think I need to see a visual to understand what you're talking about, but yeah. I'll look into that. Alright, so in the first grotto in the Flare Jungle, we found the quest area, which is the Flare Dungeon. But because we're going to want to move on from this area, and we can actually make a TP there, and then we can push forward and continue to push forward. And we can find the waypoint either for Flare Jungle, or we can even keep pushing on further to Lower Kuros, which is going to want to be the strategy here. Yeah, that sounds like some advanced shit. That sounds fun, though. Alright, so we found the Flare Jungle waypoint pretty easy in the second grotto. That means we can go back in here and then go find the brain. The Flare Dungeon is going to have a very similar map layout to every other map layout, where you have the entrance facing a certain way, and then you're going to want to find a left or a west-facing tile relative to how the entrance is facing. It's going to be the exact same. It's going to be a west or a left situation in the Flare Dungeon, and that is what we're going to want to do in there. Alright. Alright, looks like we're running out of scrolls. I guess we'll pump those up. Alright, one thing that you should look for, actually, and you should keep if you find them, is attack rating rings. These might be very useful for wanting to use kicks or Dragon Talon very late into your Rags to Riches progression. When you're really ready to start farming those items, this can be very useful. So keep them if you find them. If you get Angelics plus like Angelics Ammu or Ring, that's going to be insanely good. Finding things like Death Set as well will be insanely good for that as well, if you happen to get lucky. Nope, we're doing Rags to Riches Assassin Edition today, which is a full guided playthrough of the Assassin, how to go from nothing to getting rich. We're not ready to get rich yet, though. First, we have to go through the basics. Alright, looks like we have some... We press the fire there. That's going to give us the Gibden. You are going to want to get the Gibden. Because... Where's the dude? Okay, where'd he go? I saw the ghostly rat man, but I don't see where he's at. Did he disappear in the trees?
I can't.
Did he go over here? No. Did he run over here? Looks like we don't have our burst of spirit speed anymore. Bruh! Where'd he go? Oh my goodness, is this one of those glitches? No? Okay. Or did I already turn it in? I actually might have already turned it in. I might be dumb. I might have already picked it up. Let me see.
Yes.
No. No. Where'd he go? I saw the ghostly rat man, dude. That would be nice if we were a summon druid. We're not. Uh-oh. You might need to reload the map or something. I can't find him. That's not good. Normally, there's a monster that pops out, obviously, you know, when you hit this fire here. And he's supposed to be somewhere, and you kill him. It's either an elite or a champion. The Curse of the Ghostly Rat Man. Yeah, I guess so. I can't find him, and I've heard of a glitch where it's possible that he can actually get stuck in the trees. That might have happened. That's not good. Okay, well, I've heard of this glitch, so I'm gonna move on. That's pretty unfortunate. Wow. Okay, then. He might be down there. I don't know. At any rate, we can kill all these dudes. Oh, wait, we're level 19. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, we need to do something pretty important, actually. We're level 19. Alright, once you hit level 19, you can get a massive upgrade. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put on the Leaf Staff. It's going to give us +3 to fire skills. That's pretty important. Now, before we do that, I'm actually going to cube up another Ral rune because I don't need all these Tal runes at all. Let's see here, Poison Explosion. Alright, so it's Tur Ral if you want to make Leaf. So it's Tur Ral, Leaf. 3 to fire skills, look at that. With 33 cold res on top of that, so it's actually got pretty good resistances. The mana per kill will help you with Fire Blast, but not with Wake of Fire. Anyways, this is an insane staff. It could be even more insane for a Fire Sorceress, however, it's crazy. It's gonna drastically increase their power here. Another thing we're gonna want to do, obviously gonna want to sell all these for money. Yeah, another AR ring with DR reductions, sweet. Yeah, we can keep these AR rings. If we find better ones, we can replace them. Actually, that fire res ring is going to be better than the lightning res for the time being. You'll notice that our fire res is absolutely god-awful now, which is very dangerous in Act 3 and Act 4. We could, if we want, we can rectify that a bit. So what we can do is we can put in a Rao rune or Rao runes into our helmet, and then we can increase our fire res if we have any spare Rao runes. In this case, we do. So I'm going to put one in there. And since we don't have a second one, I'm actually going to put in this sapphire we got from Andariel, which is going to give us a massive mana increase, which is just going to help throughout the rest of the run in general. You can also put in other things if you want. You can put in like a ruby, whatever. Doesn't really matter. But in general, this is nice. And now our fire res is actually decent. So now we have decent res across the board. And we'll be able to safely move through the game. Continue to have a good time, even with Leaf. Leaf kind of took out tons of our res there because we lost the shield. We lost the blood crescent, but that's okay. One thing to note is that, once again, once you hit 18, you can start checking Ormus for a red staff. You're looking for a red staff that has a red background because that one is one you can't use yet until level 24 because you're looking for a teleport charge staff. We'll continue looking for it if we can. Alright, so there's definitely a lot to go over in Act 3. It's okay. If you find yourself blocked, use your Fire Blast, use your Wake of Fire. Alright, so now we're a lot stronger. You know, we have about the same fire res, and we have a massive amount of skills. 50 Wake of Fire, which is insanely strong. Alright, here we go. He's in the trees! Dude, we lost him, man. I don't know what happened. It's the curse of the ghostly ratman, man. I don't know. We do want that quest because Ormus gives us a free rare ring, and a rare ring can be extremely good. It can give us really good res, can give us a lot of things that are going to make the rest of the game easier. So you're going to want that. What I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to reload and just going to get a new map. Unfortunately, we won't know where the grotto is, but that's okay. So we'll just reload after we get the brain, and then we'll try to do the Gibden again. I don't know where he went. He was right there, and then he wasn't. I think he went into the trees and disappeared. I've heard there's a glitch relating to that, and I think that's probably what happened. Okay, just gotta run all the way around. It's a maze. Usually, the brain's gonna be either in the middle, depending on the map configuration, or it's gonna be in one of the corners. Unlike the Flare Dungeon 1 and 2, which are standard left or west-facing tile maps. Alright, so he's immune to fire. I really wouldn't mess with him, honestly. You can wait till the mercenary kills him if you want. He's a super unique, so you can get like 4 items when he splits into his little dude as well. Alright. No red staves. We're good. I'm gonna start checking for that teleport staff every time. Put that shit in there. Okay, we got the brain. Now we gotta get the heart and the book and some other quests. Not gonna worry about that yet though, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna reload the map because we encountered a weird bug. That's always a fun thing to have in a demo video, right? I guess it just shows you, you know, if you encounter something that is not ideal, you know, you can always just reload the game. If you get frustrated at finding Flater Jungle, you know, maybe you can reload the game and get a better map. I mean, it's BattleNet after all. Just do whatever you can, right? Act 3 is kind of like that, you know? It'd be like that, bro. Okay, so one thing to note is you might think you can get spirit bases early on in the game, but you can't until you get into certain areas in Act 4 and normal cows. So don't worry about those. Don't worry about picking those up yet. It's not going to matter. You could have used Leaf to level your assassin. Yeah, well, now you know for next time, Mortarez, right?
I can't do it.
Yeah, so Leaf and Stealth, these two rune words are the bread and butter of the assassin early game. You're gonna make your life a lot easier.
Can't carry anymore.
Okay, here we go. It's got like charges on it. That might sell for something. Looks like we found the useless grotto, damn it. Heard a charm drop. Alright, ouch, 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 ouch. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up all those Judes. It's funny, even in P1, because this area is so dense with monsters, you get so many
I
items.
can't carry anymore.
And that's why this is one of those really important areas to farm. So we're almost level 20, which is like pretty good for Act 3 in general. If you're just solo leveling and you can't manipulate your player count, this is one of those areas where you can start farming to level 25. You can also do it in Chaos, you can use Travancore, you can use Battlemaid Serena to an extent, even though she's always in a different spot. We're going to talk about how to like get to 25 though. You need to get to level 25 before you start messing around in Act 5 if you want to progress efficiently for the purposes of getting all the way to Hell and getting to those farming areas. Ow. I don't have any more thawing potions, rip. They don't sell thawing potions in Act 3 either, which is kind of annoying. Alright, here we go. He's in the trees! Alright, I think we found the grotto again, so I think we can try it again. Let's try getting the Dibden. Breastplate can roll up 3 sockets. That could be useful depending on what runes you find later on. It can help you make rune words like Treachery. But in this case, it's just a 2-socket one. That could be good for smoke, though. Keep that later on. Checking bases is important. Definitely important. Okay, here we go. Let's have him not get lost in the trees again, or spawn in the trees, or whatever happened last time. And this time he spawned in a normal area and we got the Gibden.
What a delicious blade. I should consult Oris.
She has a fetish for blades. That's just how the assassin works. Makes sense. She likes killing things. Who wouldn't like a little stabby stab here and there? Alright, so we're going to give this to Ormus and get a free rare ring, but we're actually going to push forward to Lower Kuros. We're going to push forward to the end of the Flare Jungle map. Just follow to the end at this point. Don't need to look for grottos or anything. Once you get to the end, finally added this stinking jungle. At least in this difficulty. As you probably know. There are more difficulties. There's plenty more fun to be had. Alright, ouch. Yeah, running past and casting Wake of Fires is still good, of course, but one thing you'll notice is, it hurts. Be prepared to use potions as often as possible. I think I'd rather have one of those to sell. Breastplates sell pretty well. It's just a level 1 skill on those horned helms, or no skills at all. Those aren't gonna sell for jack squat. This is Storm Tree. It's super unique and always spawns here. As you can see, we're ridiculously strong at this point. This is definitely, at this point, you're feeling amazing, even in Players 8 on single player. So if you can manipulate the player count in any way, you can already get to level 25 by the time you leave Act 3 if that's possible for you. But if you're going from rags to riches and want to get rich on Battle.net, that might not be an option for you. Unless you have friends to enter your game. But not everyone has those. Hence why we do rags to riches how we do it. Solo Battle.net P1. Here we go. Oh, we found some super chests. These are amazing for making gold, by the way. Typically get some very high-end gold boosters. Ooh, 3 fire is and 6 life. I'm actually gonna throw out that 9 mana GC. And I'm actually gonna put on the life one and the 3 fire res one. 9 mana at this point off of a GC really isn't that big of a deal anymore. No skills, no skills. Unraveler head, okay. Tetris, inventory Tetris. This is like the most fun part of the original game. A lot of people that play D2 mods always lament it. Inventory Tetris, oh my god. What will we ever do without a charm inventory? Problems, right? Right, chat, problems. Alright, here we go. Nah, it's not that bad. Not really. Alright, we just leveled up to level 20. We're not quite at the point we want to start slamming some more points into strength, but we're going to want to start doing that pretty soon. In order to prepare for wearing Spirit. Leaf is not the pinnacle of the endgame power here. No. Elements. Alright, here we go. Went into Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire all the way, baby. Alright, we found the sewers. We can put a waypoint here if we, or we can put a TP there if we end up finding the waypoint first before we find Battle Maid Serena. We're just gonna have her book. We can just go pop in there and then go find the heart real quick. I do recommend finding the waypoint first in here though. We did end up finding Battle Maid Serena first though, so we'll just go do that real fast and get the book. Watch out, she runs up on your ass pretty fast here. Okay. She'll overwhelm you pretty quickly. She's got a lot of minions. But this character is absolutely shredding everything, so at this point in the game, this is when it's almost on autopilot. Once you get your leaf and your stealth, you're going pretty fast, feeling pretty good about your life. Alright, Morningstar, look at that, 15,000 because it had some charges on it. Sometimes those rare items and charges are just worth a ton. We just made a whole bunch of bank. And that's going to be really important for us getting that teleport staff. So you see how these staves are red here? They're red because they have level 24 skills, and teleport's one of them. In these case, though, they don't have teleport charges. They have other level 24 sorceress skills, so you don't need to care about that. But what this does do by trying to farm the teleport staff before you hit level 24 is it helps you eliminate those staves that don't have level 24 skills. It makes farming for it a lot easier. Gotta trust me when I say this, you're gonna want to do that stuff. Yeah, we don't need that base anymore. That was kind of a spare in case we needed that. Yeah, it's always good to, you know, keep your stuff on hand. We found some semi-useful charms, but not really useful yet. We're getting there. Let's see if I can go get some stamina potions and some other potions real quick. And then we'll continue on our way. Always go to town to refill your potions. Try to fill them up as much as possible. And I'm going to use the belt trick here. I'm going to refill in Act 3. What's up, T-Tam? How you doing? And we got the magic ring from the Gibden quest. Let's see what it is. Now, on this character, once again, you don't really need faster cast rate, so it's not like the Sorceress where that really can make a big difference. You're mostly looking for res, and that's kind of sad. That has nothing on it. Ew, no res, 5 MF. That 5 MF might be okay though for now, because our best ring besides that only has 5 res. That's not really anything. So having that, you know, maybe some extra damage reduction, that's not too bad. We'll put it on just because it's giving us some magic find. That might help us find some good items along the way. But I gotta say, that's a pretty nasty ring. That would be nasty for a Sorceress too. That's just nasty all around. Pretty much getting nothing out of that.
I am overburdened.
Oh wait, what's this one? Oh yeah, we didn't sell our items. Oops. Trying to do too much shit here. Look how much gold we have now, though. We actually have a pretty solid amount. And that's going to be good because those teleport stays are expensive. The cheapest ones are around like 35,000. The most expensive ones can be upwards of like 150,000. So that's going to break the bank potentially. You want as much gold as possible so that when you do find a teleport staff, you can buy it and you can keep going. That's going to be the major goal here. Okay. Alright, so we got our book. More life. We're looking pretty healthy now, just in general. I think we probably overdid it on the potions a bit. You know, that's actually not too shabby for another smoke base. That would be better for the mercenary than the ring mail would. So we're just gonna sell that. Alright, we're back in the game. Let's go. So we got this horned helm here. It's got plus the barb skills. Now, we don't have a waypoint yet, do we? No, wait, we got the lower Kuros one, and it's pretty close to Kuros Bazaar. I guess in this case, it makes sense maybe just to go into the sewers. Oh wow, okay, that's an elite pack. Didn't see that there. Alright, yeah. Oof, okay. Dang, I actually want that.
I can't carry anymore.
I want more gold. Okay. Need more gold for that teleport staff. Teleport charges are gonna be huge. Alright, let's go get the third and final organ. Which is going to be necessary to make the flail that's going to get us out of Travancore and onto Mephisto, which is the end of Act 3. In the sewers, really, you can enter in from any area, but you just want to check the edge of the map. It could be in the middle of the map, though, so it's either on one of the outside edges or the middle. And it's in one of the, it's in like a inlet. There's like a grotto there where it's going to be. There's a downstairs area, sewers 2, and there's a super unique pack of bats next to it, which are pretty dangerous, but they can give you some extra experience or whatnot. We'll kill them, of course. We'll kill any high density or any elite packs with Wake of Fire. It's just how it works. Ah, yes, okay. Some more gems that might be useful later on. What's this thing? Nothing. Alright, so we found it. It's on the edge of the map. Didn't take too long to get to. Looks like the bats are over there. And bam, look at that. Her damage is just out of control. Assassin's got crazy abilities. This is one of the strongest abilities for starting out, period, in early game. It makes the Sorceress look like she has to struggle to do damage, honestly. It's kind of nuts. It's too bad the Assassin isn't quite as efficient when it comes to Rags to Riches overall in the late game. Simply because you would need Enigma for ultra reliable mobility. But that's okay.
Hello.
Okay, we got that one. Okay, so we found the heart. We found everything. Those skills on that piece of garbage. I'm gonna go take the lower cross waypoint. Get out of there. Could have maybe just exited sewers 2 and went through one of the... Actually, I think we can do that. Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. I thought about it and I was like, no. Yeah, we could have went back up to sewers 1 and then went through one of the openings to upper cross, but that's okay.
Impossible.
Let's continue to go this way.
Impossible.
Volge. Alright, we're almost level 21. We need 25 to be able to push through Act 5. Now, we're not even in Act 4 yet, but we're gonna need to do some power leveling before we actually do some Act 5 because this is P1. If you're in single player by this point, you should already be good on levels after you exit the jungle, or at least after you finish your first Chaos Sanctuary run and finish Diablo. So that's not gonna be much of an issue there. Oh, look at all these garbage staves that don't have any stats. Rip. U1, nice. Alright, here we go. Alright, I actually ended up finding the upper crossed waypoint. These waypoints are always somewhere random in the crossed areas, by the way. It'd be difficult to find them. Cross Bazaar would have been nice. We didn't find it very easily, but that's okay. Alright, now we're level 21. Nothing special going on at 21. Just keep putting in your stats, keep putting in your skills. Wake of Fire. Go, 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 go. Alright. And now we have Travancore. These monsters can do a decent amount of damage, especially if you don't have good fire res. They become especially dangerous once you get to Nightmare, though. Don't worry about it yet. Kind of kite them out. If you have a thawing potion, use it. Ow.
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Okay, just use your Fire Blast. Here's your Wake of Fire and kill them. Pretty easy stuff. Make Kaleem's Will and smash. Alright. Got the trap waypoint just in case. It's always in the same spot. By the way, Travancore's always the same layout, so this area is pretty predictable. Nothing weird going on in here. Mercenary got destroyed. I actually cannot at the moment, Gracchus. We're making a video. Maybe later. Hit me up later, my man.
Greetings.
Hit me up later. Okay, here we go. What did we put in there? Ah, no, some potions. Okay. Yeah, this is a cool two-socketed helmet. Even has FHR. That's kind of neat. We have 52 FHR. I don't know if it's a breakpoint. Is it? I think it's 48. I'm not sure though. Maybe not. I think so. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's 48. Someone in the chat's saying 48, and that's good because that means we have more FHR than we probably would at this point because we have stealth as well. So our FHR is really good. Don't have to worry about getting caught very much. Alright, so let's go over the Durance map a bit. So, Durance is just like most maps, once again in Diablo 2 in general. You have an entrance tile, it's facing this way, you have to go this way. You go this way, you're looking for a west or a left facing tile somewhere, it could even be behind it potentially. But normally you just go to the left or to the west to find it. In this case, you had to go all the way down here and to the west or to the left, so it ended up being all the way over here. Durance 2 is interesting. So we're going this way. So that means that the waypoint will actually be to the west or to the left. And Durance 3 will actually be straight ahead, or it'll be a straight ahead facing tile. It'll be facing the same direction as this tile. So what we're going to do is, because we don't really care much about, well, I guess it didn't really matter. Normal Mephisto. Normal Mephisto isn't required for any kind of rags to riches. It doesn't really help you on your journey very much. I was just going to go and find Durance 3, and, well, what do you know? It's facing the same direction. It's actually straight ahead. That doesn't always happen. It could even be behind a bit. It could be something else. That's kind of nice. Good map. Good, clean map. Nothing going on. Thuriel boots, because why not? Has no stats, though. My boots still have no stats. You might notice this. Not ideal, but at the same time, you don't really need to have boots. Heck, you don't even need gloves at this point. All they're gonna do at this stage is provide you with some res, maybe. All you need is your 3-slot build, your relief, and your stealth. You don't even necessarily need a helm, but that extra res, some extra stats would be nice. And then obviously, you know, whatever you can get on rings or an amulet. My ring is actually that ring from Ormus is pretty terrible though, so that's not good. But it's okay. It's always good to have a bit more of a challenge in a Rags to Riches run, just to show you guys that, you know, your luck on your early items doesn't really matter all that much. Alright, we're gonna kite out these council members and kill them because they're annoying. Alright, so we have a decent amount of cold res and lightning res. You could chug some thawing potions against Mephisto if you want to tank more of his cold damage, but you also don't have to. So what we're going to do with Mephisto is we're just going to kind of do what we did with Andariel. Kind of just run around him and dodge his attacks while we make sure we have 2 Wake of Fires up at all times. In between his attacks, if you want, you can also throw out some Fire Blasts. Don't get hit if possible, he does a lot of damage. But we have enough health to at least take a hit from pretty much anything, I think. Except for maybe his charge bolt at max damage. That attack right there, right in front of him. So if you're sitting right in front of him, that could kill us maybe. It's pretty dangerous. Use your kiting ability. Kite him
Mephisto.
like a beast.
No match for me.
What do you know? We actually found some pretty nice items there. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. That could be used on the Mercenary. F items aren't good for selling, but the Mercenary doesn't lose durability on any of his items. So one thing to note is we can definitely run through that there. No problem. Alright. We have one of that's a claw, but we don't care about claws yet. You think, but why not? It's an assassin claw. There is no assassin claw that can beat Leaf at this stage in the game, pretty much, so don't worry about assassin claws. You would be surprised. That's one thing I think I should have emphasized maybe more early on. I did mention it once. But assassin claws, even though that's your special class specific item, won't matter until later on. And by the time it matters, you're already farming for some endgame items anyway. So you're not gonna worry about the assassin claws yet. No assassin claws yet, which is weird because almost every other class specific item you would worry about at this stage in the game already. But that's just how she goes. Holy moly, okay. We get 45 strength and then we get life, strength, cold res, fire res, and poison res. Damn, alright. It's kind of nice. We're going to want to start putting some points into strength already then, maybe. That can actually be nice. That's because normal claws don't roll staff mods. Yep, that's the full explanation there for Mirage in the chat. They can't roll plus skills. That's basically what he's saying there. They don't roll skills. Okay, here we go. 1, 2. Alright. I mean, it's better than a pair of boots that has absolutely nothing on it. However, one thing that's really good for Assassin is faster run walk, and we're not seeing that yet. So these boots are pretty easily replaceable. That being said, though, that's still cold res and it's Magic Find. Magic Find might find us what we're looking for. That increases the odds you find something like Sorceress boots, Treads of Thon, or Sanders boots. Oh, alright, well, damn, man. Yeah. There you go, 24 light res ring. Now that's a good ring. That's a ring that can actually carry us all the way to the end. Having a lot of single res or just a lot of res on the ring, that's going to be very key for a Trapsin because you don't even need FCR. So that ring we just found there is a lot better. Well, I talk about those all the time, Valdor, just not right now, man. Right now we are doing a video. Alright, sweet. Trust me, ask my viewers if I don't talk about Some viewers get annoyed that I talk about real stuff too often, actually. Not at the moment. Today is all about Diablo 2. And the assassin particularly. That is the focus. Alright, here we go. What do we got here? 52, 57. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you didn't know. That's okay. Read the stream title, man. No, just kidding. You know, nobody reads that shit. Who reads stream titles? Alright, anyway, one thing to note is you actually don't need greater mana potions. I should have only bought normal ones. This isn't like the Sorceress that needs them for teleporting. You don't have enough mana to where greater mana potions are really needed. Life potions, on the other hand, you can definitely go a bit more ham with those. So, we're in Act 4. We killed Mephisto. Honestly, pretty easy stuff. You know, this is definitely like some of the easiest parts of the game for the assassin. So we have level 2 charged bolt there. Now, before we get to level 24, one thing we probably want to farm is the teleport staff. We weren't able to get lucky on it early on. So at this point, one thing that we can do is, or we should do, is you should power farm the teleport staff. Remember, we don't want to make it hard to look for it. We want to make sure it's red. So we're only looking at the red staves. That one's Firestorm, that one's nothing. And also at this point, we have 150,000 gold, which means that we can pretty much afford it no matter what. Whereas when we were looking for it earlier, it was a bit more dicey. So, we could have started power farming it earlier, but I think this now is a good time to start looking for it. No, nothing. Only look at the red staves, the ones that have a red background. Not the red color of the staff, but the red background, the ones that you can't use. You can't use it yet. That's the key. We can't use what we're looking for, but we're going to want to use it very soon. Where's this crap? Where is it? Alright. Sometimes this takes a while. This is one of those items that takes a vendor farm. It's the first item that you actually have to kind of vendor farm for, unless you get really unlucky on 3-socketed Lord Shields for Ancient's Pledge. It can be a bit annoying. He'll give you a lot of options, there'll be nothing there. So we're gonna go vendor farm for this before we start pushing Act 4, getting closer to level 24 and whatnot. We're just gonna make sure we got this in hand so I don't forget about it as well. It's also something that's very easy to forget about, because you can't use it, so it's like, why buy it now? Because buying it now is best. Buying it between the levels of 18 and 23 is optimal. Of course, making sure you have enough gold to afford it when it does show up is pretty key, which is why we've been selling all of these plus skill items the whole time. And all this other garbage, all these armors and whatnot. All these items off of bosses. 23. No. No, you cannot farm teleport staves at Drognen. Drognen does not sell.
Hello.
Drognen does not sell them. He only sells level 12s. Or level 18s, sorry. He doesn't sell level 24 skills. So you cannot use Drognen. That's a very good question, actually. I'm glad. You guys are asking really good questions, actually, in the chat. Like, I'm really liking chat today. You guys are asking, like, making great points, excellent questions, interesting things that people should know. When to enchant, when to glacial spike. Ugh. No. Alright. Looks like we don't have burst of speed anymore. One good thing about the assassin is that burst of speed makes us way faster. It's too bad we don't, and of course stealth. One thing we don't have though is we don't have faster run walk boots yet. That's okay. You didn't really get really good ones unless they're the set ones anyway, or the unique ones at this stage in the game. So, not a big deal. I wouldn't worry about faster run walk yet. These boots are actually kind of nice anyway.
Hello.
Or MF is kind of nice, so maybe we'll actually be more likely to find them. Maybe find them. I don't know. see. Thank you, Nucleon, for that question. So you can actually buy Bone Spear wands from Dragon, which is kind of interesting. Aha! There it is. That's all we want. War Staff of Teleportation. Now, I would kind of rather have the smaller one, but it's
I can already tell that
133,000.
I'll be your best friend.
We actually
in this
found
for
2
second
teleport charge staves at once. So we found this one that's 133,000. And then we found this one that's 17,000 because it has no additional skills. This is actually ideal. You want to find one with no additional skills so that you still have a lot of money to revive your mercenary, to vendor other items, etc. To continue, you know, buying potions. In general, that's going to be the key. We're going to buy this one. It is an 8-slot staff, which is... it can be a bit of a problem sometimes when you're swapping out gear, but you don't have to swap out a lot of gear in general. So, I think we're good. We're just going to keep this here in our shared stash, and we're going to use it pretty soon. We don't need that anymore. We could just drop some of these items, honestly. Like, these items are totally useless now. Even though that Blood Crescent Scimitar was super cool when we could use it. These items are junk! Alright. Cool, yeah, we don't need that anymore either. Actually, I'm going to put my res amulet back on. Okay. Alright, so we found our teleport charge staff. We can use that in 3 levels. Let's go continue on, and let's go kill Diablo. Now this is the part of the game where we're going to have to level because we're not high enough to press through Act 5 and power level ourselves. However, we could also do another strat instead. So, if we don't want to level to 25 before going to Act 5, what we can do is we can just push through Act 5 and then level in normal cows, which is also where we can look for our spirit base. So, that's actually what we're going to do in this Rags to Riches demo, most likely, unless we get a spirit base in Chaos. Either way, though, the other reason is that fire damage sucks balls in Chaos, even in normal, because the monsters have so much fire resistance. It's actually not very easy to level in there, and it's one of the better areas to level to 25 if you're doing it solo. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kill Diablo, we're gonna get our Forge, we're gonna get Izual, we're gonna do our quests in Act 4. Elrune, interesting.
I can't.
Interesting indeed. It's probably not going to be useful, but you can always keep it.
I can't.
Blood
Impossible.
Crescent is sick. I found it really early, Mirage. I found it from Pit Spawn Foul Dog. It was actually perfect. I found it and chat was like, man. And now we have Leaf. We're going towards Spirit and Ancient's Pledge and Rhyme and things of that nature, so, which are other rune words. So we're not going to worry about that anymore. Item is no good at this point in the game. Still picking up armors though, and items with plus skills, because we still want to maintain our gold. Lucky for us, we found a really cheap teleport staff. That's kind of lucky. That can be hard to find. Usually, we might have had to have paid the 133,000 there, and I would have paid it too, because it can take a while to find that garbage. There's no reason to stay there longer than you have to. Alright, here we go. Izual. Alright, get out those 2 traps. Use that Fire Blast. Use that Thawing Potion. Mercenary, you can feed him a potion. Left click plus the potion number, by the way, feeds your potions to the mercenary. If you don't know how to feed potions to the mercenary, that's how it's done. Now one thing you can also do here is that you can actually kite Izual, so watch this, towards the entrance to the City of the Damned, while you're actually looking for the River of Flame waypoint. So you gotta kite him up here. So you can make progress towards the next area while you're killing Izual and getting your +2 skills. This is the last skill quest, and it's going to give you 2 skills, so it's pretty huge to find Izual, who's randomly located in the Plains of Despair. There's 3 different entrances to the Plains of Despair from the outer steps. On the outside, 1 on each side of the area. We found that one. We found this one. This is what speedrunners would do, by the way. They do it a lot cleaner than I would, of course, though. This is scuffed. And... I'm pushing that. Alright, here you go. Alright, so... as you can see, just keep walking the dog, looking for the descent into hell. Fiery river. The river of flame. Ow! Look how much damage these monsters do. They do a lot of damage. By the time you get in Act 4, these monsters hit really hard.
Impossible.
Okay, so...
Impossible. Impossible.
Looks like the waypoint's up here somewhere. I'm having problems finding it. That's okay. It's probably like over here somewhere. This is also in a random location. Be close. Alright, nice! Down it goes. Sweet. And then he kills a lot of monsters around him too, which is nice. So we'll talk to Tyrael in town. We'll get our points. Yes, I know it's impossible. There we go. Found City of the Damned as well, and the descent into River of Flame. Alright, sweet. Get our points from Tyrael. And at this point, once again, you're literally just putting points still into Fire Blast, so this is just going to keep boosting your power of Wake of Fire simultaneously and Fire Blast. So we're pretty strong now. The normal bats hurt. Oh, they all hurt. The bats hurt a ton in hell, too. Oh, that's a little bit better than that belt. We can use the other one once we get some more stat points. So, like, level 22, you want to start putting points into strength, which is what we're going to do. We're not going to worry about that yet. Level 21, level 22. Level 22, we're going to put points into strength so that we can use spirit, and we're going to farm cows up to level 25, and the spirit base in cows as well. Of course, if you don't want to do that, or if your character sucks at farming in cows, you can farm chaos, even if you're on Players 1 Battle.net solo. If you're in a group, you can farm cows, of course, to 25, from 20 to 25. If you have player count manipulation, you can get there in the player jungle. So if you can do Players 8, you can do Players 8 in player jungle. You can get to 20 from Beetle Burst, 18, 20. Really solid stuff in general. Alright, let's continue. Walking the dog helped us find the River of Flame a little bit faster. Kind of, sort of. Especially if you do it cleaner than I did. Okay, here we go. Now, the Hellforge, which can give us a very useful rune potentially, it might not, might so, is always in one of these offshoot areas. We're going to do the Hellforge first, and then we're going to go to the end of River of Flame, which is literally just straight ahead. You just follow the river and it's just straight ahead. Any of these side areas, if you're ever going right or left, is not progressing you to the waypoint, so you want to go straight ahead. Unless you're looking, of course, for the Hellforge, like I am. And it looks like we found a useless area. That doesn't look very useful at all. Alright, what else are we going to find here? Nice. So you'll notice that even though this is software, you know, we haven't died yet. She's pretty tanky, honestly. We haven't even had to use that many rejuvenation potions, maybe like once or twice. Assassin can kind of just run past everything and she's fine. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can wait to do Hellforge, so that is a good point. You can wait to do Hellforge. I can just do it after I do Bale or after I get level 25 if I wanted to. Doesn't really matter though, so I'm just gonna do the Hellforge now. You'll have a few more plus skills, but it's not gonna make a huge difference. It's not gonna be like a massive difference. Character level doesn't influence or rune drops. Nothing does, it's just pure RNG. What gems you get and what rune you get. He's got Fanaticism Aura. This guy can be extremely dangerous. You gotta watch how much damage he can do. Look at that Frost Nova from that item on the Mercenary doing the work. Slowing him down. Awesome. Alright. Yeah, Frost Nova is a good stat on yourself, too. Chance to cast Frost Nova. Res. Life, FHR, you know, all that good stuff. And of course, plus skills when you can get it. All gonna be very nice. Alright, here we go. We're gonna smash it. Alright, chat, guess the rune that's gonna drop. Any rune from L through M. L, Eld, Tur, Nef. F, If, Tal, Ral, or Full M. Alright, so one thing to mention before we check the rune is that there's certain runes that can be very key for early progression and can make it a lot smoother. You want your spirit rune. So at this point, what you're really looking for from the normal forge is a rune like Fool or Am, which are going to be integral to making spirit. And spirit is going to be a big upgrade. It's going to be massive. Fool! Ooh, that's a good one for normal. Very good. What did I just say? Or Fool or Am. Fool's very good. Fool can be troublesome too, because you can't get Fool... can't even get Fool from the Ancients quest either. Or not the Ancients quest, the Save the Barbarians quest in Act 5. So that can be something that can be a bit of a problem. But if you find a Fool straight up, that's actually very nice. Ko is too big. Ko is a nightmare. Very nice. So we actually got lucky there. Sweet. That's actually nice. We could have found L rune. That would have been pretty useless. So anything that's like one of those spirit runes from normal forge is going to be pretty nice. It's going to give us a little bit of a bump there. Maybe make it a little bit easier to find spirit. Maybe not though. We can end up getting trolled on Am rune or something similar. So you never know. But anyway, River of Flame is, once again, it's in general straight ahead. So if in general you kind of go straight ahead, you're going to find the River of Flame waypoint. So here we are. And now, it's time to kill Diablo. Now this area is pretty dangerous. So, you should expect on any character to take a lot of damage in here. If you're on hardcore, don't underestimate how much damage the monsters do in River of Flame. Or in Chaos Sanctuary, especially things like Lord Desace, Diablo, anything. Just lots of damage coming out from the monsters. So be prepared to take some big hits, be prepared to juve, be prepared to use your potions. This is a big power spike for the monsters, not for you, so... As it should be, because it's Diablo. That's the name of the game. So it's supposed to be a pretty, it's supposed to be an area that's special in some sense, and it is. It's an area that could also level you to level 25 besides cows, but we're going to use cows. We're not going to worry about experience in Act 5. We can't get experience in Act 5 unless we're 25 anyway. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go push all the way to the cow level. Show you how to do that. In Players 1 Battle.net, it's your best shot. Because it takes a long time to level on Players 1 like this. And lower resist curse, oh man. Yeah, it's a lot of fun in here. All of the monsters do lots of damage. Oblivion Knights, everything. Try to dodge them. Alright, we just hit level 22. Very cool. You could technically just push all the way through Act 5 at level 20. However, you know, it's always good to have a bit of padding on those levels. It'll make it a little bit easier to get through it.
Not enough money.
It's not a huge deal if you're a little bit over leveled for this. Still not going to get you experience in Act 5 though until you hit 25. Alright, so we're going to start putting points into strength actually.
Not enough mana.
Need to be able to wear some higher strength requirement items coming up here. And we're going to keep putting all those points in there. Mercenary got wrecked. Oh yes, you could get an SOJ. You can get an SOJ from normal Diablo. Yes, it is possible. One thing to note is that if you find a crystal sword in Chaos, as long as it's not from an elite, you gotta be careful it's not from an elite. If it's just from a regular monster, you can use that to get 4 sockets for spirit. So you could find that before you get to the cow level. However, we're gonna look for it here. Alright, so this, the only way to kill this fool pretty much at this point is the mercenary. He's immune to fire and all of your abilities are fire. So just let the mercenary crack him over the head. Make sure he has a weapon at least by this point if you didn't already give him a weapon in Act 2.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this
He's always immune to fire, by the way, so you can't get away from that. Always immune to fire in normal. ENT walk, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to Cold Xanander say. Give him some kind of a weapon, make sure he can do some kind of damage. That's all he really needs to be able to do. That's like the most important job the mercenary has after Act 2 is killing Grand Vizier Chaos there. Alright.
What do you need?
Let's go get some potions. Let's see, I don't know if I got my... Should get some potions maybe though. Nova... Okay. Remember, pick up the belt and shift right click the potions and fill up your belt. Okay. Sweet.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright, kite them out. The mercenary is probably gonna die here in a second. That's okay.
Not enough.
Mercenary is starting to become very weak at this point in the game. He's under-leveled. I mean, I'm under-leveled for Chaos, technically. The monsters are a higher level than me right now, and that's just normal. That's okay. Just means they're gonna be a pain in the ass. Sadek, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Cold Xanander say. Look how much damage he does to me, and that's what 40 fire is. See, without putting a RAL on your helm at this point, you'd be taking a ton of damage from everything in here. If you're not comfortable with dodging everything in hardcore, you're going to want to do that. Having like 0 fire is in hardcore in here is very dangerous. Even more dangerous than against the fire on the shamans in Act 3. Which is also very dangerous. Alright, here we go. At this point in the game, anything that does fire damage in Act 3 and Act 4 is going to be very dangerous, and of course Mephisto and Diablo. And then of course, most everything else in Act 4 also does a decent amount of damage as well. I believe normal Diablo can drop Viper Magi, yes. So there's actually some really sick items normal Diablo can drop, but we're not counting on good drops necessarily. We're just counting on things we can sell for gold. Alright, watch out for Disace. Extra fast can be dangerous, but normally he doesn't have that in normal because he only gets 1 additional stat besides the Fanaticism Aura. Don't get hit by Fanaticism Aura though. Look at how much damage just one of his minions did to me there. Almost 100 damage in 1 hit. I don't even think that was a crit. Very dangerous stuff. He is definitely dangerous. Alright, don't bother reviving the mercenary because it's just going to die. Against Diablo, he mostly does fire and lightning damage. His lightning hose does lightning and physical damage every frame, which can also be blocked. You're not really going to be able to take any potions like thawing potions or antidotes that are going to do anything. Really what you're just going to want to do is make sure that you keep up your Wake of Fire and just keep dodging his attacks. Do not face tank the laser. It will kill you very fast. I'll show you here. Look how much damage that does. And I didn't even take that full on. I dodged it a little bit. So yeah, it's kind of dangerous stuff. Normal Diablo is one of the hardest bosses in the game in my opinion. Because you don't really have the gear to mitigate his damage very well. He just does a ton of damage to you. And you can't even sit in his minimum range either. He'll still... Like, if you sit in minimum range on normal Nightmare in Hell, you can actually be too close to him for him to laser you. But there's no way to do that in normal. So, you just have to dodge. Keep using the Fire Blast at range. And do that. It's pretty easy stuff. And keep using potions as he kills you.
A hero's mistake.
Angelic!
is final.
Ah, Cathins. Angelic might have been nice, actually. Ah, well, that's good too, though. 120 attack rating ring. That might come in handy for Dragon Talon later on. Remember, we were talking about how attack rating can become very useful. Alright, good shit, good shit. Alright, so Razan is incredibly underleveled now. You'll notice that he's actually only level 15. I wouldn't worry about rebuying him yet, though. He's just gonna get in the way and die at this point in the game, so don't worry about him too much. Let's go push this other one, right? We don't need Cathins. Cathins isn't gonna be any good, really. It might be good prior to level 11 on this build. If you have a bunch of Cathins gear somehow, and you're just gonna twink her out. Make her have all kinds of awesome gear to start with. Right, 120 attack ratings, that's nice. Yeah, sure. Some extra attack ratings, not bad. True. We got a bunch of really bad items for selling, so this is actually not a very good drop at all. No armors, no class-specific items with plus skills. Good thing that teleport staff didn't cost much, right? Got lucky on the teleport staff, I suppose. All right, here we go. True. You can also mode trick Mephisto. You know, we'll go over that though when we go over how to start farming for your riches, of course. You can't really get riches in normal, so that's those really valuable items, except for maybe things like Gold Dagger or Nagel Ring. You can always farm, of course, some of those things from normal Andy. You can gamble them. But if you want those really high-priced items in the very beginning of a ladder, stopping off to farm normal bosses in general is not the fastest approach. It's just gonna slow you down. Alright, so we have a lot of gems, which is nice here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is at this point, we can't level up off of anything in Act 5 anymore because there's now a massive experience penalty for being under level 25. So massive, in fact, that we can only get 5% experience that we would normally get in Act 5. That's really bad. So, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make it to the Secret Cow level where we can get experience at level 22. And also look for some other items that we need to continue on our journey. So we're not even going to bother setting any traps or anything, we're just going to run. We are going to run. We'll set traps if monsters are in our way, of course, but only if monsters are in our way. Like this. Monsters really aren't helping us very much at the moment. Gothic plate. Can kill Andy through the door. You know, I don't even know if I've ever used that trick, actually. You can kill him if you want, because he's a super unique, so he drops 2 items. Maybe he'll get some good items. Right there we ended up with a Gleam Scythe. That doesn't even sell for anything, but could be decent on like a melee build at this point. I don't know. Well, I can't ever recall ever using a Gleam Scythe. I feel like it's one of those uniques that's not very useful at any point in the game. But it's okay. So that's actually the second unique we've found. So we're just going to run all the way through Act 5 pretty much. The other thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to stop by and save the Barbarians so that we can get Ort, Ral, and Tal for Ancient's Pledge.
Impossible.
Which is also going to be very important for moving on to Nightmare. We can also kill Shank the Overseer, which is going to give us a socket quest, which is also important for making that Spirit Sword. Oh, oops. So there's definitely some quests we're going to do along the way, but we're not going to focus on leveling, so we're not going to like kill monsters for leveling purposes. And you notice that Shank gave us like no experience. Just like I said, we're not going to get anything in here. Even an experience run. You'll notice how little experience we got from Eldritch. That's Eldritch. Eldritch is amazing for experience, but you need level 25, so... yeah, that's it's pretty rough. Killing Shank also makes the potions cheaper, that's right. Very good side point from someone in the chat. It will make buying potions in Act 5 cheaper. Kind of like Radamant does in Act 2. Okay, here we go. Alright, get out. We'll kill him. He also drops 2 items if you want. Massive desync. Oh my goodness. Wow. Had to use some Jews there. Getting stuck. Mercenaries is so weak at this point. He's just constantly dying. Trying to keep him alive, but once he dies, I'm not going to buy him back at this point. He's too under-leveled. Broadsword, actually... let's sockets, non-ethereal. Okay, so all of the Barbarians are in one of these ramparts. These rampart areas. And sometimes I get 2 in one of them. Might even still have some back there, actually. I think we might. Since this one has none of those areas, I think there's probably 2 back here. Let's see. What do we got? Ah, shoot. No. Yeah, we need these runes. These runes are going to be very important. And they're automatic runes you get from Qualkek, so they're very nice. Alright, so we just have to save 5 more Barbarians, which should be up here in the third set. And then we can move on from Frigid Highlands. Hey, thank you, Jambi. What's up, man? Let us out! Save the Barbarians. Thank you, man.
Follow me.
Alright, so we saved them all. That means we can get an Act 5 Mercenary now, and we can also get runes. Now, an Act 5 Mercenary, at this point, is actually not a terrible idea. But I don't really have a sword or anything. I could have picked it up from Mephisto, but whatever. It's okay. They're probably going to die in cows anyway. I really wouldn't worry about a mercenary at this stage at the moment. Mercenary is not going to be very good at the moment. It'll be useful again later. Alright, Flawless Topaz. Here we go. Oh yeah! 16, man. I'm gonna save on you. It's true, I could give him the Gleam Scythe, but it's a pretty weak weapon for him, so I don't know. He's not gonna help us with damage or anything either, so... If we wanted to have an Act 5 Mercenary for fun, we could, but... Remember when you rebuy a new mercenary, though, make sure to unequip the other one first so you don't lose your gear. It's not obvious to some people, but when you, if you still have gear on another mercenary, you overwrite that mercenary with a new one, you lose the gear on that mercenary, so you gotta take it off first.
Impossible.
Very dumb way to lose some gear. Very unfortunate. Ah, I like that. That's gonna be a nice lore base, actually. Bone Helm, that's a... Yeah, it's all about style, chat. See, it's all about style, guys. See, you gotta have style. So there you go, you get Ort, Ral, and Tel. What you're gonna want to do with that is make Ancient's Pledge. Now, one thing to note about Spirit is that Spirit is not necessarily even needed on an assassin. And we'll kind of explain why as we go through it. It does help, though, a little bit. It does something. 6 fire res, nice, okay. So we got some fire res and some charms. Definitely could be worse. Alright. So Ancient's Pledge, you make in a 3-socketed shield. We're actually going to do that right now and just slap it on us just to have it done. So Ral or Tal is the order. Make it in a different order. You're just going to get, you're not going to get cold res. And you won't get the 15 res in general, so it's going to suck. You're just going to get like a little bit of res for just the runes themselves. Which is no good. Alright, cool. So we have an Ancient's Pledge now, which is a lot of res. As you can see, when we're wearing Ancient's Pledge, our res is almost maxed in normal now. And that's going to allow us to move into Nightmare. Nightmare has a big res penalty. And it's going to make Nightmare so much easier, just making that item. Remember, you got to farm that from normal Charcy or normal Pharah, or just find it off of the ground and get lucky. But you could definitely check the large shields and not worry about it until Act 5. Normally, you don't have to like power farm that shield until you can actually wear it.
Afternoon.
So don't worry about that shit. I am gluten. Why you call me Fluffy too? Don't make this a thing now. Come on now. Malaka likes to. You don't have to too, though. Come on now. Ew. No, that is a visual bug. Mercenary is not actually present. Alright. So we just killed an elite there. As you can see, still no experience. Don't worry about that stuff. Just try to pass them up if you can. If they look like they're going to be in your way or going to kill you, though, you can kill them. Don't die if you don't have to. Mercenary almost died back there. Yes, sir!
Impossible.
Thank you, Skyline Drive. So follow. Welcome to the cult. Zana, I have alerts disabled, so it's like interrupting them or something. I don't know. Okay, we could do this, believe it or not, before we enter Nightmare, after we get experience, so that we can actually get experience in here, and that's actually what I'm gonna do. That is where you get the Anya quest done, so that's good stuff. And one thing to note about Crystalline Passage, let's talk about the map a bit. When you enter the area, okay, let me kill these monsters so I can just sit here and talk about this. Monsters are getting in the way. Okay, here we go. Monsters are cramping my style, okay. Alright, get out of here, get out of here. Okay, so all of these ice cave maps aren't as linear as the rest of the Act 5 maps. Basically, you have an entrance area, and it kind of like points you into a certain direction, just like every other entrance into every other tomb throughout the rest of the game. The waypoint to Crystalline Passage waypoint, especially if you want to save the Frozen River for later on, is always going to be it's going to be an east or a right facing area. The exit to Glacial Trail will always be a west or a left facing area, just like almost every other exit in the game. And Anya will tend to be about straight ahead. So notice it's literally almost straight ahead. It could be like over here and have the same straight facing tile be facing the same direction, but it's straight ahead. So that's why I knew where everything is. You might have noticed that I didn't like run around this whole area for a billion years. Like I knew what I was doing. So what we're gonna do now is go look for that left or west facing area. So I'm gonna go to the west of the starting entrance area. And I'm gonna find Glacial Trail probably right about here. Yep, there it is. Alright, every ice cave is the same, by the way, so every ice cave in general follows that general formula. So if I want to find... There's nothing in Glacial Trail that's of interest for quests or anything like that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go straight to the Frozen Tundra. Notice that's another west or left-facing area relative to the entrance. And we just get right out of there, and we're actually almost already at the end of Act 5. Incredible Joe, thank you so much for the support, man. 7 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Thank you guys for the support. Alerts are semi-off, but they're actually going through still somewhat. I have no idea why. But yeah. Thank you guys, though, for the support no matter what, though. We are doing a special event today. If you guys just came in here and don't know what's going on, this is Rags to Riches Assassin Edition. We did Rags to Riches Sorceress. It's a very popular YouTube video, at least for me. You know, I'm not, you know, the biggest YouTube video in the world. A lot of people like this idea. Basically, it shows you how to go from being naked to finding those GG items that are going to make you trade wealth or build up your character on single player, on playing solo, on Battle.net. No additional characters required. No player count manipulation required, none of that stuff. Obviously that stuff can make it easier, and we talk about how it could as we do the run, but yeah, in general not. Alright, if you're afraid of dying to Ancients, you can go for the waypoint, which is once again going to be east or right facing. However, I'm pretty confident we're going to be okay in there. So I'm just going to go straight for the Ancients. So we're in the Ancients' way now.
Impossible.
Gonna want to go to the left.
Impossible.
We're gonna find this stuff though. Okay, here we go. Naked! I like talking about map generation a lot when I do these things because a lot of people wonder, you know, how can they move through the game quickly and without even having map hack or anything? Well, it's all about map hack in your brain. You see this? This is map hack in your brain. This is what it is. This is what it's like. It is very good stuff. Alright, so here we go. It's not over here. Maybe it's a little bit down to the right. No.
I can't.
Okay, so that means it's like farther north and to the right. Or to the left, sorry.
Impossible.
So it's left or west facing relative to where the entrance block is facing, that whole area there. So we're gonna go over here.
Impossible.
This is a pretty raunchy map, but that's okay. We found it. Alright.
I shall prove worthy.
Here we go. We're gonna prove worthy. Gonna kill the Ancients. Now, it's pretty easy to do. Honestly, all you really want to do in normal Ancients is you just run around. That's it. You put down some Wake of Fires, and you run around. It's like the simplest thing ever. Put them in front of them. Make sure you're not getting hit by them. Yeah, stay out of range. It's kind of like Andariel, honestly. It's very similar to the Andariel fight. You might get hit by the throwing axes on Maddock, unlike Andariel, which doesn't have a ranged attack, but it's pretty similar. No potions required either. They don't do a lot of elemental damage. It's mostly physical damage. So they do a lot of damage if they hit you. You can just kite them away. Just kite away from them. Yeah, almost all maps are left-handed or to the left, right? Maggot is right-handed. We talked about that in the Maggot layer. That's kind of a weird one. Jail can be weird too sometimes. Now there's only 2 of them, I can like run around in tighter circles. Ow. Okay. Once there's 1 of them, I can finish it off with Fire Blast, so we're not there yet. There's still 2 of them. Corleg's jumping around. It's getting antsy. Wants to kill me. There we go. Then we use some Fire Blasts and finish him off. Get our free level up. As long as they're not too high of a level. It's pretty much guaranteed off that. And there you have it. Alright, so normal's not too bad, right? Seems pretty simple so far. Put more points into strength and prepare for using a spirit. Also, that can help us use that cool belt we got. I don't know if you remember, that belt actually requires 45 strength, which is a pretty nice belt. We're going to continue to put points in Wake of Fire. We're level 23 now. So, I'm still not really focused on leveling up anywhere. As long as we don't die, we don't have to go all the way back to, like, Ariat Plateau or something. Should be okay. Got quite a bit of res at this point, even not on Ancient's Pledge. You don't really need Ancient's Pledge until Nightmare. And it's going to become very important for Nightmare. Okay, here we go. Those starting room words, the game gives you pretty much everything you need to move through the game fairly comfortably. Don't need to do a lot of weird power farming yet. What do you want to know? Oh dear. What circlet? That might look better than a bone helm actually. Ow. I know. So many cool looking helms I can put lore in that aren't skull caps. Sometimes you just have to put it in a skull cap. That's why I bought some from Charcy early on. Might not actually have to do that. Alright, so in Worldstone 1, you're just looking at the edge of the map somewhere. You literally can't find it. There's no pattern in Worldstone 1. However, there is a pattern for Worldstone 2. Let's talk about it. So, we just found Worldstone 3. If you want the waypoint, though, in case you want to farm some Bale, or you want to be able to, like, power level in Bale, what you can do. Well, let's talk about how this map works. Now, you're going to notice I'm going to find it pretty fast, and that's because I know how this map works, but I'm going to talk about how it works so you guys know, too. Alright, so here you go. I found it, right? Alright, so here we go. The waypoint, so Worldstone 1 there's no patterns, you just gotta have to find it somewhere at the end of the map. Worldstone 3 there's also no patterns. There are patterns in Worldstone 2 though, so it's just like Catacombs in that way. It's also like Catacombs in how it works, so it's literally identical to Catacombs. When you find the waypoint, the area where the waypoint is located is pointing in a certain direction, it's pointing this way. You're looking for a right or an east-facing map or a right or east-facing tile for Worldstone 3. And if you find Worldstone 3, conversely, you know that you're going to have to go to the left and find a west-facing tile relative to Worldstone 3. It's the exact same thing as Catacombs. Catacombs works the same way. Catacombs 2 is the only place where that applies. Catacombs 1 and 3, there's no patterns. Very interesting stuff.
Not here.
Yeah, it is the same in Cata 2. It's all Durance is a little different, actually, but there's some differences, but nothing major. You're right, you're right. Not quite like Durance, but at least it is like Durance 1, but well, Durance 1 there's a pattern for, right? There's a pattern for Durance 2 as well, so it's a bit different. We already went over that though. We'll go over it again briefly in Nightmare when that area is a lot bigger, so you guys can kind of see how it works. All right, here we go. What do you want to do? No pattern in World Stone 3, so we're just passing everything up. We're getting desynced all over the place because we're online. It's fun stuff. Be very careful if you're on hardcore, by the way, about being desynced past really high damage, physical damage monsters like Death Lords and Moon Lords and things of that nature. Not gonna end you. I'd kill them before passing them up directly on hardcore. You might end up in the grave before you can even press the button. Okay, here we go. You see how much damage they do? Like, they're no joke. Those things do a ton of damage. Alright. Probably the most dangerous monster you'll encounter in World Stone and Normal. By far. Alright, so we have Colenso. Colenso is also fire immune. You could use your mercenary to kill him. However, mercenary is having problems killing him. We'll just have the mercenary kill him. He's pretty weak though, remember. He's trying his best. The good news about all the fire immunes that you have to kill is they're really weak, so they don't have a lot of HP or anything. They don't have a lot of physical res. Just gonna heal my mercenary here. Alright, sweet. Alright, after that, we're not gonna be having too many issues. Yeah, I also make sure to stand far enough away from the mercenary so he doesn't get cursed. I was the only one getting cursed with Decrep there. He wasn't getting cursed, so we were far enough away. That is a good point, though. Make sure you tell the people that, too. Now, one thing you can actually do on an assassin is you can put your traps down before the waves even come. You can just kill them. Ow. Ow. Okay. That kind of hurt. Alright. You can also stand up there and cast traps. But since these next two waves are going to be really hard to kill because they're very highly fire resistant, I recommend, you can kill them if you want, but I actually recommend dragging them outside. So we're gonna walk the dog here. Oh man, I had my wrong skill on, rip. Using Fire Blast instead of moving. See, that's why I said not to do that. I can get you killed like that. Alright, here we go. Drag them all out. They require, one, we can't get experience from Bale Waves anyway, because once again, we're not level 25, and two,
I can't.
alright, and two, they are very hard to kill. This wave is highly fire resistant, and so is the next wave, so they have so much fire resistance that you could kill them, but it's usually just a waste of time. Oh, that's right, we have one of these in here.
Impossible.
Alright, let's kill that shit. Fireman. Fire. Okay. Nice. Alright, here we go. Try to make sure we get them all. Drag them away. Drag them out! Walk the dog. Gotta walk the dog. Oh no. You missed some of them. Okay. Gotta make sure that the Venom Lords stay in here too. Okay. Nice. Now when we get our teleport staff, it's a lot easier because you can like teleport over the wall and whatnot. Much prefer that. Oh well. Alright, here we go. So Bale. Bale's a bit of a pain in the ass. Gotta make sure every last monster is dead or out of the throne room, and then we can kill Bale. We can drop some pretty good things, but this is the end of the game for normal at the very least. Are we rich yet? No, so we're still gonna keep going. Doesn't look like we're rich yet. Are we even ready to get rich yet? Are we even in the farming areas we need to be? No. Normal Bale is not really that good of a farm for items. In general, Bale is challenging to farm for gear. You can always fight other party members for loot and Bale runs and whatnot, but the Bale waves take a really long time to spawn, and they're just not as efficient as a lot of other areas in the game. Normal Bale, of course, can't even drop that much, but he can drop some things. He can actually drop some pretty awesome items here. Let's see if our MF is able to give us some pretty cool items. Not too bad though, right? I mean, there's definitely builds that take a little longer here. Here comes the Goblin Toes, so that would be sick. Be very, very key here to doing the Ubers very quickly and very early on. Getting torches is an amazing way to go from rags to riches, and the Assassin is one of the best classes for that. Paladin, of course, being the best class for that. However, that's okay. Assassin has the second strongest Uber killing capability in Dragon Talon. Use that Fire Blast. Use the other one. Alright, I mean, that's good for the Mercenary for a temp item. Very cool. Too much strength for us to use, possibly, but not only that, we'd lose too many useful stats in stealth, so we're not going to do that. That's kind of cool, though. The Mercenary is definitely going to like that 30 lightning res, especially once you rebuy the Mercenary, so that's pretty good. We'll hold on to that. And, of course, we're ready to go. If we finish the game, we're now Slayer Rags to Riches. Okay, sweet. Alright, no problem, right? You know, that's not too hard. Now, we need a level more. We're not high enough. Nightmare has the same penalty as Act 5, so even if you want to go straight to Nightmare, we need level 25. We also need a base for Spirit, which can definitely be very helpful in this next leg of the game. And we're not even high enough to use our teleport staff yet. So, I'm going to go back to normal. And we are going to farm our spirit base. Now, let's talk about the spirit base a bit here. So you can't get 4 socketed items straight up yet at this point in the game. Shadow Disciplines, that's interesting. Not as good as you might think it would be, though. Not really going to help us out. Alright, what do we got here? Energy Shield, nice. Okay. So we're going to do normal cows. The only area that reliably drops the items without, you know, messing you up is going to be normal cows. So we're going to do normal cows. Remember we picked up that Wurt leg where you clicked on Wurt and Tristram early on? That's one reason to go to Tristram early, by the way. Of course, you can do the quest now, but you may as well do it earlier, get some extra experience, and do the cows. Either way, it's very helpful to do early on. And you have your Sparkling Chainmail for your Mercenary. I'm not going to worry about the Mercenary. Like I said, the Mercenary is dead to me right now. It's pretty useless. The normal cows can drop broadswords, long swords, and crystal swords, even F versions, that are guaranteed 4 sockets from the Larzuk socket quest. That is how we're going to get our 4-socketed sword very early on. You don't need spirit, though, on the assassin. I do want to emphasize something. You don't need it. It's one of those classes where you could actually just get away with using the lower resist charge wand, which is something we don't have yet, something we will get, and your Ancient's Pledge or your Rhyme.
Impossible.
And you don't need it. However, it's very good for Rags to Riches because once you get to the stage where you can start farming items, it's going to give you a nice damage boost along with res. And it can be decent for just mana consumption and just everything else. It just makes your life a lot easier. So what are we going to do? We're going to get another Word Slag. That's why we went there. That's why I went to Tristram. We're going to get 2 of them. Okay.
Impossible.
Oh, that's right. You can't... I'm dumb. You can't pick up 2 at the same time. I already have one. Alright. I think you can... No way. You can't even put them in the shared stash. Alright, anyway. You can make the cow portal anywhere in normal. Doesn't matter in normal. It will matter in Nightmare. We'll explain a very important strat in Nightmare. Let's not worry about that yet, though. Our objectives are twofold in here. Our main objectives in here are to get our hands on a white sword of some kind, like I said, to make spirit. And our other objective is to get to level 25, which arguably that's the more important objective because we can't do anything until we get there. We are totally helpless at this point. There's another thing we're going to have to do too before going to Nightmare. Some of you guys might remember we didn't do Anya because I wanted to save that for after we got to level 25. So that we actually get some benefit from going all the way down there and killing all those monsters. So, we're going to do Anya in a moment. Anya is very important. It's 10 to all resistances. You'll notice how powerful Wake of Fire is. Pretty nutty. Now, what I'd recommend doing when you're in here... Okay, so we have a longsword. While that can get 4 sockets, I don't recommend making spirit out of a longsword because it requires too much strength and dexterity. So that really limits your options to broadsword or crystal sword, which require 43 and 48 strength. Ideally, we find a crystal sword. And we can just use 43 strength and be done with it. However, I think we have an item that requires 45. So either one is going to work for us pretty well here. If it's ethereal, it's actually 10 less requirements. Which is nice. Pick up all the jewelry pieces. And if you can, yeah, just stack your inventory chock full of mana potions every time you come in here. You're gonna need that mana. Remember, on D2R you can now kill the Cow King. You can, you don't lose access to the cow level, so make sure to kill the Cow King. He can give you some nice items sometimes. Yeah, look at that. He actually gave us Dragon Chain Spear. Huh, that's interesting. Not very good particularly, but it's not even good enough for the mercenary, I would say. Very nice ultra early game item. Oh wow, look at that. Dang, I'll use that early game. It's got some nice MF on it. It's got fire res, half freeze duration. That's a sick pair of gloves. Too bad it's ethereal. No, we'll use it till it breaks. There you go. Res and MF, right? 2 very solid stats. Can't go wrong there. You'll notice, though, that we can pick up a lot of useful charms.
Can't carry anymore.
And even pick up the large charms. The large charms are good at this stage in the game. Very important stuff. Oh, we did find a crystal sword. Hey, what do you know? We already found it. Alright, objective 1 is already complete. Excellent. That can take a while. Sometimes it can take multiple runs. You might even have to overrun cows to find that sometimes, but we didn't. Another thing is, if you want a nice insight base, you can also farm that in normal cows. Any pull arm in here will also guarantee 4 sockets from a Larzuk quest. Any Larzuk quest, of course, just like the swords. And that can allow you to make a cheap insight. course, you can also use a 4-socketed bow and get an Act 1 mercenary, and that will do it as well. Not really a bad thing to use a bow mercenary on this character. She moves pretty fast anyway. Like the look of the broadsword, yeah, for sure. But we're still needing to level up, so we still need one more level
I can't carry it.
before we can do pretty much anything here. We can use our teleport staff now, which is nice. Gotta be careful how you use that though. Those teleport charges are expensive, so this is why you need to keep getting gold, because now when you're able to teleport. Yeah, look at that cracked zombie head. Look at those really nice skills on it. It's gonna make us money. Better than that horn helm. What a terror. Okay. Cows is a very good stop-off before Nightmare, by the way. If you're not confident in your ability to survive in general, or just be able to get those items that we're talking about here. It's always nice to farm cows. I would say, though, you probably shouldn't hard-focus normal cows. Nightmare cows is the much better one. That's the one that's going to give you some really sick charms and things of that nature that are really going to make a big difference prior to entering Hell. We'll talk about that again when we get to it, of course. Right. Yes, sir. Yeah, one thing that someone mentioned that I was going to mention pretty soon, but I may as well mention it now, is that all of these items that you get from cows that you can sell and make some major money from, that's going to help you along the way. You should sell them in Act 5. Remember, there are gold caps. Something I actually didn't mention yet, but there are gold caps in each difficulty. And if you sell them in Act 1 normal, you'll only be able to sell them for very tiny amounts. What's with the fire is? Damn. I'm just gonna get rid of this, I'm gonna get rid of that 6 life large charm. It's kind of weak at this point. I'm gonna keep all the fire res charms though. Look at our fire res, man. That fire res is gonna be nice. That's good. Res charms are your best friend. It's gonna be important in Hell even more so than Nightmare. We're already starting to stack some charms. That's good. Pick them all up. Pick every single one up. Don't discount your charms. Make a fire. Good stuff. Grand charm. Look how many charms. Cows drop a lot of charms sometimes. 5 defense. That is garbage. It's not res, is it? No. Look at that. That's another nice one. Oh, hit recovery. That could be nice later on. Telekinesis ring, dexterity, bleh. Alright, a 6 life small charm is worth something. Oh, and a lightning res small charm. See, there we go. That's better. That helps us a little bit. Ooh, 40 fire res amulet. Holy moly, okay. Oh, we're gonna keep that one for sure. We don't have a better res am yet. Res is gonna be our best friend in all our pieces of jewelry, as I mentioned earlier. Good drops, good drops.
Impossible.
Alrighty, so what do we do here? Let's see. Found a lot of items that are really good in general. They're gonna sell for a lot. I think this cow level's pretty much done. I don't think we can get to 25 in here. Yeah, that's okay. Typically you do like 1 or 2 cow runs anyway. Might take more cow runs to get the crystal sword, and of course it might take more cow runs to level. Alright, let's actually go back into the cow level. And then we need to go do Anya. We'll get a free item. Alright, so remember, do not sell your items in Act 1 normal. Almost forgot there, actually. Make sure you get high gold values for them if possible. Don't accidentally sell the crystal sword. That would be very bad. $15,000 off that one. Very nice. Okay, so we got the crystal sword. I'm actually not gonna socket it yet on Larzak because there's a possibility we can find the a base that straight up has 4 sockets and Nightmare before we get the runes. You'll notice we don't have the spirit runes yet. It's Tal, Fool, or M. There's definitely a number of strategies to get those, but it's not important at the moment. Alright, we actually have too much FHR for the time being, but that might change in a second. Let me swap out our belts. So we might actually wear that in a moment here. We actually have some decent charms. 1 cow run did that much for our charms. Wow, that's actually not common. I mean, it's good for charms, but it's usually not that good. Very nice. Okay, we actually have some charms now. These charms are going to help us out. Yeah, I'm going to hold off on Anya until I get to level 25, which is a second here. I'm going to do 1 more cow run. Cows is very, very good. Remember to look, if you want to look for the Karen stones. Oh wait, we don't need to look for the Karen stones. We already have another word slig. I forgot about that. At least I think so. Oh yeah, we do. I was gonna say. Okay, good. Alright, we're good. Haha. Wasting time randomly. Alright, here we go. That's why we got that second word slig. So I was ready to do another run if necessary. Alright, sweet. I was expecting to do at least 2 runs. Oh well. You'll notice that we're leveling just swimmingly in here. You can level in normal cows starting at level 20, so we're good in this one. We're good in this one. But we need almost level 25. Once we hit 25, we're the minimum level required to push through Nightmare. Which means that now we can also get experience in the Anya quest, which we will. Pike. 2-socketed pike. I'll keep that. That could actually, if we don't get insight, that can allow us to make strength for the mercenary. Which could be kind of nice. F rune. I would still pick up runes. You're always going to need runes. You're always going to need runes. Especially if this isn't just a speed run and it's rags to riches. You want all of your runes. You want all of your gems. You want to be able to cube up your runes. This is something that you should be doing as you play through the game. And it means that, you know, you're always able to make whatever rune words that you need at all times. And you don't have to trade for weird gems that can sometimes be hard to get. A lot of people don't pick them up, so it can be a source of frustration not picking those up later on. Like a fire's OP. You already know that though. Yeah. We don't need to pick up that reward yet. That's kind of like the imbue quest. Yeah, we'll go over that later. Here we go. Yeah, we're not doing our imbue quest yet, definitely. Not needed. We'll have a lot bigger of an impact when we're a higher level. Something I already mentioned. Same with the Anya quest, so talking to Anya is actually not necessary. That's what he was talking about. Ah, there we go. There's another useful charm. Cold res, 10 cold res. Yeah, we got a pretty nice cadre of resistance charms now. I think it's almost like 10 all res on average there. That's good stuff. Alright, what we got here? Another one. Sweet. Maybe just space your traps and they just kill all the cows. Oh, what do you know? That's interesting, actually. Huh. Arctic, huh? Wow. That would have been nice really early game. I don't think we need that at this point. If you're really struggling for cold res, though, I suppose that might be nice. We have a pretty decent belt already, though. You could even upgrade set items now in patch 2.4. So you could even use Tal, Shale, Perfect Diamond to upgrade that. 12 Hellfire Torch, you see? I don't think we need that, but we'll hold on to it. We'll see. I'm getting a lot of FE charge charms, that's nice. Honestly, a lot of really solid charms coming out of cows. We could have found better charms earlier, but we weren't really finding any. Now we are. What do you know? Out of the turntables. Okay, here we go. Now you see, we can actually sell things now if we want to. Because we're still picking up things in cows. This gold is very useful. It's going to be very useful for being able to afford teleport chargers, especially on the teleport staff. So, yeah. Don't be afraid to pick it up. Here's this other one here. This one could be good if this one breaks or whatever. It probably will break pretty soon. This one's really good, though. It's really a shame that it's, that's ethereal. That could have been a nice pair of gloves. You could have used that to the end of this guide, honestly. But likely not with 6 durability. I don't think that's gonna make it. I don't think so. Doesn't have enough MF to keep for later either. You could just buy higher MF gloves. No. Crescent Moon is good for leveling lightning. It doesn't work for traps. So traps are minions, and so negative enemy res doesn't apply to traps from any source. That includes Crescent Moon, and it also includes things like griffins, which is, you know, high-end stuff. You know, we're not getting that in this, so doesn't even matter. The percent damage does apply to it though, so that's kind of nice to have, right? Kind of nice in general. Alright, what do we got here? I can pick up the Joe staff, right? Yeah. That's what I wanted. Yeah, Glacial Spike. Good skills, good plus skills. Oh, that's right, that one was junk. Alright. Here we go. Nope, no plus skills there, man. Alright, so... no, it doesn't work for it, unfortunately. RIP! Alright, about to finish this cow level here. Oh, wow. Faster run walk? Faster run walk, actually. Sweet, okay. Nice. Doesn't have anything else on it. Since we're just going to be pushing Nightmare, I think it's just better to have faster run walk at this stage. Alright, cool. We have 20% faster run walk boots now. Now we can run faster. Faster run walk is very, very good for kiting with traps. It's very good for running around and just completing the game quicker. Alright, here we go. Ah, nice. Alright, good job. Alright, so that's pretty much it. Good shit. We are now able to enter into the next phase.
What you need?
We'll do Anya now. Alright, so... oh yeah, that's right. Let's get 5 strength. We do have a crystal sword, so we don't need... we'll use this belt though. This belt's 6, so we're gonna use that. That's kind of nice, honestly. So we have this belt, and then yeah, this belt's worth it, I would say. Like Trier with 20 life, it's worth putting a couple extra points into strength. Normally you probably wouldn't care, but I'll put the rest of the points into vitality. Let's see, how much FHR do we have now? 43. So You're actually going to want to use that FHR one, which you already are, that FHR large charm. I found an FHR small charm that would also work, though. And then find item. Okay, so let's go do Anya. After we're done with Anya, we're ready to push Nightmare. Now you might think, but how are we ready to push Nightmare? We're not wearing Ancient's Pledge, we're still using Leaf and whatnot. And that's because we don't have Spirit yet. You could farm normal cows for the Spirit runes, but that's pretty inefficient. It's going to take a while. What I would recommend we do is farm some Nightmare Countess, and that's also going to give us some levels too. Nightmare Countess can also give us Lore, which is another very good rune word. That will make things just a lot easier as you progress through the game. Some of these things, like I mentioned before, you don't even need in a speedrun scenario, but that's okay because this isn't a speedrun. You're trying to get rich with an assassin. So that's all there is to it. Get some more here. Alright, sweet. Notice how faster Windlock allows us to kite so much better. It's very good. Probably, there are a lot of builds that faster Runlock is good on. Anything that's like not a Sorceress, pretty much. It's even decent on a Sorceress, but it's not one of the more essential stats. But this is definitely one of the characters. I'd say the Assassin makes some of the best use of faster Runlock. So getting that on any pair of boots is nice. Maybe we'll find a better pair of boots. And we certainly should by the end of Nightmare. We'll use a certain technique that I'll describe. Something you might remember from Sorceress Rags to Riches. We'll get there just fine. Oh man. Oil potion. We're not gonna use Fade until or unless we demo Ubers. For early game Ubers, you want Fade. However, before that, don't need it. We can do Fade though, but I don't recommend using Fade unless you're on hardcore and your res is really shit. And then you're gonna have to play it very slowly. Which is, there's nothing wrong with that. It's better to be slow than dead. However, that's how it is done. One thing to note about Anya in this map here is that the Anya map, she's always like at the very end of this winding path here, so she's like all the way at the bottom. The map can be configured differently, so it can be like, she can be all the way over there, but she's all the way at the, like, the end of the main path that winds like a snake. It's all the way down. So as you can see, we got another level because now we can actually get experience in here. We have to push through most of these monsters anyway because it's such a narrow path. And we actually got experience through that, so that's nice. So now we're level 26. And we can use our spirit, we can use our everything. We're good. The only problem is we can't make spirit yet because we don't have the runes. And if we need the runes, we'll get them. I'm not gonna talk to Anya, but we're gonna freeze her, or unfreeze her. We're gonna freeze her. She's already frozen. The old Thought did a good job of that, man. The old Thought already did the job well.
Good up.
And we're going to get our resistance scroll. And as you can see, our resistances in normal are incredibly good now. But we're gonna be going to Nightmare now. So now, as long as you're at least level 25, you can start pushing Nightmare. There's no reason why you can't with this build. It does a ton of damage. That is what we're going to demo here. So we're just going to push into Nightmare now. So that's it for normal. Hope you enjoyed it. It wasn't long. Now it gets a little bit more fun. Our resistances are actually like really good. They're all positive in Nightmare. That's kind of what you want. Even if you're not using Ancient's Pledge yet, and we're not because we don't have the plus skills from it. So we're going to continue using Leaf and taking advantage of that 3 fire skills. Because that damage is so good. Alright. We are now in the fun part of the game. So now all we gotta do is literally just push it. It's gonna be just like normal for the most part, and it's mostly gonna be pass-through areas. However, we are going to come upon our first areas that could make you rich.
They'll never see me coming.
In the Rags to Riches guide here. Oh yeah, the other thing we forgot to do, because I'm dumb, is I forgot to equip. Forgot to equip some items here. Okay, yeah, we don't really need 5 light res. Let's put on our lightning res ring that we have there. Let's get rid of these crappy rings. 40 fire res you would think is pretty good, but I have 53 fire res, which is actually pretty good at the moment, so I'm gonna wait till we need it. We might need that in hell, but for the time being it looks pretty good. I'm gonna drop the 17 life one. Have AR rings that we've been keeping. Those might be helpful here in a moment. Ah, yes, and of course that's what we didn't put on as the teleport staff. Teleport staff we could have used since level 25, but you don't need teleporting cows. As a matter of fact, teleport is more likely to get you killed in cows, which is why we didn't do that. But now we have teleport. I don't recommend chain using this because it's very expensive. Only use it to jump over walls, jump over things. It will help us go faster though, so we are going to be using it to jump over walls and things of that nature. And in general, hotkeying it and using it is going to make us even faster. So,
What can I do for you?
now we're a pretty fast girl. She's a fast lady now. Jammy, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. Oh, see, look at that. See, 23 MF. Actually, one thing we could do, interestingly enough, we could use just pure MF on this, and then use this for hell. And then we can just have more MF. And then we can put on the 40 fire res amulet. Yeah, okay. Alright, that works. Sure. Yeah. By the way, Geet and Charcy are going to sell us some very useful items for going from rags to riches in general. So we're going to definitely make use of these two farms. And we're going to use Nightmare Cows in order to power farm them for gear. And we'll explain how that works very shortly, but we're going to need certain things from them to really make our journey all that much smoother. Def West, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. Alerts are not really working, which is fine. They're not supposed to. Hey! With Max will be posting, the ladder reset is coming. Once it's announced, yes. They don't know until Blizzard knows, though. Blizzard doesn't even know yet. Blizzard hasn't announced it. Alright, so remember to leave a TP by Den of Evil. Run all the way to Cold Plains. Clear the Den of Evil. That's the fast way to do it. Follow the path all the way along. Stinky fish sticks. Take the TP. Bam. Alright, so we're in Nightmare now.
Perfect.
But as you can see, we still got plenty of damage. You're also noticing I still am not worried about my mercenary. I'm gonna rebuy my mercenary in Act 2. Nightmare. Don't really need it at the moment. Just gonna die a lot, get in the way. In Act 2 Nightmare we can get Holy Freeze, and Holy Freeze can help slow down the monsters and make our farming and everything else a lot easier. So we're not gonna bother with the mercenary until Act 2 Nightmare. Remember not to leave a single monster alive! Failed at that in normal, but I don't know, I fail at that pretty frequently. You gotta have that attention, you know, you gotta be able to pay attention to the monsters as you're passing them by. Freeze on you, Gluten Rich. You gotta freeze on you. Okay. Very nice. So notice that we haven't used a single respec yet. When you do the Den of Evil, you get a skill and you're able to respec your skills and stats. You're able to reallocate them. We haven't used one yet. The first respec is going to be at Council, Nightmare Act 3. Which is really going to be the only respec, pretty much for the most part, until we're able to do
The rogue's
Ubers.
test is done.
Ubers is going to be a major objective of the Assassin for Rags to Riches. I'm still not sure if we're actually going to demo it. I think we're going to attempt to.
Good day.
However, and you can do it with pure trash on the Assassin. Let's get that out of the way. It's 100% possible. We're gonna see how frustrating it is, though. The level of frustration can be pretty high with garbage gear, so we'll see what's going on here. That being said, you don't need anything too incredible to actually do it. You just need to know how to do it. That's basically it. Alright, so you can put another point into Fire Blast, of course.
Your presence honors me.
And we did the Den of Evil. Sweet. Moving on to Cold Plains. Push, 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 push. Thought we got faster run walk boots finally. That was kind of annoying. You can definitely find them earlier on, but
I can't carry
RNG sometimes is kind of nasty. If worst comes to worst, you could farm them, but the second you get to like Nightmare, if you don't have faster run walk boots, I would check Geed. You can go in and out of the Act 1 waypoint, the Rogue Encampment waypoint, and you can go to like Cold Plains in and out and keep farming. You can keep resetting the vendor, refarming Charcy or something like that, over and over, and you can get some kind of faster run walk boots. Because not having fast run walk starts to get kind of painful once you enter Nightmare. Just a little bit. I have some fast run walk now. It's not like ultra optimal yet, but we need a higher level to farm better res and fast run walk stats from the vendors anyway. So we're not going to worry about that until we get to the end of Nightmare. Need a higher character level. Alright, at this point, we're just going to target the elites again. Pretty much the same drill as a normal.
I can't carry anymore.
Circlets can be nice. Circlets can have a skill or res. Ooh, nice. Defense is worthless. Alright, you can also clear density if you want. Noticing that we're leveling at a pretty rapid pace, and at this point we're just putting all of our points into Vitality. Now that we have this much strength, we don't really need that much more strength even to wear most items that would be useful for us. You can definitely get up to 60 strength, which will allow you to use some items like 60 or 70 strength, I should say. Allow you to use certain belts, certain boots, if you want to be prepared for that. Not necessary though. Low strength build is typically better. Just put more points into Vitality. Focusing on maxing out your power. Alright, so we found the Stony Field waypoint. We're going to want that again for Nightmare cows anyway. And I like we used it before for normal cows. We found the Cairn Stones next to the path. Follow the path. Don't need to do Blood Raven. Blood Raven is probably one of the more useless quests in Diablo 2. I think Nilafok as a quest is also totally unnecessary. However, Nilafok can give you D keys in Hell, and that's going to be very important for Rags to Riches on the Assassin. Not so important on the Sorceress. That's not really the best strategy early on the Sorceress until you get better gear. I did talk about it a little bit. I did show it a little bit on the Sorceress, but the Blizzard Sorceress is a little more challenging. This character actually does it fairly easily, as long as you're able to get in there. Ow! Alright, we're killing those elites, getting levels. See, one thing to note is since we're not in single player and we can't manipulate the player count, we can't change we can't change the number of players, and we can't get more experience off of monsters. There's no areas to really power level in. Your best shot at leveling up is just killing elites along the way. You also don't have stable maps either. In single player, it's a little different. Like I've said before, there are some differences. You can power farm. We talked about some power farms like Battle Maid Serena in single player, Beetle Burst early on in normal. In Nightmare, you know, you can start a power farm. You can power farm Eldritch, for instance. Eldritch doesn't require single player, though. It's actually what we're going to use along with Nightmare Cows and Pindle Skin. We're going to show you guys some power leveling methods once we get to Nightmare. That one's a little bit different, though. There's definitely power levels you can do in single player, though, if you just want to skip all of the monsters and just keep running towards the end of the act. You can just sit in one spot and just level. You do all your leveling in a couple of spots. The rest of the game you just basically run through as fast as possible, making ample use of your teleport staff. Get all your gold in one spot too. But if you're just playing solo one BattleNet and you're trying to get rich, it's a little different. You're gonna have to use different strats for this. There we go. What's up, Corb? How you doing? Wow, you're one of the real Diablo aficionados. We had a joke about that before. Can it roll 3 sockets at this point in the game? Those bone helms? I'm not sure, actually. One thing we do probably want is a 3-socketed helm, though. This socket. Alright, so we're gonna go look for the scroll again and open up Tristram. Just gonna do the, saving Cain is always good, especially if you're planning on doing the cow level. May as well just get it done and out of the way. You can get some nice experience in there too, so it's going to help you through the game.
I can't.
Oh. Okay. Killing the elites, killing high density. We found the dark wood waypoint before Treehead Woodfist. What is this? Okay, maybe it's like over here or something. You don't even need the dark wood waypoint, really. You just go straight on to Black Marsh. And yet, having trouble finding this. Alright, leveled up again. Skill shrines are only second to experience shrines in terms of glory. Extra strong Treehead Woodfist. He's gonna be a bit of a beast. He hurts. He always hurts, though. Alright, so we have a lot of plus skills on these items. These will be nice to sell for gold. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am. Tetris troubles me. Scourge! Hello, Scourge. How you doing? Scourge of the Earth. Alright, here we go. 1, 2. Bam, blam, blam. That light was almost good. You don't need any paladin items, obviously. You can't even use them. We could, and it doesn't do anything for us. That's kind of an interesting jewel, actually. Very high poison res on that, with negative requirements. Okay. Maybe it'll save us a Talon later on, I don't know. In general, jewels that have very high res can be useful. But any jewel can also be used for crafting later on.
Good day.
Which is nice. We haven't found that many jewels, honestly, though. Not to the best of my knowledge, anyway. Alright. Let's go save Cain. He gives us another free ring, so this is another chance at a rare ring. This is one of those things that definitely can help. Their rings are very nice. You can save it for later if you want. But
Tristram.
it does help with the
First
progression
to
a bit.
fall to Diablo's wrath. Not enough mana.
Alright. And then we're gonna get our word slag for Nightmare Cows. Ooh, a rare Ami. That can be big, actually, a Nightmare. Sometimes those can have quad res on them. They very frequently spawn with some very good stats. Even if it doesn't have a skill like traps or something. If it's one to traps, that's even more big, but that's probably not gonna happen. Let's see here. Alright, got some extra levels in here. Tristram's always good for that. Almost level 30 now. But we're gonna level up a bit more. That actually didn't really end up turning out how we wanted. Damn, if that was fire res instead of poison res, that'd be a different story. But remember what I said, in terms of how res are tiered, poison res isn't very good. Frost Nova when struck is nice. I guess we'll just sell it. I don't see this being very useful. That's disappointing. Alright, we're gonna put that away. Well, we cannot put... That's right, we cannot put quest items in the shared stash. It's one of those D2R things, you know. Whatever. Alright, let's go in here. Follow the yellow brick road. It's not very yellow, though. It's brown. Oh, that's right, I didn't get the ring from Akara yet. Yeah, true. I could go pick that up, too. I risked my life for a garbage ring. Damn it. That always happens.
Yes?
F. Actually, I think it's got slightly more attack rating than our other ring, though. Okay, well... If you don't find a higher attack rating ring, that could end up being essential.
I can't.
Fine. Dude, our rings so far from, like, Akara and Ormus have been boo-boo. Like, absolute boo-boo. But, you know, that's okay, because it's absolute booty.
Impossible.
This is softcore. This is a guide. I haven't died yet, though, so... Could have been hardcore at this point, until we die. We'll start dying, though, once we start demoing how to farm hell areas, I'm sure. The deaths haven't happened yet, though.
I can't.
No deaths yet. Explains why I'm playing a little reckless. Yeah. I'd play pretty similarly to this through Nightmare, though. I mean, it wouldn't be too different, honestly. Hardcore is not really that different until you get to Hell. And then you either test your ability to get lucky or die. Or you survive. If you're going really fast, you gotta get lucky. If you're playing safe, then it's gonna test your ability to know how to do that. Alright, so we found the tower. We are gonna want the Black Marsh waypoint because we are going to want to farm Nightmare Countess for runes. So Nightmare Countess can drop up to Io rune from her general loot table. And Io is a third of a lum, so that could also help us get smoke. So we're going to want to try to get maybe progress towards smoke here. We're going to maybe want to get progress towards lore, which is Ort's soul. And we're going to want to get spirit. So this is going to be a pretty important farm, and this is our next true power farm. Countess is a very important farm if you want to quickly progress through the game and not have a lot of difficulty by the time you get to Hell mode. Don't want to make Hell harder than it has to be, but we did find the waypoint. That's a weird spot for the tower, actually. It's kind of in the middle of the map. I wonder why that is. Usually it's on the edge. Is it next to like a tree or something? Okay, I guess it's next to the tree. Whatever. Alright. Anyway, it's time to start our next power farm, which is Countess.
Who would want to remember this place?
We're gonna get levels in here as well.
I can't carry anymore.
We're level 28, kind of a low level for this point in the game, actually. I want to get a little bit higher. A lot of people don't even enter Nightmare until 30 or 35, especially on hardcore, or even 40. On hardcore, I'd recommend not entering until you're like a little bit higher, unless you're very confident in your gameplay. It's okay if you die a little bit on softcore, unless you absolutely hate dying, you just can't stand it. Just, you know, mentally. The point is to go through the game and get items as fast as possible. That's a mask. That could be what we're looking for. No. This is a very weird map. So this is a west or a left-facing tile compared to the straight-facing tile in Tower 3 here. And it's actually behind the entrance. That happens more than you might think. So they call it backwards map. That's a fire enchanted monster. Until you get a lower resist one, I don't recommend messing with these things. They have a lot of fire res, and you don't really have much of a recourse against it in Nightmare. At least not at the moment. I wouldn't even bother. You're gonna run around him in circles forever, and he's gonna drop you one item. Just kill his minions for experience. As you can see, skipping some of those ultra fire resistant monsters isn't a problem. Once you kill the minions, you can run around them with ease. Skip all the way around. Alright, cool. Yeah, we could have used teleport there. I wasn't paying attention though. Yeah, I could have used the teleport. We're actually going to use our teleport staff for the first time now, when it actually makes some sense to do it. Ow. Oh man, we could have died so easy there if I got cold enchanted. Yikes, yeah. Alright. I just switched to my teleport staff and cast a teleport and switched back to my leaf staff on one fluid motion. Ideally, that's what you want to do. You want to go switch to your teleport staff, teleport, and then switch back. Okay, so she hurts. She's very fire resistant, just like a normal. Aha! There's a rune we need. Nice. And a hell rune for good measure. That could be useful, maybe. Probably not. Probably not the Eld rune either. But the Am rune is already a good step towards Spirit. We actually have, I think, every rune we need for Spirit, besides Ort rune. I think we don't have another Ort rune yet. No, we don't. So we need an Ort rune. So we have Am, we have Full. Very nice. It's always good to have a first Countess run come up with something useful. But we'll see how long it takes to get the runes we're looking for. This is definitely one of those farm stop-offs, though, that I highly recommend. No matter what, you're gonna want these rune words. They're gonna make a big difference. Alright, while we're still in the same game and know where the path leads, let's go to Outer Cloister again, just like a normal. And then let's reset the game. And we will then commence our Nightmare Countess power farm. Alright. I got some elite packs there, it looks like. Oh, he's cursed. Don't get touched by cursed monsters or by any of their abilities. Don't want to get cursed. Getting cursed really sucks. Negative 100% physical res, you end up taking a ton of damage. Well, that's a very easy way to die there. One thing to note is if you do want to overlevel for Nightmare, just farm Eldritch. It's going to be faster than Bale in most cases, especially with the wave 5 and wave 4 being highly fire resistant.
Such corruption in this place.
So you're actually going to want to, you're going to want to farm Eldritch. You can farm Eldritch up to 40 if you really want to. Mask, I don't want a mask. You don't wear masks in Diablo 2, what is this nonsense? Okay, let's continue. Alright, so remember how I said with the fountain, if the waypoint is on the left, that means the barracks is actually going to be over there. We're not going to worry about it though, because we're just going to be going straight to... we can demo that real quick though. You can see that real quick. Barracks is going to be to the right, and it is... Yeah, I guess we'll go to the jail waypoint since I already made it. Let's go to the jail waypoint, and then we'll farm some Countess, why not? I'll take the jail waypoint real quick. It's over to the right. Remember to dodge archers. If you just face tank them, they will kill you. That is the general rule. Just kind of strafe them left and right, left and right. Just cast some traps, strafe them. Definitely don't face tank those. This will kill you. Very good though to kill the elite packs though. It's going to get us a lot of experience as you see that it's doing already. Leveling very fast now. Almost level 30.
Malice.
Alright.
This should go.
Malice is all the way at the end of this area. It means the jail is likely to be over here. It's gonna be to the west or a left facing tile if the smith is over there. Sure enough it is.
Try and cage me, demons.
Alright. We're running. Jail strat champions.
I need mana.
Just kidding, actually, those don't look like there's anything special about them. Need mana! 35 MF? Holy moly, okay. Guess I'll keep that till later. That could be interesting. That's gonna show off how to farm stuff with the... how to get MF to farm stuff. The Death Set Mask? What's that about? Oh yeah, we could use that. I haven't found that though. You mean the Death Mask? You mean Tau Rosh's? I don't know, man. Don't need none of that. Interesting. Is the waypoint here? It is. Man, I may as well just go all the way to like Inner Cloister at this point. Just found it so easily. No kills pit spawn Foul Dog again. Let's go to the left instead of straight. Notice how I use my teleport staff to get over the wall there. These teleport stays are very useful. I wouldn't overuse it though, like I said. Obviously we're still selling items to try to get more gold. But you can find yourself out of a teleport pretty soon. This is one of those situations where I'm going to jump over the wall though. Looks like it's gonna take a bit there. I'm gonna jump over the wall. There we go. Maybe you won't find pit spawn Foul Dog actually. Wait, yeah you will. It's right here. Wow. Okay. Found another unique item. Not going to be very useful for us, though. As you can see, it's heavily geared towards barbarian skills. Could be decent for a barbarian early on, though. I wouldn't call it riches, though. Definitely not. That partisan. Artisan can be interesting. Okay, jail. Alright, and then it's going to be to the left or to the west. That tile's facing that way. We'll go over here. Okay. Gonna jump over here as well. Really? Ow. Try to get used to shift clicking your potions into your inventory if possible. It's always nice. Great helm. 3 sockets. Perfect. Okay. Very nice. So we already have a 3-socketed helm. That's why I've been checking the sockets on the helms. What that's going to allow us to do is make a 3 perfect topaz helm, which is very good for starting the magic find on any character early game. Very nice. Already got one of our key riches items. Got a great helm. Yeah. Ow! Yeah, champion clans, they kind of hurt. A little bit, at least. Okay. But they give me good experience, so I'm gonna kill them. Alright, went all the way to the west. Yep, we found a west-left facing tile all the way to the west here, and we are in the inner cloister. Alright, so what we're gonna do now, power farm the Countess for a bit. Countess is gonna give us a lot of levels too, so we may as well stay in there and just farm our runes. The malice. We'll keep some treasures, some interesting items we find at the end, just to see if we find anything interesting. No, I didn't. This is we're doing a guide right now. I said we're gonna do some different content today. I'll be looking for griffins again soon though. No, the Grail, we've been finding some good items though, like really good items. Yesterday we found a burr, a sir, and a wisp projector in the pits. Wisp projector is the rarest ring in the game, so I'm sick. Helped us out quite a bit there. Alright. Yeah, I'd say our jewelry RNG is actually below par at the moment, which is fine, because it's like garbages. Alright, so what we're going to do now, we got a flawless amethyst. We're definitely going to want to pick those up for crafting purposes. We're going to want to pick up a lot of flawless gems in general, though. Get into the habit of picking up all the gems, especially early game. Especially the chip gems, and all the gems so that you can cube up your runes. Especially if you don't want to depend on somebody else to find them. It can be very difficult sometimes to find one of those gems, and then you're just stuck farming them randomly at some random point in the game. Alright, level 30. Keep going. Yes, okay. Alright, time to farm the Countess. Unfortunately, this is not going to be as fast as it is with the Sorceress, just because we don't have free teleport. However, that is fun. Chainmail is kind of a weak body armor at this point in the game. Fire armor. Monsters get more resistance, you lose resistance in Nightmare. You only need that resistance, so it's going to be pretty important. That's right, I should buy some thawing potions, I keep forgetting to do that. Just getting frozen. Good news is that it doesn't matter. That'd be an interesting real-life guide, huh? Don't people already do those guides in real life, Lydia? Don't they already do those types of guides? I don't feel like that's original. No. No, Grimhelm cannot get 3 sockets now. Wait, did we find the tower? Is that it right there? I think it is. I think it ended up being next to one of the houses. Yeah, there it is. Okay. It's very likely we're just going to be continuing this guide tomorrow. We're going to have to split it into 2 parts. Just how it's going to have to be. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, I'm just gonna use my knowledge of maps to know that it's, you know, it's straight. So I'm gonna go to the left or to the west. These tower cellars are bigger than the ones in normal, though, but it's literally the same thing. All right. So you see how we hit a dead end here? Well, we got our trusty teleport staff, so we're good. Makes life a lot easier, really. Teleport over the wall. Again, and instantaneous. Awesome.
Here for a blood bath.
Ow! Oh my god, just let cold and fire enchanted. Oh my god, she almost killed me in one shot. I knew she had the potential to, too. I was trying to move away from her. Okay. That might be decent. I don't think so, though. I'm gonna keep the other one. Alright, we have Imbue quest. Only got an F rune from that. That was pretty pathetic. Alright, rip. That was a bad one. Of course, we'll keep the F rune for good measure, I suppose, but
The Order welcomes you.
alright, yeah, let's get some of those. Alright, let's go. New game. We are power farming now. Alright, Countess. Give me some nice runes, please. Nice find on the tower there. So I see that this tile here is usually what the exit looks like. It's directly behind me and it's facing to the west or left relative to what this tile is facing, which is that way. So I'm going to teleport over the wall soon enough. Some nice teleports there. Instructing the people on proper usage of the teleport stuff. Alright, here we go. That's what we call good uses of a teleport staff, see? Alright, so we have like over 500 health now, that's pretty good. Our fire res is really good. The rest of our resistances are actually kind of bad until we get Spirit. Spirit's gonna lower our skills by 1, but it's gonna allow us to wear Ancient's Pledge or Rhyme, and that's gonna be huge. Ah, another Thule rune, okay. That could be useful for a couple different applications, having a second one of those. You don't always pick up the runes, what can I say? You're gonna need them later. Oh my god! No way. Alright, we had to pop a juve there. We have some very nasty monsters here. Wow, we have Amp and Cold Enchant archers, like 2 of them just pincering me in there. 2 packs. Ouch. Yeah, you gotta watch those archers, especially on hardcore if you're doing this. This area is dangerous. You get amped, take a couple of good solid hits from some like Aura archers or something, you're toast. I don't want to watch that. Very important to get right. Once again, if you guys are just coming in, this is Assassin Rags to Riches. Going from nothing to being capable of farming for our riches on an assassin. This is the next class that was requested. It's pretty good stuff. Oh, she's fire immune. No way. Really? I don't think there's anything I can do about that if she actually ends up fire immune, is there? I don't think so. I don't have my lower resist wand yet. Damn. That's not good. I don't think my mercenary is even capable of killing her anymore.
Yes?
No. Fire Blast is pure fire. I don't know, we don't have a lower resist wand yet. Nah, dude. I don't have Mind Blast either.
Thanks.
Oh my god. Mercenary is trying to kill him with a really crap weapon. Let's see if I can actually upgrade his weapon a bit here for a second. No. Can I? Is that possible? I like how the game doesn't allow you to swap out his weapon anymore. It's really annoying. With that high damage. Yeah, just hit me. Just hit me, please.
Thanks.
There we go. I can tank a lot better than my mercenary can. I don't know if that's helping, honestly. He's only level 15, so his attack rating is terrible. I'm gonna have to find out another solution for this. I don't have. Oh, wait, I do have one of those actually. Is it choking? I don't have a rancid one, I only have a choking one though. Oh my god, this is terrible.
Greetings.
Oh, I have a choking pot. I guess I could use that. Oh well. This is a pretty rare situation, but it can happen. It's annoying. Come on. Is it faster to make a new gun? I don't know, I got my Ort rune. I think the game says otherwise, Lydia. Alright, there we go. We can make Spirit now. I think we will want to make Spirit. Just so that my res situation is better, so we can continue to farm this easier. Yeah, because like Leaf isn't very good at this point in the game. I just take a lot of damage. That's normal though. Alright, let's go. Alright, Ancient's Pledge. And Spirit. Tal, full, or am. Okay, let's go to normal. Let's make a. Let's socket it up. And then we make Spirit. I don't know, it wasn't too bad, honestly. Could have taken longer than that. I think the problem is we don't have a good enough weapon, but sometimes you find a better weapon by this point in the game, or you just have a better weapon. This weapon is just doo-doo. Alright, chat. Guess the roll on the Spirit, 25 to 35 FCR. FCR, this is probably the class that FCR might matter the least on. Really doesn't matter, but hey, it could be useful in general. Having that FHR on the Spirit's going to allow us to get more FHR. It's going to allow us to get a lot more mana, and in general, just be able to move around quicker. It's going to allow us to use a shield now. However, as we will explain in a bit, using a lower resist wand is going to be really nice too. In some cases, that's all you really have to do. Rehire a higher level merc. I'm not going to bother until we get to Act 2, because we just want a Holy Freeze one. I mean, I could do that, but Could definitely do that for sure. Alright, sweet. Alright, so that was it for Leaf. I mean, Leaf has served its purpose. Now we're gonna be farming for some other rune words from Countess, and we'll also be able to do it a lot easier because the resistances won't be utter doo-doo anymore. And we might actually be able to use the potion as well. I should have kept a rancid gas potion. I forgot about that. When she's fire immune, which is not common at all, it's extremely rare. It's a nice thing to have on hand. Hey, even I'm learning, you know, as we do this. Why not? It's a good learning process. What can I say? All right, here we go. Tal, Thul, Ort, Am. 28. Is that anti-perfect mana? Come on, really? That's okay. 200 mana still. Plenty of mana, right? Oh, we did get 28. 28 would actually be the bare minimum you would want on a sorceress, so... That's interesting. 28. Did anybody guess 28? Nobody guessed it? Okay, cool. Alright, as you can see though, we got way better resistances now. Our resistances are way higher across the board. They're almost maxed out, actually. As a matter of fact, we don't even need fire res anymore. That's how maxed out our res is. So at this point now, you actually are probably going to want to use the 4-all res Amy. That's literally the best thing I have at the moment. And now our resistances are, yeah, they're almost maxed.
The Order welcomes you.
Sweet. So now we're not going to take nearly as much damage from all kinds of things, which is going to be nice. We did lose a skill, though. That's not a big deal, though. Losing 1+ skill. As you can see, our damage is still crazy, so... doesn't really impact us very negatively. Alright, so we have Ancient's Pledge, we have Spirit, we have a lot of things. Still have that interesting helm. Okay.
Impossible. You can't. You can't.
Yeah, see, that's fire. That fool's fire enchanted. But he has really low HP, so we can maybe kill him.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
No. Wow, what in the world? Ended up being over here. I'm sorry he already got disappeared. Not a surprise. You can definitely rehire him at your own, or closer to your own character level, or at your own character level if you want. I think you rehire at your character level now in D2R, so you can definitely do that. My thing though is like you don't actually need it. Like he's not gonna do much for you at this stage. And we do need another aura in Act 2. Yeah, he'll block some damage. Probably just die though. You want to save your gold more so for those teleport charges for the staff. Ow. Okay, using that falling potion is really good. Holy moly. So you can see we're leveling pretty fast. Now 32, which is actually pretty reasonable for Nightmare, right? At the same time that we're farming for runes. Amulet. All res amulet, please. Give me another one. I want it, man. Or restraint, no. Yeah, I don't even have ransom gas pots. I wonder if this choking gas pot will do anything. I doubt it. To a nightmare version of her. Tal F? What is this, normal? Yikes. However, that is a Saigon spell. Huh. That could be interesting, maybe. Probably not, though. Ah, man. Some of these rune drops have been kind of pathetic, but some of them have been good. You can use another Ort for lore now, which lore is one skill plus a lot of other things. We could use soul. Another soul could also help us as well. Getting some Aya runes would also be very helpful for queuing up that Lum rune. And technically it's one of the best ways to do it. Especially if we want to smoke and we want really high survivability. We are going to need the smoke if we want to demo Ubers, which is one thing. 100% we're going to need that. Which is why this is going to probably have to be a 2-part guide. Trophy Bass, how you doing?
Impossible.
Alright.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
This is an Uber Trist speedrun? No, it's just Rags to Riches, but... Uber Tristram is a very good way to go from Rags to Riches, though, on an assassin. You don't need a lot of gear to successfully accomplish it. You also would probably want an Aya rune as well for a Black Flail, which is another thing we're going to need. And that's another thing that you can very easily get in Nightmare Countess. So there's definitely a reason to spend some time in here, especially if you need levels still. And I could still use levels. You could actually farm this area and still get levels all the way up to like level 37. 36 if you want. This is going to be nice. We'll see how nice the game is to us, though. We don't have to spend that long in here, that's for sure.
Impossible.
Ow, 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 ow.
Impossible.
Excuse me, Ubers? It involves health. So Rags to Riches will involve every method that is fast to get rich on whatever the character is. Ubers is actually surprisingly not that slow. And if you're willing to farm the keys beforehand, which, you know, we'll do short demos on that, it'll be good as well. Excuse me, Ubers? Yeah. Why not? A torch? Do you know how valuable torches are? Excuse me? Getting a torch within the first week, those are big. Especially if you get like a Sorceress torch, imagine. You can already afford your infinity almost. That's gonna be big stuff, man. Big state. First day torch, yeah.
I
You
can't
can get it within the first 24 hours. Especially if you're trading as well. Now, we're not gonna show that part, but hey, I'm in. Dull rune? It's not really what we're looking for, but you know, if you cube up enough runes, you can eventually get runes that you want. There's another large term of balance. What level do you normally respec? So it's not about level, it's about where you're at in the game. We'll talk about that. We did mention the respec a bit earlier. Okay.
Yes.
We can also go back and farm Countess later as well, so we don't necessarily have to stay here. But right now we're getting really good experience in here, so I'm going to stay here for a while. Look for that tower on the edge of the map somewhere. And Assassin and Paladin, I think showing how the torches could be gathered, I think, is something that is valuable. It's definitely valuable. You will need res though. You need a lot of res to do that. It's gonna be hard. Need attack rating too. Paladin can do it even easier. Smite's insanely easy. Ow. Another Ort rune, nice. That's really good. Okay. Was not aware of Sin being the second easiest Uber killer. Now you are.
I can't carry anymore.
I mean, Barb's okay too. Oh, 22 light res GC? Holy moly. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Holy moly. Alright, sweet. That's actually huge. Man, that's so good, because that's gonna make it a lot easier for us to do Uber Mephisto. We really need charms like that. We need a lot of light res charms, if possible. Okay. Where's this one here? Standard Superstition? Nice. Yeah, that's a big charm. Very nice. Need to stack that light res, man. We're gonna need Fade, obviously, but I'm sure you guys already know that. We need Fade, we need Smoke, we need other light res elsewhere as well. And then we can do it. Uber Mephisto is the hard one. That's the one that's gonna be super tough. As you might know, he's a pain in the ass. I'm sure plenty of you guys love dying to him. Ort FL. Oh, another Ort, okay. Orts aren't bad, it's good to have a lot of Orts, actually. Okay, so we have Ort runes. Ort runes can help us with the light res situation, too. So it can help us against Uber Mephisto in that way as well. So we're going to need a lot of Ort runes just for a lot of different types of gear, for showing off all kinds of different ways to get rich on the Assassin. But first, let's do this here. Yeah. So yeah, farming is part of Diablo 2, and at this point, yeah, we've already encountered some decent farms. Believe it or not, these Nightmare Countess runes are nothing to, nothing to snuff at, man. Nothing to snub your nose at. Because they're actually worth a lot day one. So you can buy items, you can trade for items that are worth way more, the equivalent of a soul rune if you just power farmer. So it's actually not terrible. I wouldn't say this is a great patch to riches because there's better paths, but you could actually sit here and you can just do this. You can do this with any build, of course, though. This isn't very special. can. You can get partisans, yeah. Partisan, 4-socketed polearms. Definitely gonna want to check some of those bases for like polearms and stuff for insight. Yeah, absolutely. What was the item that dropped over there? I don't know, I thought I heard an item. Okay.
I am overburdened.
Alright. More life. More power. More damage. And some more, man. You're gonna need to farm some light res gear. In addition to some other rare gear as well. Do it extremely cheaply. Okay, so yeah. Countess definitely can be hit or miss though. Sometimes it takes a while to farm what you want. I'm sure none of you are surprised by that fact. Is that a decent build right now? 6 mana GC? Wow, it's worse than the one I found in Act 1 normal.
Impossible.
How dare you? Oh, a flail. Okay. I don't know. Some attack speed, but that's about it. What do we got here? 6 light res. Rip. Fire enchanted, also rip. Or socketed flail. Hey, there you go. Can make a Hodo. Checking for 3 socketed flail because I want to make black flail for like Ubers and whatnot, but that's okay. Oh no! Alcor trapped you in his house. Oh shit, that's a good drop. That's a good drop too. We didn't have Neff. Nice. Okay, so Io can either help us make Lumrune, or Io can also help us make Black Flail. So that's actually really good. So that's her highest rune she can drop there. Those are going to be very nice to find for sure. You don't necessarily have to find them all this very second, but that's very nice that we already have one. Cool. Decent RNG. Decent.
Hello.
Alcor trapped you in his house. Nice. I always knew he was one of those people, man. Dude, Alcor's trapped me in his house like a few times. It's so annoying. I hate being trapped in his house. There's nothing to do in there and you can't get out. Gonna have to reload the game, buddy. Hopefully you have your waypoints. That piece of garbage, how dare he. At this point of the game, by the way, you might have already noticed, but you don't need stamina potions anymore. Okay. Perfect use for the teleport staff. Over the wall we go.
I can't.
Got a splint mail. Haven't been picking up too many items to sell. That's not good.
I can't.
Oh, we need to sell that. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
I haven't been selling my items either. F.
Impossible. I can't.
Alright. Over the wall we go.
Impossible.
It's easier to tell the staff apart from a spirit and an ancient splurge, so that's good.
Impossible.
You don't have shale yet, but shale is also something that's going to be very important if you want to do Ubers. We're gonna need. We're gonna want. We're gonna want Rhyme Shield.
I am overburdened.
Dang, man. Definitely don't want to be frozen while we're kicking. That's gonna be very bad. Ah, Cloudy Mystic. That hurts, man. What the hell? I've stepped on a bee before when I was a kid. It hurt so bad. I stepped on it with my little toe. It wasn't even my big toe. So bad, man. I'd pick up those rare armors. You never know what could be good for a mercenary before you get socketed armors. You can put some res runes in, things of that nature. Router. Okay. I don't know nothing wrong with having a lot of brow runes either, but okay. Sweet. We're getting like a good rune drop like once every 2 or 3 runs, that's not bad. Something that's gonna help us, right? And that's in general, that's kind of what you can expect sometimes when you do this. Got 4 socketed helmet. Okay. Damn.
Good day.
Large charm, 30 stamina. Rip. Energy shield. And garbage. Wow, 1 energy shield is worth that much. Very nice, very nice. You definitely want all that gold. This gold's going to be very helpful throughout this entire process. I have almost 500k, and that's not even that high, really. Okay. Fill up. Keep pushing. At this stage, you definitely still want to pick up blue rings and amulets, especially given that one of my best rings is 9 light res. It's not very good. I need a lot more than that. Okay. I don't recommend stepping on bees while you do the assassin playthrough, by the way. That's a very bad strat. Leave you holding your foot. When you do that, it's kind of hard to use the mouse and or keyboard. Alright. I'm gonna go over here directly because it's to the west, so it's probably gonna be over here anyway. Wow, really? Interesting, a Jade Talon and a 5 light res, some Ultron. Very nice. Huh. You know what's funny is This can actually end up being very good to use against Uber Lilith. You might actually want to hold that onto that. It's 95 light res, maximum poison res, and cannot be frozen. That could be nice if we can find some crushing blow elsewhere. The main problem is going to be finding crushing blow elsewhere. That's kind of nice to find though. A Jade Talon, okay. Very good defensive capability though. Can even use an Ancient's Pledge with that. We just gotta get some more crushing blow. Goblin Toe could take care of that. We're already starting to look for some of those items that are gonna allow us to farm those endgame areas and to allow us to get rich. As you can already see, we're kind of looking for stats like that. Once you get to Nightmare, those types of items start dropping. Very important. You're on alert. Ready to see what's gonna give you res, crushing blow. All kinds of useful stats. Crushing blow for the kicks in, of course. But for everything else, you want plus skills, res, MF maybe. And you're gonna want to look at things that can help get you those items. Already gotta be on alert. I mean, right now we're farming for those key rune words. Those rune words are gonna be nice. 27 fire is okay. Well, we don't need that right now, but we probably will need it, so we'll keep it on hand. So we got a pretty good light res ring now, and we also got a good fire res ring. Okay. We don't need it at the moment. Honestly, we don't need either one at the moment, but that's okay. Yeah, she's fire enchanted. It's gonna be very hard to kill her. Let's leave her alone. We're starting to get to a pretty high level now. We're level 35. Which means that farming Countess isn't going to be quite as lucrative as it was, but it's still very lucrative in regards to like runes and things of that nature, so it's gonna be good. Ah, another IR rune. Sick. Okay. This is good. This is really good actually. That's good RNG. That's good RNG. They only found one rune off of her that time, but that one rune is one that we desperately need. We really need smoke, and we really need black flail, especially if we want to get to that stage where we're farming the end game pretty fast on an assassin. And of course, for Ubers, it's almost a requirement, unless you get something else. But we'd have to find something else. I'm not gonna play with it. Alright, so IR Rune 1, IR Rune 2. Remember, she can't drop Lum. It's a little unfortunate she can't. We could end up finding Lum later on, and we can either use that for myself or the mercenary. It's a little unfortunate we haven't found Soul. That's kind of what I'm still looking for, rune-wise, before we move on, at least for now. I'd really like to find a Soul rune, maybe a Shale rune. We can end up finding those runes later on, just as we like progress through the game. But Countess really is the most reliable way to get them. At this point, though, I'm high enough level, and by having 2 IR runes, I feel pretty good about that.
I am overburdened.
We don't necessarily need lore to progress through the game, but it would be nice. Give us an extra skill, and those skills are pretty valuable. Especially when you're trying to do those types of things. So, I don't know. Farm tell lore if you want, I suppose. No soul runes, 1 am rune. It's kind of rough. At least for those runes so far. We're still getting decent experience in here though, so it's not terrible to keep farming it. It was 7%. Oh my goodness. No way! Now we did the Sorceress in one part, but she's just really fast. Can I say? No, you lost the waypoint, Dclone. That sucks. I didn't even read that part. Damn, man. He trapped you in the house and you didn't have the waypoint? What an asshole. Alcor, man. At least there's a way to get out of the house away from Atma. It's gotta use the back door. Ouch. At this point, I'm not gonna focus on killing monsters as much because the experience I'm getting off of this isn't very high anymore. Once you hit around level 35, that starts to become true. So I am gonna kill some elites along the way, but I'm not gonna make it a major focus. Fool Orc. Okay. You can kill some of this stuff though. You can also get soul not even from Countess, so you can get all kinds of nice ranges from the other monsters. The ghosts have good drop rates, but it's okay. You know, I will actually need the fire res, I think, once we switch to lore. But we don't currently.
Good day.
Alright, imbue. Flawed topaz. Okay, so. Ugh. Faster run walk. Okay, interesting. Do we use that? Do we take up another 3 slots? Oh, I guess for now. Faster run walk is a nice stat. Okay. Faster run walk GC. Oh no. Crying out in pain, so cliche, man. Alright, so yeah, at this point we're just still farming Countess for a couple of runes, maybe. Make sure you repair your staff when you can. So all those orb runes we're finding can actually end up being very useful to us. You always want to keep orb runes, no matter what, because you can use the chip gem plus an orb rune to repair your staff. So when you go to repair, you can actually, instead of using your gold, you can even use the orb plus chip gem recipe. That's very key. Shit, man. Come on, socket. Yeah, they already said they're late. They said it's still gonna take another about week or two. Yep. I kind of figured they would be. Especially if they want to add some kind of features or like do some balancing or content, they're gonna be a bit late.
I can't get it.
To be expected. Alright, Gluggins. Okay, nice. Okay. Level 36. Keep leveling up Fire Blast, which is the Wake of Fire Synergy. That's what I have been doing after I maxed out Wake of Fire. Still using Wake of Fire. Oh, of course! God damn it. Let's see if she dies to this. No way, dude. I guess she's dying very slowly. Okay. Getting this roll is annoying. Use a rancid gas potion. Can definitely use a mercenary. Alright.
Good day.
I'll buy my mercenary heavily discounted.
Good day.
Still such a low level that he doesn't cost a lot, so that's one advantage of not rebuying the mercenary. Still extremely cheap. Mercenary, you are garbage. Do something about him. Another IO? Oh my god, we're getting so lucky on IO, it's crazy. I already have enough to make a smoke, holy shit. What? Damn. Just not getting any, we're not getting any soul runes. Ain't that interesting, huh? Well, what could you say, you know? I don't know why we have all those still. I don't know.
Impossible.
Yeah. Wait, is that a... Wow, you could make a 4-NATO delirium with that. Too bad we don't care for the sake of this, but... I don't even think it's worth anything, though. Oh well. It's all good. Man, those Thule runes and those IO runes are coming extremely easily. Those IO runes sometimes are a really big problem. They're her highest runes, so she doesn't like dropping them. It's interesting. That's good. We'll just know that it might take more farming to get them, or it might take finding them elsewhere in the game. However, that's funny. It said soon, yeah. It said soon. Soon is soon, man. What can I say? Maybe we'll keep this for imbuing a sash. I don't know, it could be nice. Usually we want like circlets and things and the like, but not always necessarily. Okay. Oh, well, we got the rancid gas potion now. Oh, hello. Really? That's nice, actually.
I am overburdened.
So what this is going to give us is attack speed and fire res. And, oh, it's got AR, too? Oh, man. That's actually really good. I think this actually could work. Yeah, that's huge. Look at that. That's also good for trapling, too. Wow. Nice. That's a nice... Those are some nice gloves there. Can't even use them. Too low of a level. We don't need them yet, but we will need those, I think. That's a lucky find. Can always expect a few lucky finds on any given playthrough. At least one or two. That's a nice one. If you don't know why yet, well, it's got attack rating potentially for for kicks. It also has attack speed, and it has fire res. That's really nice. And then, of course, it also has the trap stats, too. Very good, very good. Got that attack speed now. Randomly useless stats as well. Finally! Oh my god. Alright. Well, she dropped the soul rune. Since she dropped the soul rune, we're gonna move on for now. There's a few runes we can still use from her, but we'll only get them if we don't find them along the way at this point. So that's actually pretty big. Now the question is, chat, which one do you want us to make the lore in? Do we want to make it in a circlet or a bone helm? This lore is going to give us an extra plus skill. It's also going to give us lightning res. Lightning res, that's the real kicker for sure. Wait, which one do we want to make it in, the circlet or the bone helm? Magnus's skin though, that's sick. Wow. Alright. Very cool. That's bone helm, bone helm, bone helm. Okay, making the bone helm. Alright, where's one of our Ort runes? I know we have a bunch. We have a few at least. Yeah, we still got like 2 Ort runes, even if I use those. Alright. Ort Soul is the recipe. Remember, it can be made in any 2-socketed gray helm. Damn, that's pretty big. And now, this helm could be used on the mercenary until we get something better. Alright, sweet. Oh, that looks sick, actually. Look at that. That's funny. Alright. Nice, and we got another plus skill. And now our fire res is not good. Okay, you know what? Let's put back on that amulet, the 40 fire res amulet. There we go. Okay, sweet. Our res is good now. Let's go to Inner Cloister and let's continue the push. So in general, having Spirit, Stealth, Ancient's Pledge, Lore by this point in the game is going to be solid on most types of builds, especially caster type builds like an Assassin. You're going to want your Teleport Staff. Then pretty much just res, maybe MF. Whatever you can really stack just in general. Maybe some other things like Faster Run Walk could be okay. And in general, that's kind of where you want to be at this point. If you farm Countess, you'll get there. It's no good. We also are able to make a smoke, which is really good. We need one more IO though, potentially, or a lung. We could get it from Nightmare Forge though. It's nice to have these plus skills though. These plus skills along with the res is really going to make it a lot easier to push through the game. It's going to make it easier just to start farming stuff in general.
Greetings.
Yeah, you don't like it down here. It's okay though. Magnus's skin is really cool though. Can't even use it. That's the funny part. I guess we're still slightly underleveled, huh? Alright, remember Catacombs 1 has no pattern. You just have to look at the edge of the map for that area. Catacombs 2. Alright, so for Catacombs 2, I do recommend getting the waypoint, especially if you want to farm some items in case you just want to get stronger. If you don't feel comfortable with the items you're at. It's also a way to get some really key items like Stone of Jordan that can make you rich. So this is the first area that I really think can consistently make you rich pretty efficiently, which is going to be Nightmare and Andariel, especially if you stick with the fire traps. She's very weak to fire. And you can of course come back to this area if you continue on later as well. You can farm a lot of things off of her though, like String of Ears, just a lot of good items in general that are going to be worth something. You get Peasant's Crown. Peasant's Crown is worth something. Tarn Helm. Just lots of really good items in general. We're gonna stick with her, and we're actually gonna farm her a few times just to see what we get. As is customary in Rags to Riches videos. So we're gonna farm some Andy.
I can't carry anymore.
We're also farming Tal Rosh's amulet as well off of Nightmare Andy. There's definitely a lot of really good items. First Nightmare boss is a good bet. Now, to be fair, this isn't where the really big riches are, so what I'd recommend doing in most cases is just moving on, but if you want to farm her a couple times, there's no harm in doing that. You might end up finding something that's really useful as well. Ah, there we go, the 13 all resistance amulet. There we go, see? Excellent, alright, we're good. I just found a better amulet, nice. You can actually make a chromatic amulet. Alright, so now we have a 13 all res ami, sweet. That's actually huge. Definitely gonna need those resistances, they're gonna come in handy. Look at that. Speaking of Talzami, that could be Talzami. But it's not.
I can't carry anymore.
Talzami would be nuts. Can't even use it for a long ass time.
I am overburdened.
Alright, so you might notice we also still don't have Insight. Insight would be pretty good for the Mercenary as well. I'm not gonna worry about this very second. I feel like Insight's one of the less essential ring words. I feel like it becomes a bit better, especially if you want to push into hell. We will want it at some point though here. You can definitely keep farming Nightmare Countess. We don't even have a base for Insight, so that's the other reason why we're not doing that. Alright, so as you can see, Andariel dies very fast. You can put on as much MF as you possibly can as well. One thing I can show here is if we want to farm some Andy, one thing I can do, okay, is we can actually stack some Magic Find that I picked up. Dr. Shafty, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xanadr's Day. Very nice. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the Cult of Xana. Get him. Alright. 8% MF ring? Interesting, okay. I think that's her best MF ring. That could be useful for crafting. That could be useful for that. Okay. So what I can actually do here is I can actually put on some Magic Find and we can just farm some Andy.
Yes.
This is some primitive stuff, but you can get these from Nightmare Charcy and Nightmare Geed pretty easily. Just find a Nagel. Yeah, of course. Easiest thing to do in the world. I'm gonna keep those on hand. You can farm for Nagel from normal Andy. That is a good point. That is something you can definitely do. I don't really think it's necessary though. I think some types of farming like that, they definitely are a bit overrated. And we don't need that amulet anymore either. Or that. I don't even know why we have that thing. Put some random stuff in here, some of it. Alright, where are our boots at? 35 MF boots, so like I said, you can kind of just stack MF where you found it at this point. We don't even have like perfect topazes yet. You'll notice that we've actually managed to scrape together 66 Magic Find, which is pretty huge. That's a lot larger than, that's a lot bigger than 0. That first 50 Magic Find is juicy stuff. So if you want to farm a couple of rounds of Nightmare Andy, go for it. Of course, in this case, she dropped
Death
junk.
becomes you, Andariel.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that armor is something decent. Nope. Death becomes you, Andariel. There you go. Alright, you can go to Act 2. But then what we're actually going to do is we're actually going to farm Andy a few more times. Just for the sake of showing you that this is actually a pretty nice farm. And even if we don't find anything, that's okay. Yeah, we actually have some decent stuff, though. It's a decent farm for your young assassin here.
Now that your presence honors me.
Find an angel. Yep. You're gonna find an angel. So make sure to stack MF. Put on as much MF as you can before you kill the boss. That's the general strategy for optimizing the loot you can get from the boss. It's good stuff. Honestly, don't think we need a 3 fire res Ultram anymore. Actually, that might end up being more important than 6 life. Guess I'll get rid of that one. Okay. Alright, so we got our teleport staff. We're good to go. Remember to go to the east or find a right-facing tile relative to the waypoint. That means that most of the time you're going to want to go to the east, like this. Like so. And if you're just farming Andy, I wouldn't mess around with too much of the other stuff.
I can't.
You can click some things along the way if you want. You can kill some minions for experience. I mean, we're still pretty low level, so... Okay. Damn, what the heck? You're running away from me! I said not to mess with anything, and I start messing with stuff, of course. Alright. Notice I keep storing those rejuvenation potions. We're still storing those. Very helpful when it's going to come to hell farming, for sure. It's going to save you a lot of pain and agony from death. Constant death. There's our east-facing tile. I'm actually gonna put on that 8 MF ring because I just simply don't have another good ring with like any res or anything. You never know. If you don't have a better thing, that MF's gonna work pretty well in this early on. Okay, we're gonna put on the 35 MF boots that we found. You can just sit here as well, you don't even have to kite really. Especially if you have poison res. Ooh. Hey, that's kind of sick actually. Rattle cage? Oh man. Hey, there's another source of crushing blow you can use, see? Oh, maybe against Lilith we'll use Rattle Cage and Goblin Toes and Jade Talon. Might actually work. That's interesting. So she dropped 2 uniques there. As you can see, 50 MF is already doing some work. Rattle Cage. Sick. Alright. Let's go kill her 3 more times. See if she has anything interesting for us here. There's a lot of items that can definitely help us out from Nightmare Andy, of course, but we don't absolutely need them, so if she doesn't drop anything else, it's all good. We're going to continue to progress through the game. We don't actually need anything. Can it be a decent idea to farm her? Absolutely. Alright, east right facing tile. It's probably going to be up here somewhere. Yep. I'm going to farm that Andy. The one thing that we're gonna definitely we're gonna need to do another vendor farm once we get to Act 2 Nightmare. We're also going to get our mercenary back. It'd be nice to find one of those unique spears actually for the mercenary from Andy here. I don't know if he will. I think she can drop Kelpie's Snare even. That would be insane. Find out if we find it. That's slow though. I could just sit here casting Fire Blast. Is it Jude? Oh yeah. 40 Poison Res. Interesting. I guess if we're struggling with Poison Res, I might want to hold on to that. There's a lot of items that you're going to want to keep at this stage in the game because they have res or they have different kinds of res, and those are going to help you out. And you can definitely make use of them when you need them, so. Like that could be really good against Lilith if we don't have good poison res, for instance. For some reason we're not using Dragon Talon, we're just using Black Light. If we find an rune, that Rattle Cage actually might be better than Smoke, but I don't know. That's a real stretch, I think. I think what it's gonna be good on is the Mercenary. That's a real stretch, I think. Alright, what do we got here? 55.
Hello.
Okay. Alright, there's another kill down. GG. I don't know if I swapped out my MF boots there. I might have not done it. That's not ideal. Oh well. We kill Andy 2 more times. And if you're on hardcore, and you're afraid of losing your character, doing farms like Nightmare Andy and Nightmare Mephisto definitely can prove to be very beneficial. Maybe getting something like Rock Stopper, which does drop from Nightmare Andy, be huge. Ring of Ears. Some pretty good things you can get for sure. I don't want to say you need them ever necessarily, but it can save your life. Oh my goodness. What is this? I think we got a backwards map. Yep. It's right, or it's left. It's right facing, but it's behind the waypoint. Yep. It's all the way back here. That's a terrible map. Happens. That's just terrible. Okay. Alright. Got Chip Gem. GG.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
I'd say overall this is going pretty well so far. Some items that we have are pretty garbage still, but I think the RNG is evening out. The Phantom Lord. So much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. That brings back memories. Phantom Lord. I don't know if people know him, who he was. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
Phantom Lord. Oh man, okay. Yeah, let's keep getting it up there, man. Sweet. Alright, we just found a 18 all-res. That means we don't have to cube one up, I think. I think 18 is going to be good enough. Yeah, I don't have to use the chromatic recipe. Nice. We're level 37. Okay. Alright, let's go put that on. Let's not forget the boots this time. Oh, I was almost peasant crown. That would have been nice. Oh well. Damn. Okay. Cool. Ow. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The Order welcomes you.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. 20 MF ring. That's actually really huge. Getting those MF rings, this is basically an angel ring, basically, for this character. And you can, of course, you can gamble for these as well. But this is why we're still picking up the rings, right? So we can get all that MF that we're going to need later on in this journey. It's going to prove to be essential. Oh, look at that. Alright, so one more Andy kill, and it's going to be with even more Magic Find. I think about 80 Magic Find we're going to have on this one. It's pretty good. Not bad at all. More the better. Believe it or not, that first 80 is worth a lot, so we'll find something sick here. I think String of Years would be insane. Talk about allowing us to kill anything. That's gonna be nice, but I don't think it matters. That's why you don't need angel rings necessarily, because you can just find blue ones and they're pretty easy to find or to gamble. It's actually fairly likely that you'll, as long as you're picking up the rings and the ammies along the way, that you will find MF rings, MF amulets, things of that nature. They're gonna help your path from rags to riches go even smoother. More items, more drops, faster, faster, faster. It's the name of the game. Alright, so what we're gonna do here, gonna kill her one more time, and then we're gonna move on and we're gonna start pushing through Nightmare. And there's other areas that might be of interest to you for farming at Nightmare. Not too many though. I really only recommend farming 2 more things if you're gonna farm them for a bit. Which are gonna be Nightmare, Mephisto, and Cows. Which are gonna come on pretty momentarily. We're also gonna want that lower resist wand. Wow, okay, well, that was kind of a junk drop, but oh well. I didn't even swap out my boots, but it wouldn't have mattered because the Kai shield would have been nothing.
Welcome.
Alright, anyway, cool. As you can see, she drops uniques. You keep farming her, she'll give you more uniques.
I know.
Never know how lucrative that farm can be. As you can see, we can pump out quite a few Nightmare Andy runs. Just using her teleport staff and things of that nature. But doing those Andy runs is pretty expensive. You might notice that we've definitely burned through a fairly significant amount of gold here. That's just normal. Alright, so we'll leave on that MF one. We'll leave on that MF ring too. So we'll have some MF just like leveling up. We're level 38. Which is at this point in Players 1. That's fine. And is actually a pretty good level for this point. So once again, we're going to take a dive into the sewers. However, I think before we do that, I'm going to get a lower resist wand. Also, we're going to want to rebuy the mercenary. So this is the part where the mercenary can definitely do something good. That's just how it is here. Let's see here. Good day, huh? Good day. Alright, we want Holy Freeze, yeah. At some point we might want a different one. There's no Durga, so rip. We'll just go with Hassin. He has seen everything.
Up put that to good use.
Alright, we have a better helm we can give him.
I'll put that to good use.
Stuff's honestly garbage at this point, like all of it pretty much is. Pretty much. I wouldn't bother with any of it.
I'll put that to good use.
I'll put on some stuff that's slightly less garbagey.
I'll put that to good use.
Give him some light res. He almost has max light res, so he might not die very much in here. Find that sparkling chainmail earlier, so that's a nice one, right? Always fun to use some of these random items. Oh yeah.
I'll put that
Actually,
to good use.
well, no, for the time being, for Act 2, I think I want
Put
that.
to good use.
No, let's not do that. And then I'll put that on for now. He'll have some fire and lightning res, which honestly, that's what he mostly needs anyway. And he'll be good. He should be okay. Do we reload for the lower res one, though? Do you want the lower res wand?
I've heard.
I don't know. I guess we will. Okay, let's reload. Okay. So, by the time you get to Nightmare Drognin, you can farm a lower resist wand. As long as you are at least level 30, I think, and by level 36 you can use it. We're level 38. So, now what we want is a lower resist charge wand, kind of similar to the teleport staff that we found earlier. And we can, as long as we get the town entrance that's right next to him, we can keep reloading his stock every time he exits that. Oh my god. Oh, really? We already found one, but it's super expensive. Man, this can take a while to find. Alright, well, we'll buy it. I'll have like no gold though. I have 60k, so we definitely need to keep picking up items at this point. Have all my teleport charges though, so I think we're okay. So quick, yeah! Found that pretty fast there. Alright, so what I do recommend doing with that is we can put that on C or something and swap it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to swap in the one, we're going to use low resist against highly fire resistant monsters, fire immune monsters when we need to, at least for the time being, and bosses. And once we switch to lightning, which we will be doing, the respec is actually coming up at this point. We'll want to do that as well. In this case, Sewers 2 is actually kind of far up there. Interesting. Well, that does happen.
Impossible.
Got a mercenary with Holy Freeze. That's going to help a little bit. I don't think he's procced his aura, though. Those are almost fire immune. But I wouldn't recommend using your lower resist wand against things you don't have to kill.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. Wait, is that the... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's straight ahead, so it's gonna be straight ahead. It's over here. You see, that thing is fire immune. I wouldn't mess with those, honestly. These things are pretty hard to kill in general. Just go straight to Radamant if you can. And sure enough, we found it. It's facing the same way, of course, as the entrance to Sewers 2. We talked about Sewers a lot more, though. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, I'm actually going to use the lower resist wand. Swap it out. And then kill Radamant faster with it. It does help a little bit. You'll notice it lasts a pretty long time. So you can just put it on him once or twice and... Ow! What is hitting me? I don't understand. Okay, whatever. Alright, we get our Book of Skill in Act 2. I'm gonna keep pushing pretty easy here.
Greetings.
Yeah, farming gold isn't too hard, and we're getting to the parts of the game anyway where farming it is pretty easy. If you have to, Nightmare LK is really good. Nightmare Eldritch can be very good for farming gold. Definitely not a big deal. Alright, let's go. We have an experience shrine. Let's just get outside. Pretty easy there, right? Almost at 700 HP. Nice. Magnus' skin means you probably don't even have to craft any gloves for this, honestly. Could be pretty solid. There's a zombie head, easy mode. Yeah. So quick! Sub Halifax. How we doing? Okay, Ugh.
Impossible.
Alright, so we're always looking on the outside of the rocky waste for the exit. We found it. Since we already have the cube, though, we don't actually care about anything in the dry hills of Nightmare. We're actually just going to want to find the exit and just go straight to the far oasis as soon as possible. Halls of the Dead has no other interesting faculties past normal. Nothing interesting going on there. No interesting qualities. Nothing at all. Experience Shrine is always nice, though. Almost level 40. Getting close. 39. It's about to start getting good.
Impossible. Impossible.
Jump over the wall. Keep scouting the edge. So now we're in the far oasis, so that's good. Fire Blast is actually really strong and still relevant because you've been leveling it up. It's a synergy for Wake of Fire, of course. You know, I wonder if it's actually better. Alright, let's see what we got here. Random Jewel could be good for crafting. Huh. That's interesting. That actually does some damage. Maybe we'll use that instead.
I'll put that to good use.
At least for now, until I get insight. Oh, don't forget your mercenary. Could be nice. 23 MF. Honestly, don't have to pick up blue boots. We're gonna farm for those later, but whatever. Just felt like it. I don't know. Not really. You could have used a kite shield for our Ancient's Pledge, because we actually do have enough strength for it. That is a good point. A 3-socketed kite shield will also suffice for that item. Something I guess I did not, neglected to mention. Here we go, here. Okay, we got a waypoint finally, so now we can look for Maggot Lair. Looks like we found Lost City too, so. Alright, and there it is, we found the hole. Damn, we're usually terrible at finding the hole. Damn. Not bad. Alright, so here's the deal. In the Maggot Lair, you can just farm like this. However, the problem is you're going to be killing a lot of monsters that aren't elites. So I'd actually recommend teleporting mostly through Maggot Lair. It can be a little expensive on your gold or on your Ort runes or whatever, but think it's worth it. Just gotta keep going to the east or right. Find one of those east or right facing tiles relative to the entrance there. And we're good to go. Good level up in here though, that's nice. Almost got maxed Fire Blast. This is around the time when you could respec. Of course, I wouldn't recommend doing it in Act 2 though. There's a lot more, I think there's a lot of lightning resistance issues. Okay. Of course, I can just mess around. Rip Mercenary though. Cask is like a mid-tier helm, so that one might sell for something. There's a lot of armor pieces that sell for a lot by the time you get to the end game, so if you're ever lacking gold, it shouldn't be too hard to find it. Alright, cool. Alright, we're good. Resistances are amazing.
Impossible.
Alright. So, they pick up some items to sell. One bad thing about having this many charms is that, you know, obviously it's going to make it harder to pick up items to sell. So that's one thing you do have to think about. I like having charms, but 5 to Nova Staff? What? Imagine using that. That's kind of funny. I just found a 5 to Nova Staff. What in the world? Alrighty then. Okay. No, I would actually say it's faster just to farm LK or Eldritch when you get to it instead of Nightmare Trav if you're lacking gold, especially at this point.
Hello.
Good question though. Good point. Yeah, for sure. Yep. For sure, my man. Okay. So that lower resist one is really good. About to run out of gold. Actually, no, we're not. We're actually doing okay. Oh, that's where I've been putting my gold. No wonder why I have no gold. I've been putting it in the shared stash. I actually do have gold. Okay, we have like 600k. Oh, we're doing fine then. Alright. I was gonna say, I swore I had 500k somewhere that we've been putting on. I didn't remember that though. I put them away. One thing to note is we did not find a Goblin Toes in this Rags to Riches, but it's such a cheap item and it's so easy to get. If you can get it for Ubers, I recommend using it, and I think we might demo that because it's such an easy item.
Good evening.
And you can use it in addition to a whole bunch of garbage. And you can make it work. That is something we will work on though. Alright. Mercenary is not good. Am I going to upgrade it? Yeah, probably.
I can't.
Battle boots. Probably not mirrored boots though. I don't know if that's even needed though. We'll see. It will help with the kick damage though for finishing them off. Hi, I'm a new D2 player. Actually started with PD2, having a blast. Hesitant about jumping into D2R. Graphics are sick. Started with PD2. That's an interesting thing to start with. That's kind of cool. That's actually nice that, you know, starting with a mod. It's interesting.
Thanks.
I think Liz. Quality of life is totally missing. What do you mean? What do you do? The original game experience is very fun. It's just a different experience. You have to like it. If you don't, well, keep playing mods. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, starting out with a mod might make the vanilla game not feel as... especially if you like all that extra stuff, and you feel like that extra stuff elevates the game. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for you. That is going to be... Okay, I'm gonna jump over him. Alright, so we're navigating this area based on how you want to navigate it. It's always going... This whole block here faces that way, so you want to go to the left or face... or west. Same thing we did at normal. That's gonna sell for a good amount. 3 bone prison, that's 3 to a level 30 skill. We're still killing the elites though, we're still killing density if we can. I have power level ourselves here.
Serpents. I expected worse.
Alright, Jared Stone, GG. You also got the staff is ready. Alright, GG.
I've been approached and let's
Pretty much achieved everything we wanted to here. And now it is time to go and Act 2. So you can see the game progresses in some ways faster in Nightmare than in Normal because you just are a lot stronger. I consider Normal to be tougher than Nightmare in a lot of ways, especially if you know what items to get and how to, build the general gear out and whatnot. I think a lot of people would agree with that. I think it's hell when it really gets serious, obviously. And that's when you're gonna have to know some more stuff. Alright, here we go. Pal Cellar. Run all the way to the corners. One thing to note is you don't necessarily have to farm all of your levels in here. You might be wondering why not. Well, because you can farm a lot of your levels from Nightmare Eldritch, Pindle Skin, and Cows. We're not as much in a race to get levels as we are in normal, so even though we do like to seek out those elites and kill them, not as essential. That is one thing to mention here. I can actually skip a bunch at this point. It'll actually in a lot of ways be faster. A lot of things that won't require a lot to level from. Okay. There we go. Alright, Arcane Sanctuary, so that's in the middle. That's all the corners. Now I just gotta get lucky once again. Is this first wave like last time, chat? Or is this 3 or 2 or 4 waves? Are we gonna get lucky like the first time? I'm gonna get screwed. Oh man. Ah! That's not what we wanted to do at all, actually. We got amped, and we lost the mercenary. Okay, let's try to rebuy him. Let's try again.
Good day.
Let's sell this crap real fast.
Allow me to advise you.
No one's gonna guess how many waves this is gonna take. What's up, Pinky? Pink the Siberian. No. WoW pissed you off. Why did WoW piss you off? How does WoW piss somebody off? I don't actually know. So in general, once again, these are random monsters. You don't really want to farm Nightmare Arcane. You just want to... Wow, man! We're getting lucky. We're really getting lucky with this. Damn. Right. End of... That's lucky, man. That's really lucky. Is that any good? Not really, no. Okay. Alright, let's see. What direction is it without looking? Smiley face again. Oh, that's the same direction. Okay. Wow, we did this exact same thing in normal. Alright, whatever. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so this is kind of a really small block, but it is pointing this way, so it's to the left. It's always to the west over here. Coming in this way. This is another area that I highly recommend using a lot of your making a lot of use out of your teleport stuff. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. Well, that wasn't ideal. Alright, looks like we gotta go straight ahead.
So, need some help?
Yeah, we do. Let's repair our staff because we're starting to run out of
Blessings to you.
Teleport charges. No. I found my gold though, so we're good. It's like, where'd my gold go? Alright, at this point I'm kind of banking on it being like over here maybe. Yeah, okay. Yep, so it's a left or west facing tile relative to the entrance. Pretty far north.
Thanks.
Mercenary doesn't have enough light res still, but he's trying. Alright, so this is another one of those situations where you can get cold res and whatnot and stack it for Andariel, but we're pretty strong, so I don't think we're gonna need to do that. Mercenary might die, that's okay. Have a lot of res. Alright, so we're gonna want to use the lower resist one against Andariel, of course, if we can. You use it as soon as we get in there. Okay, cool. And just let him swim in the fire. That's what he likes doing anyway, right? Alright, we're off already. We'll put it back on, switch out. Just kind of kite him while you're doing that. It takes some practice, but you can do it. Ow. Yeah, we don't have max cold res, so we're gonna take some damage from him. Dclone is great practice on PD2. Swapping in your inventory. I could do that. That's true, I don't actually need my teleport staff. Yeah, I could just use my teleport staff instead of my spirit. Then I have to swap my weapons. Alright, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna finish him off here. Use some juice. Don't feel like going back to town. Tight circles, tight circles. Tight circles. Alright, sweet. Alright. Now you might be wondering, why don't you farm Andariel? It's because Andariel's a lot harder to get to, especially on Bnet, because you don't know where he is. You don't even know what tomb he's in. Unless you do an Arcane Sanctuary.
Prime evils to the ends of the world.
And that is why he's not really that good of a farm.
Greetings.
So we're not gonna farm him. Not even as a demo. It's not worth it. I'm gonna save you the trouble. Alright.
Greetings.
Andariel was fun.
Greetings.
You know, having all these Jews, this is why we pick up all these Jews, though.
I'm sorry.
And we continue to pick up Jews, because we're gonna need them. Jews are the most important part of just plowing through the game. Alright, so as you can see here, About to get to Act 3.
I can already tell that I'll be your
Getting
best
very
friend in
close
this
to our
forsaken
first respec. You could even respec now if you wanted to, but I don't think it's really worth it yet. I think it's worth staying fire until you hit Travancore Act 3, and that's because a lot of those monsters are highly fire resistant. So, what we're going to do, especially with Mephisto as well, lightning is going to kill the bosses faster. So, we're getting very close to respecing here. XXXZZ, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of St. Andrew's Day. How's it going, man? It's going good. Kind of in the middle of our guide here, pretty much. Alright, Mercenary is okay. Alright, so we're just going to do the Act 3 quests. Wake of Fire is really good against dense concentrations of these flares as well. So we're going to stick with it. Very soon.
A jade statue. What should I do with it?
We're actually going to switch gears. Now what's interesting is that when you want to go from rags to riches, you can actually stay fire and farm certain hell areas. But getting to hell and getting to those areas successfully is very difficult with fire. You can definitely do it, but I don't recommend it. It's very painful. You can also just go back to fire at some point if you want to.
Thanks.
So what I did there is I teleported to get my mercenary out of the pile of monsters so he didn't die. Watching that mercenary HP. Saves you a trip to the morgue. Alright, Spider Cavern. Oh, we found the quest grotto again first try. Spider Forest at least. Maybe we'll get a Great Marsh skip this time. Could have used the lower resist wand against him, but for the most part, you also don't want to overuse that. Not yet, anyway. There'll come a time when you're going to want to use it against every boss kill if that's what you're trying to do. A hybrid kicker, so that's the interesting thing, is we can actually show how a hybrid kicker could work, yeah. I don't think you need G-Face to do that, though, that's the thing. We can do it without G-Face.
I can't carry anymore.
Yep. You're onto something, my man. You're onto something. Don't worry, we'll get to that point. We're not there yet. Alright, so we found the Jade figurine from an Elite Pack. We got our eye. Pretty simple stuff, really. Game's gonna breeze past once we get going here. What's up, Fan to HC? How you doing? Alright. Damn it! You gave me the golden bird. Okay. And lamb, sweet. Act 3, fun times. Always. Okay, so check the grotto for an exit. There's nothing up there. Remember these grottos are they're typically next to these splits in the river. They always have two pillars next to them. Yeah, it's fire and Shannon, whatever. Need to bother him. Alright, run past the low density, just run past the monsters you don't need to kill. This looks like flare. No, it's not. Okay. Not yet. jump over the wall here, or over the river. Assassins can't swim. Sorceresses don't have to, they just use teleport.
Thanks.
Alright. What do we got here? Is this the... Yeah, this looks like the dead zone. Okay, this is the nothing grotto. And there's nothing in here. Okay. No exits. Act 3 exits are pretty annoying. Is this a mod? Nope. This is D2R, Diablo 2 Resurrected. No mods, just single player BattleNets. It's softcore ladder actually currently to be exact. Made a brand new character with no items except for keys and goblin toes, which we might use for demo purposes. Just to show you guys how you can do it with almost nothing. Going from rags to riches on an assassin. I don't think it's really complete unless you attempt to do Ubers. I would imagine that, like, I mean, it's decently efficient at some farms, but let's be honest. Unless you're willing to farm keys or do Ubers, it's actually kind of weak. We gotta show this class at its very strongest. What is that? Is that an Arachnid's Lair? No, yeah, it's an Arachnid's Lair. Alright, so... not finding a flare jungle yet. This is a bad sign. Ah, yes, definitely want to pick up that flawless amethyst. Gonna allow us to craft something or other. No, I leveled up. I didn't even see that I was close. Alright, level 41. And that is the Great Marsh. Yep, that's what I thought. So, I guess the challenge then here is there a branch off before this? Not actually sure. Okay, let's just check down here just to be sure. There's not. I don't think so though. Based on how the map looks just in general. Yeah, we're not getting out of here. Alright, I'm gonna have to take another trip through the Great Marsh, it seems. RIP. These maps are garbage! Act 3 maps are garbage, man. Whoa, 115 mana, holy crap. Let's find a 115 mana ring. Imagine getting like FCR 115 mana on a sorceress. Alright, none of the grottos are useful, let's just run along. See if we find any side areas or run to the end and get to our flare jungle. Mercenary's not having a good time. Expected. First ladder. Yeah, this is ladder 1. Yeah, not ladder 2. Ladder 2 hasn't happened yet. We'll announce it. My man Max will announce it as well. Just be on top of the news when it happens. Oh. That shit hurts, man. Okay.
Hello.
I might keep a 115 mana ring actually. It's kind of cool.
Hello.
Might allow us to have some easier time with some stuff. Yeah. Alright, we actually have maxed out Fire Blast and Wake of Fire just in time almost to respec her. So, like I said, we're about to move on from it anyway. If you are still putting points into the fire build, of course, though, at this point you go Wake of Inferno. This is one of the grottos. I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was a turn-off. Oops. There's nothing in there. You're gonna get trapped, bro. Oh, that's... I've actually found a ring like that for a Sorc. That's amazing. I love having rings like that. Physical and fire, I mean? Really?
Impossible.
Alright, so this turnoff here is probably Flare. Yeah, wow. We checked every available offshoot. That's lame. That could be an interesting base for a Rhyme, maybe. Yeah, it's got 2 sockets too. Okay. I guess we'll use this instead of the spike shield. Alright. Yeah, those bone shields are nice. Okay. Alrighty. Might have enough chip gems now. You might not have to pick up any more. We picked up quite a few. Even if we are going to use them for repairs, or if you need them for repairs.
Impossible.
Okay, my mercenary does do damage now, so we found a weapon that actually does something. Come on. Oh, Angelics?
Delicious glide.
Angelics.
I could consult nice.
Ooh, if we find Angelics Ammy, that's huge, actually. Oh man, that's another very cheap thing that you can get for a kicker that can help a lot with the attack rating and whatnot. Yeah, bro. Damn. Hey. All right. We haven't found the waypoint, so I'm just gonna put a TP there and find a waypoint first. I'm gonna show what it's like just to go straight for like Lower Kuros or Kuros Bazaar, so you can just get a good waypoint that you actually need. I don't think we got the ring from Ormus yet, did we? Huge, yeah. Oh, that's big. That's a big one. We also need those flawless rubies. We're gonna want some blood crafts. Oh, oh man. Damn, that's really good actually. We actually got a good ring. Nice. Attack rating, life leech. Lightning res up the wazoo. Poison res. I would say that's actually better than this currently. I'm gonna keep it though. The 9 light res ring. I don't think we need that anymore, do we? No, there's no way. I don't think we have it anymore anyway, but whatever. Do we have it? Yeah, we do. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Level 13 too. Yeah, look at that. That's actually sick for level 13. Yeah, it's got MF as well. Alright, it's gonna boost our MF a little bit too. It's nice. And our poison res is now perfect. I think it already might have been, but whatever. Ah, finally, Ormus gave us a good ring. Our ring RNG from Ormus and Makara wasn't very good until that point there. That's gonna help us though quite a bit. All this lightning res on rings is huge, by the way. If we're gonna want to do Uber Mephisto, that's the only way to get it done. Getting all this light res on item. Oh, I tried to heal him.
Impossible. You can't.
Yeah, whatever. Yep. Alright, we actually found the Flare Jungle waypoint. That's not what I was trying to find, but okay. Oh, I messed up my TP. Rip.
Hello? Now.
Dang it. I messed up my Flare TP. That's okay, we can just keep pushing to the other waypoint anyway. Flare Jungle TP's waypoint's good. It's close enough. As a matter of fact, if I go down here for a bit and I just make a TP here, I get us pretty close. No, not desync. Oh my god, the desync is real. Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh, we found a bill, actually. 3 sockets. Aw, man. That would have been nice, actually. Would have been pretty good. Oh, well. Let's see how much we can just plow through this stuff. Really good experience, really good item drops. All this density is beautiful once you get to player jungle. Same goes for normal, of course, but it's a strong leveling spot for sure. It's gonna help us get a few more levels. A little bit closer to where we want to be. Okay. Nice. Okay. That's a lot of damage you're taking.
Impossible.
It's okay. He's dying! Okay. Leveling up very fast. Yeah, we'll put 1 point or Wake of Inferno. Keep leveling up her damage. Level 42. Bad. Yeah, I knew he was gonna die from that. There's not much I could have done about that. Got the waypoint though. That's good. We'll take the lower cross one, I guess, for now, and then we'll go up from there.
Good evening.
Greetings.
Mercenary's a bit more expensive now, aren't you, buddy? 3-socketed Gothic plate. Okay, we'll keep it. Might end up being useful. Oops. Trying to use the wrong hotkey there. That's not that one. Alright. +2. Don't really need a skull for any reason. You don't really need skulls. Okay. Kex! Thank you so much for launching a Xan attack on the stream. Holy moly. Chat, spam those at Xan in the chat if you want for Kex. Let's go, PogChamp. Let's do it. So, oh, BT's in here too. Pog, what's up, man? How you doing? Ah, BT is here, yeah, man. What's up, Kex? How was your stream, man? Thank you for launching a Xana attack on the stream. Oh, yeah? How's the mod going? What kind of shenanigans are we up to now? I gotta say, I still need to try your mod. I'm still trying to... Still gonna be doing it. Still wanna do it. Wanna find time for it. Looks like fun. Looks hard. Looks like it's a real challenge. Terrible for new players, but for players that are already know what they're doing, I think it's great. Ooh, slowest target. Interesting. That could be nice. I don't think we're gonna want to use that because we're gonna use Black Flail. However, that is an interesting thing to use, and maybe in some cases that might keep us alive. It's our only slow target that we have, so you might actually want to use it against like one of the Uber bosses or something. True, a heavy grinder. Oh yeah. You gotta be a pretty heavy grinder, but see, that's the thing. That's the kind of mod I might actually be interested in for, like, a challenge, a real challenge. A very serious challenge, right? You want, like, kind of all the way through. Looks like fun. I want to grind hardcore on it. I want to try. Grinding hard. I think you're gonna have to grind a lot more to not die in hardcore on that. I saw your video where you got one shot by Maddock when you were amped from like one of the previous Ancients attempts. That was kind of funny. Yeah.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
I know, Kex has done it. A pleb like you? I don't know, man. You really a pleb? Probably not. You gotta give yourself more credit than that. That's pretty tough to do on that. I've been following what kinds of things are part of that mod, and man, that looks pretty brutal. Alright, we got our brain. Are you kidding me? I had Stormtree follow me all the way up. Oh my goodness. I'm not messing with him, he's fire enchanted. You got clapped! Hey, you did Ubers on hardcore and everything? Sounds good to me, man. I forgot, are there corruptions in that mod? Can you brick stuff? Oh my god. That's gonna be the hardest part of the mod, honestly. Just bricking everything. Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be hard. Alright, we're going to the Ruined Temple. Once again, she comes at you fast, careful. Look at those antlers, man, terrible. Okay, got the tome. Kill some elite packs, get some more experience. Another fire enchant. Not really worth messing with that once again.
I am overburdened.
Alright, that's got nothing on it.
I can't.
Yeah, screw it, you don't need that. What do I have in here? Oh, that's why I couldn't put it in there. Tetris! Holy moly, Kex. That reminds me of PD2 somewhat, actually. PD2 does offer a bit of a challenge with the Ubers, the normal Ubers. They're pretty dangerous. I like kind of what I liked what Senpai did with it. That's kind of nice. Oh yeah, that cube is enormous. I think I saw that. I saw the cube he made. Isn't it like a 6x6 or something? I don't know if I remember correctly. He made the Rogic cube, I think, like a 6x6. I mean, it's a cube. And it's a 6x6. It's effectively a charm inventory. That's pretty cool. Does a charm inventory take hard coding, so you can't do that in a D2R mod? Not actually sure. Alright, we're going looking for the sewers too on the outside again. Pop them. We're very close to respecking, so we're actually at the point in the game where we're going to want to respec. We're reaching the limits as to what Wake of Fire can do without an extreme amount of frustration. So, we're going to do our first respec. We're coming on that pretty soon here. All the mods are single player. It's the only way to do it. Yeah, it's a D2R mod. Yeah. Albert?
Impossible.
Let me see here. One socket. Spirit and Shrine, very nice. Yeah, it sounds like a fun time, man, for sure. Heck yeah. Okay. Well, I only have one charge left on the teleport stuff. I want to get some more in a second here. Alright. There we go. Smash him. Okay. It says he has a jewel. I don't know what that means though. Alright, here we go. Thank you again, my man.
Hello.
Beast, sounds like you guys are having a good time on that mod. Definitely could be an interesting thing to check out. Single player D2R mods. The Renaissance is now.
Good day.
Just remember.
You.
Alright, so we're gonna turn in the book. Got our book from Battle Maid Serena. Just kind of going through the same quest we did in normal at this point. Just trying to get tankier, get more stats, more power. Everything we're gonna need to be able to push through hell fairly safely. Not too much of a challenge. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run to Travancore, which we're gonna do. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult of Xanadur's Day. PM doesn't have CBF anymore. What? A CBF jewel. Wait, you can get FCR and attack speed with jewels? Like little tiny amounts of them? That's interesting. Okay, I gotta think about this here. Do we have enough Ort runes? Yeah, okay. Let's actually repair. Let's repair my staff once using Ort Chip Gem. That's fair. Thank you guys for the follows. A 508 Hughes, Discover Nautilus. The alerts are disabled. Have a good time, man.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Well, they're supposed to be. They're not fully disabled. I don't know. Not letting me, man. Okay, what are we doing? No, that's not what we wanted. We wanted the. Wanted the TP. Very cool. Alright, we're in Upper Cross, so now it's time. That could have killed us. You ran right by it. Rip. Gotta be careful. It's gonna get the Travancore waypoint. And then we're gonna respec. We are going to respec to do Council and Mephisto. And then, of course, once we get to Act 4, it's going to be very imperative we're no longer a fire build. Unless we want to suffer. You could do it with the lower res one in the Mercenary, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Meaning, like, no fun at all. Curse duration reduction. Do you find curse duration reduction to be like too overpowered of a stat? I don't know. Being able to get like 100% just seems really strong to me. You think it breaks the game? Obviously you can't do that in the regular game. Just have to wonder. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so we've got... Alright, it is time now. It's time for respec number 1. Pay attention, look closely.
Yes?
Alright, so we're just gonna go in here, just gonna do our nightmare respec. Alright, so... This is where we're going to want to put... about 15 points into Light Sentry, 10 points into Charge Bolt Sentry, and like 9 points into Death Sentry. We're also going to want to make sure we have 3 points into Burst of Speed. Because now we have Spirit, right? And we have some other things. So we don't actually need as many points into Burst of Speed. And then you can also want to put 1 into Cloak of Shadows and 1 into Mind Blast. The rest of it's just not going to work. So this is what we're gonna just focus on here. And so we're gonna have defensive skills now. And these skills are actually gonna make a lot of the rest of the game a lot easier for us in general. Okay. I think we got all of the shadow disciplines we need, so now we're just gonna put the rest of the points into traps. So we're gonna put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not gonna worry about any of this stuff yet, however, we will likely want some of this as well. Especially if we want to start hybridizing a bit. We'll worry about it for the standard approach though, and for the standard farms. That approach is going to be highlighted first, so that's what we're going to do here. I think with 36 skills, we actually have enough skills to... I don't know. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, we got enough. So this is the general distribution, like if you're level like 36 or something. No, actually no, level 38. But you can actually end up just maxing out Light Sentry. So we can max out Light Sentry here. And then we can put a lot of the points into Charge Bolt Sentry. And the rest of it will be good. We also have maxed out damage for Death Sentry as well. So we have Death Sentry, Light Sentry, and Burst of Speed, and I'm going to put Mind Blast as G, actually, and Cloak of Shadows as D. And then, of course, we're going to need enough strength to wear our gear. That's pretty much what we always do. And you could even put more points into strength if you wanted to at this point, but it's not like we're struggling to use any gear at this time. So you don't really need them yet. I'd just, you know, not bother with it yet. And then also you don't need to put any points into energy anymore because now we actually have enough mana through our items. So you can just put the rest of the points into vitality. So it is better off now. We're good to go. And we're good. Now against the Travancore, I do recommend maybe using the lower resist wand. That's okay. It's not too hard to use it. Use the lower resist wand here. We can actually cast it on our offhand. We're not going to have to worry about the teleport staff at the moment. As you can see, our damage is 1180. Pretty good, right? 600 Death Sentry as well. Mercenary. Gonna get hit. Are we gonna die? No. Now we're using Death Sentry as well. Be careful for the fire enchant on Galeb. It can one-shot you. Even with max fire is, so I made sure to avoid that. Lower resist them, use Light Sentry, use Death Sentry once you have corpses. That's the general formula for the lightning traps in. And of course having Burst of Speed like normal. Alright, here we go. This sounds terrible. This sounds dangerous.
Greetings.
Alright, cool. That was pretty easy, right?
Hello.
And I think that's a lot easier than Wake of Fire at that point because there's a lot of highly fire-resistant monsters like Galeb there. It's a lot easier to kill them with the lightning, which is why I like to respec there. You can definitely kill them with the fire though. Until you get to Act 4, you can still use fire if you want. However, this is also going to be a lot better for farming Mephisto. And farming Mephisto is the next area is going to be one of those top areas for going from rags to riches and getting some basic items. There's a lot of really good items like Ward Travelers, Oculus, all kinds of things that don't drop from Nightmare Annie that will drop from Nightmare Mephisto. Same thing with like Herald of Zakarum, really high value items. So now we're starting to get to the point in the game when you can really start farming some really tasty, juicy items. But we're still not there yet. I'm going to put the teleport staff back on because now we're back to traversing Durance. It's pointing this way. That means the way that I'm currently running, which means they're going to want to go to the left or to the west as soon as possible and find Durance 2. Same thing as in normal mode. Use our teleport staff to go over the walls. Bam, 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 bam. Good stuff. Great thing about Cloak of Shadows is you can just use Cloak at any time. You don't want to get hit by things. Can allow you to traverse a little bit easier. We also have Mind Blast as well, which can be used to convert monsters and to stun them so that it's harder for them to hit me. These are the tools that are going to get us through to the end game, and that are also going to allow us to do really tough areas, like the Uber areas as well. It's fun stuff. Alright, cool. So at this point, what we're going to want to level up every time we level up is we are going to want to put pretty much all of our points into the Lightning Sentry synergies, which is what we're going to do. Of course, we can also level up Death Sentry as well. Kind of depends on what you want to farm. Death Sentry is very good, though, in general, though. It's not going to be like the main ability, though, so keep that in mind. Making the Lightning Sentry stronger first. It's probably going to be very good. Getting between like 5 to 10 points in Death Sentry or upwards of 15 will be good until, of course, you just max out Light Sentry and all of the synergies. So Lightning Sentry is going to be pretty big. I don't want to use that. Every time we get a body, Death Sentry is going to be huge. Once we get a body, Death Sentry is going to smash it.
Thanks.
Put 1 to 2 Death Sentries once we get a body and destroy everything. Alright, so we're about to go up into Mephisto. This is the next Rags to Riches area. I don't think we got the Durance waypoint, so we're actually going to have to go back and get that. I can also show you how a bigger Durance kind of looks as well, so you can kind of see how that works. This run's been pretty smooth. Yeah, I mean, it's... Honestly, Assassin doesn't usually have too many issues, at least not in my opinion. Anyway, here we go. Lower resist. Put down the Lightning Sentries. And Mercenary can just die, that's fine. Ow. And down. Sweet.
Mephisto.
Wow, an F bill.
Match for me.
Holy moly. That's nice until we get insight. That's pretty good. I think the Mercenary might actually be able to live now. Yay. Oh, for sure, Romper Stomper. That's good, man. Okay, here we go. Alright, so, low resist wand did us some good, right? That farm, of course, is solid. Oh, I didn't get the waypoint. Damn. I'll get it in a second here. Just have to go back a little bit. I forgot the waypoint, yeah. That's alright. So we're gonna get the waypoint. We're actually gonna farm some Mephisto because Mephisto is a really good area. We're gonna farm him about 5 times too, just like we did Nightmare Andy. And maybe we'll get lucky, but even if we don't, just keep in mind that there's a lot of items that you might be very surprised to find out can drop from there. Can't get Shaco from Mephisto and Nightmare. That's one thing you can't get, but there's so many good items you can. An Amrune, honestly. We could we could use the Amrune. You can just like kind of chuck the Amrune into the mercenary's weapon here.
I'll put that.
Right, he's got life leech now, sweet. Easy mode. Sometimes being creative with those gems and those runes is very, very good. It's very helpful in general. Alright, cool. You can even make some use of some of our Ith runes that we don't really need. Give them a bit more damage.
I'll put that to good use.
That's actually not a bad weapon. It's an interesting weapon from Mephisto there. Alright. We'll get the waypoint. We'll go back this way. Alright. So at this point, we should be pretty confident that we know what it takes to plow through Nightmare and start farming some really top Nightmare areas. But of course, as we all know, that's not enough. It's never enough! Alright, so remember this tile here, the entrance tile here, is pointing this way. It's going in this direction. It's pointing us over here. And as you can see, we found Durance 3 literally facing the same way. That's exactly how it works every time. We haven't found the Durance 2 waypoint, though. And if we're going to want to farm Mephisto, of course, we're going to want that. That should be a west or a left-facing tile relative to the entrance tile there, or even relative to Durance 3. So what we're going to do is we're going to go look for that. Alright. Making use of that Cloak of Shadows. Definitely a good thing to have sometimes. I like having one point to some defensive skills on the Sun. One of the biggest strengths of the Assassin is that she can farm with almost nothing because she has those really good defensive skills. And that's actually something that can be utilized very well in hardcore as well. Alright, I don't know where it's at, man. It's gotta be somewhere. It's like over here or something. I don't know. This is weird because normally it would be like over there, but it's not, so I have to go look in other areas for it now. This waypoint. It could be in a lot of places at this point, though. It could be here, for instance. No. It's not. No griffins yet, no. We will continue the farm soon. Worry about the griffins. Maybe one day we'll find it.
I can't.
Found Wisp, Burr, and Sur yesterday. Why are you trying all the commands? It would be in the stream title if we found it anyway.
Impossible.
Don't break the bot, man. Don't flood the chat. Okay, here we go. Could be over here. Yeah, it looks like it's over here. Yeah, so it is pointing that way, like I said, but it ended up being like way past these areas. That's kind of annoying. Before we farm Mephisto, though, it's not a bad idea to get 2 more skills from Izual, so we're actually going to go to the Plains of Despair. We're going to hug the edge of the outer steps again, looking for it on one of those 3 sides. That's just him. Yeah, I know. I know. I've seen him in my chat a few times. That's just what he does.
I can't.
We're actually gonna do. We're gonna do Izual, and then we're gonna farm Nightmare Mephisto a few times just as a demo farm. Once we get some bodies, that Death Sentry is really good.
I am overburdened.
It always does a ton of damage. One thing to note about it is that lightning damage from it is the initial damage. It has nothing to do with the corpse explosion damage, which is always going to be extremely high. Don't have to worry about that. See if we kill some elites. Killing elites is still gonna be good. Almost level 44. No! No, no, no. Okay, only have 12 charges on the teleport staff. Looks like it's gonna be on the last wall again. It's gonna be over here. Awesome. Mercenary, stop dying, bro. We got souls. I have 75 light res though because you've been paying attention to picking up our res jewelry and everything else. Oh my goodness, he just died. Okay, whatever. You know what? You can take a dirt nap. It's all good. All good, mercenary. If you convert one monster, the rest of the monsters will attack them. Very useful for keeping the monsters in one spot instead of chasing you. It's definitely something you're going to want to do. Okay. I don't really want them chasing you, that's not good. Alright, here we go.
Impossible.
Yeah, our light res is really good. Honestly, it's you know, it's definitely capable of already braving hell to some extent. And we'll get more res from Anya too. I'm not gonna have a lot of issues with that no matter what.
I can't.
And remember, you don't even need as much res. It's always okay to die your way to victory on softcore. Even if we die a few times. Haven't died yet, but hell's the fun part, so. We probably will die a few times to show off some of those things, if not more. Definitely. Even Raft, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Full Dangerous Day. Alright, so here's the deal. You can get our lower resist wand here. That's gonna be nice. Did not work. It's bugged, man. Alright, cool. It's that easy. You could drag him a bit as well towards the City of the Damned entrance, but he dies a lot faster, so it almost doesn't matter. Alright, let's keep going. I'm gonna get the City of the Damned waypoint, and then we're gonna farm some Mephisto for a bit, and then we'll continue towards the end of the game. Oh wow, look at that. Right in front. That's really lucky right there. Got the waypoint. Sometimes that happens. The waypoint can be literally right in the entrance of the City of the Damned, which is... No Shadow? No, no Shadow. Shadow's gonna die too much, honestly. Or 80 life amulet. Okay, we'll keep that for a potential use against certain things. You might actually want that. Stacking life, stacking res, always gonna be good. Picking up that jewelry along the way, definitely paying off as it normally does. Okay, and then Let's repair this staff here. Let's repair that, sell that.
Not here.
Alright, and so now we're gonna farm Mephisto a few more times. And you'll get kind of used to how to navigate this map too, if you want. You can't have Fade and Burst of Speed up at the same time. That is correct. I know I didn't really make that clear, but no, you cannot. Fade is a very good defensive skill. You don't really need to worry about that yet, though. You don't need that much defensive power. Unless you're really struggling on res, or and you're farming like really late Hell or Ubers. You really don't need to worry about Fade. Just get res on your items. You could use Fade as well, if, in addition to high amounts of MF if you want, instead of like, you know, you can definitely compensate and you can use Fade in that way. But it means your trap laying speed is going to be bad unless you, and your faster run lock's going to be bad unless you get a lot of that stat elsewhere on your gear. And yeah, this is how it is. You should farm Mephisto in your Bozont Nightmare Mephisto. Yeah, it's pretty good. Nightmare Mephisto, we talked about some of the benefits of it. We talked about some of the crazy drops you can get from him. If you want riches, this is definitely the first stop off to really get some real, true, honest to goodness riches. Of course, we can still farm some elites along the way. Try it, let me know how it goes. It looks interesting. Gotta say, it looks like they're doing a good job. The testers in BT, that is. Be ready for pain. Yeah, man, for sure. Honestly, we don't need even the mercenary at all. I keep buying him because I keep thinking he might actually survive a bit. But he's really not important at this point. We'll try to make him tanky later, but right now he's not tanky at all. He's also pretty underleveled. I think he's still a really low level. 1 strength. Okay, here we go. Alright, teleport staff. Get out the lower res wand. Swap it out. Lay down the traps. There you have it. I don't think we talked to Israel yet, or Tyrael. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Since we are doing Mephisto farming, we may as well put on some more MF as well. That's right, we got some MF. Where are my booties? Yeah, there we go, okay. Get that lower resist on. Put all the traps on top of one another, they're just gonna attack them. Typically good. Just put them all right on top of each other. They'll die pretty fast like that. Bam! Nothing. It sounds like dying can be a fun way to learn that mod. I'm starting hardcore if I play that. What are you talking about? Of course I am. Of course I am. Don't be silly. Alright, so we're just gonna keep putting the rest of the points into Charge Bolt Sentry at this point. Nice damage, nice damage.
Hello.
Alright, let's do it again. Farm some more time, see what we get. 13 all res, replenish life. So as you can see, as long as we navigate the map well, we can actually farm Mephisto pretty efficiently, even on an assassin.
What do
It's
you
definitely not the most efficient farm in the world on the assassin, which I'm sure some of you guys have already gathered. There's definitely way faster on some other builds. However, it's definitely a solid approach. So if we go into this waypoint here, it's pointing this way. This initial starting block is pointing this way, which means we're going to want to try to go west or to the left from the waypoint. Just like we did last time. That will get us pretty close. Ow. Don't block me, man. What are you trying to do blocking me? Oh, baby. Alright, as you can see, it's pointing to the west or to the left, so we've been finding it pretty easily. Okay, you know what? The mercenary is gonna die to this anyway. May as well get him ready. He's lightning immune, not really worth her time there. Looks like it unbound my lower resist. That does happen from time to time. Come on, get something lucky. How much MF do we got? 86. Yeah, we can definitely find something already. No further interventions. Okay. Really? Wow, he dropped like nothing. What a ripoff! Okay. Alright, I'll kill him 2 more times. Not being nice to me. I do recommend going to Act 4 before reloading if you do want to farm Mephisto, because that will get you into Act 4, which will allow you easy access to the waypoint. And the reason why that's important is because otherwise you would have to travel all the way down the bridge in Act 3 to get to the waypoint. It makes it take a lot longer, so going to Act 4 in most cases is going to be the best scenario. However, the assassin does move pretty fast. It is one thing to mention here. Even though she moves fast, though, that's still the case. Can you moat trick with traps? Yeah, let's show the moat trick here as well. You actually don't even have to, like, set the traps in front of him and dodge his abilities. You can also moat trick him a bit. That's okay. Try it out, man. Looks sick. I want to see people try it. Okay. Alright, there we go. Back with the teleport. Now, someone asked if we can moat trick him, so what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna bring him over to the moat. You don't have to dodge him. To be fair, this is just Nightmare Mephisto, though. I feel like this is more important in Hell Mephisto. However, definitely lower resist in there on the edge, and then he doesn't attack you. I think he's moving too much, but that's okay. As you can see, though, this is pretty nice. Good stuff, right? And then you can switch out your MF boots just before he dies. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Huh. found a crush flange. Interesting. Crush flange could actually be used in place of black flail if we wanted to. Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, you could use a 33% crushing blow. It also has 50 fire res. That could be kind of nice. You might consider using that. It's got a lot of crushing blow on it. Very solid. Okay, what am I gonna do here? 50? Yes. Okay. Prep kick is fun, one skill wonder. Indeed, indeed it is. And that is definitely a strategy we're gonna want to employ here. Most likely. Almost certainly. Yes! We're gonna do it. Yes. Okay, so we'll just get a couple of potions, why not? Alright, let's go kill Mephisto one more time here. It's interesting that we found Crush Flange. Interesting. Definitely a possible use there. Man. Okay, here we go. OP frozen orb. What is this? Uh-oh.
Impossible.
Take him around, baby. Alright, let's go kill Mephisto one more time. And then we're going to meander our way into hell pretty soon. However, before we do that, you got some farming to do. It's looking pretty good though for items like smoke though, which is good because we have 3 IR runes. We also even have Crush Flange, which makes me wonder if we even need to bother with Black Flail. Might not need to. We could though. Gotta go with the right. Now you don't need black, true. Uh-oh. We are going to kill ourselves here. Get that conversion. And that conversion is very nice. Oh, we got a white circlet. That's something I've been looking for, actually. It's something that we can imbue, and that's actually something you'd want to imbue. Like most things. Nice. Very good. Alright. Now, using these teleport staff like this can get expensive, but if you keep selling the items that Mephisto drops and whatnot, it doesn't tend to be too bad. We're going in the direction we don't want to go, actually. This is not good.
I am overburdened.
Okay, what kind of map is this? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Okay, we went down there, we tried to go to the right. Wasn't there. This map is a fun one, for sure. This is not ideal. This is one of those maps that makes people not want to run Mephisto. Hello, Carcalon. How you doing? Crush might be better than black, no cold damage.
Impossible.
True. Maybe. I like Crush Flinch. Alright, so it was over to the west or to the left facing according to the waypoint. But we didn't think it was all the way around in there. We just tried to go directly to the west, and sometimes that happens. You just get trolled. Oh well. Killing those council members can be good sometimes too. Am I gonna moat trick him? I don't like her. Doing more damage to him. And Nightmare Mephisto just becomes more and more efficient as you get more and more levels. So right now we're only level 44. And you can see that if we're just willing to level up a bit more, it's actually it could actually be pretty huge. Alright, here we go. He's down for the count. Look at that. Dropping a charm over there. Sweet. Alright. So now it's time to pretty much complete the game in Nightmare. And then go over some of the Nightmare farms that are going to be very effective for both levels and items. And that is what we're going to do here pretty soon. 22 life, large charm. Nice. That is a tough one. That's a tough one and also much needed. Keep the white circlet for imbues as well. Very good. Need the other one. Alright, sweet. And the mercenary, I don't know what level he is. He's level 42. Okay, so I guess he's not super far behind. It's better than I thought. Nice, Annie. Yeah, if it was an Annie, that would be pretty sick, right? Man, starting out with an Annie and Rags to Riches, talk about cheating. Okay, here you go. Okay. I'm gonna have a lot of fun figuring that stuff out that you guys are trying to figure out right now. Oh man. Alright, so straight ahead, gonna be river, waypoint. Oh shoot. He's just not strong enough. It's okay. These monsters have a decent amount of lightning res, so it's actually kind of tough to kill them. We'll see that here. Don't need to mess with them, of course, if you don't want to, though. Anything that has lightning res now is going to be difficult, and it's something that you probably don't need to farm. You definitely don't need to farm it. Just keep moving on. Keep your lightning res up. Skip all the elite packs that are like that, and focus on leveling up off the ones that are easier. Sorry, I misspoke. Nightmare Forge! Alright, chat. Guess the rune from Nightmare Forge. Any rune from Soul to rune would be pretty crazy. That's definitely something we can exploit a lot of res off of, especially if we find a really hard to get item. But we'll see what's around though. Can actually use the lower res one if you want as well. Not really necessary against him though. He dies pretty fast. Unless he has lightning enchanted. He has lightning enchanted, and he's got a lot of lightning res. We're gonna have to use the lower resist one against him. Scoop! Rags to riches, that's right, man. Okay. So the reasons to do the Nightmare Forge is we can get another Soul Rune for Insight, we can get Lum Runes straight up for a Smoke, that can be very useful. We can get an Rune, we can get a Lem Rune for Treachery, which is something we can definitely make use of, at least for the plus skills. Don't necessarily need Treachery, however, because it can override our Burst of Speed with Fade, it's not always a good idea. We did talk about how you can only have either Fade or Burst of Speed active, so sometimes that can be a bit of a problem. However, no problem. Let's do it. Alright, I don't know what we're gonna get here. We got pretty lucky on the normal forge finding that early Thule Rune. We didn't end up needing the Thule Rune too badly, but that's how the game works sometimes. When you find it easily, it doesn't give you. Why no Death Sentry? We got Death Sentry. What's wrong with the Death Sentry, man? We got enough points in a Death Sentry for it to do its job effectively. We got plenty of Death Sentry. Pull Rune! Wow, okay, so that is actually the second highest rune you can get from Nightmare Forge. We also found the second highest from Normal Forge. This by itself, though, I'm sorry to say, isn't very useful for us, but let's say you found that day 1 of ladder. That's worth a lot. Like, pull rune's pretty solid. People are going to be making those Hodos ASAP as well. If we find a Vex rune, we could even make a Hodo now. It's actually very much within the scope of possibility. I don't know if we're actually going to end up doing that. I could just find another pull rune and then end up with rune as well. So that's interesting. Interesting, kind of cool. Not necessary though. Would have been better, I think, to get like another Lum Rune or something. Typically you just want smoke and something easy like that, but you know, it's all good. Dankinator guessed it though. Nothing wrong with getting a pull rune, then the second highest rune is pretty hard to find. At the very least, you could trade that for something like, you know, everything you'd pretty much need, like Goblin Toes for doing Ubers and stuff like that, which we do plan on doing. So getting that pull rune does open up some avenues. People are going to need that for Hodo. People are going to want half of an rune too, so... Alright, so we messed around with the lightning resistant monsters a bit. We generally want to go straight ahead. I don't know where straight ahead is though in this case. Keep using Mind Blast until you convert. Alright, cool. Getting those conversions is pretty key, just to having a nice, simple time with those. In Hell mode, it's going to definitely be like that, especially if we want to push through some very tough areas.
I can't.
Is this on Battle.net or single player? This is on Battle.net. This is solo Battle.net. That's what Rags to Riches is done on. We want to show no player count manipulations, nothing. Just running yourself through the game and playing the character. Distorter! 2 months. As a member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples, chat, spam the size of Xana in the chat for Distorter. What's up, Joylene? How you doing?
Hail to you, champion.
Poggers! I agree. Alright, what are we doing here? Okay, so you have 900 health now. We have max res and nightmare pretty much. This is looking pretty good. I think we're plenty tanky at this point. Now, one thing you can do with your teleport staff, if you just want to skip all the nonsense and chaos, you can definitely pound the use out here, and you can just do this. Just do this. Like that. Teleport to the star. And just get that Diablo done quick. Now, while you could do a farm like Nightmare Chaos, I don't really recommend it. We're actually gonna take out the lower resist one because it's gonna help us kill the super uniques in here. And a couple of other interesting things as well.
I can't.
Right. And see, that's the thing, is a lot of people want to get rich on Battle.net. You know, they don't care about single player. Single player, in a lot of ways, is a lot easier. Don't get me wrong, but... Alright, so in Chaos, just clear all the way to the seals and hit the seals. Spawn Diablo.
Impossible.
Kill the super uniques. You'll notice that lightning is way more effective in here. There's fire immunes. It's just a problem with fire in here.
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Alright. Almost made it to hell mode, but there's still some farms we're gonna want to do. I'm not even high enough level to start pushing hell yet, so we're gonna show you guys how to get there. Solo with no assistance once again. That is the key. It also assumes you don't have friends, you don't have any help, you don't have a lot of time. Maybe you just want to know how to play through the game.
Impossible.
And it's very good stuff. Okay, where's the other one? 2. 19 MF ring. We'll keep this ring too, just to have more MF, because why not? We're gonna want MF for some of these farms we're gonna want to do, because we just want to min-max our MF very soon.
I can't.
Very soon here. Definitely min-max DMF. Hey man, if you have no friends, you gotta know how to play through the game still. Thank you so much for the raid once again, Paladin Mr. Scoob. How you doing, Scoob? Paladin, make Scoob! How you doing, buddy? Assumes you don't have them. Well, assumes that you might not have them. Let's put it that way.
Not enough money.
Death Sentry is so strong. Always a good time. Alright, we have another MF ring, so it's basically like we have 2 Nagel rings, even though we don't have Nagel rings. See how that works? So Nightmare Chaos is no problem since we switched from fire. It really isn't that hard. You get a pretty big power spike when you switch to Lightning Sentry. Alright, those are gonna come running at us a bit here. You can use Cloak of Shadows to stop that. Use lower resist to kill them faster. Oh wow, check that out. That's actually what we want. We don't want Jade Talon, we actually want Venom Word. That's what could be good against Lilith right there. That I think has a lot more potential to work than Jade Talon. Jade Talon's interesting, but I think Venom Ward is where it's at for sure. That's a really good item actually. We'll definitely make use of that. Okay, remember we're still selling things to keep our gold up.
Ridiculous.
Alright, Diablo's about to go down. Let's do it. I don't know why I switched to Legacy there. Not necessary. Alright, and let's go. Sponsored by Blizzard. Kappa. Yeah, for sure. Alright, against Diablo, actually, let's just get more MF. Why not, right? Let's see if we can get a really good item here. See, Nightmare Diablo has a lot of good potential.
I am over
The only problem, of course, is that farming him takes a while. You have to go all the way, hit every seal. It's not really worth farming him as a boss. Mephisto, you literally just have to teleport to Mephisto. With good maps, it's not even that hard. having him as a distraction. He's about to die probably though. Okay. That's fine. Put it on one spot if we can. You can also put them all around him if you want, but it's gonna take it. Nightmare Diablo is way easier than normal Diablo. You have way more power by this point in the game.
A hero's mistake is finally corrected.
Alright. Ooh. Attack rating and lightning res? Sign me up! We might actually need that. That could be very good against Uber Mephisto, for instance. I have a lower resist one? Yep, right here. That's what I was using. Yep. Remember to buy that lower resist wand. If you're still at this point, you don't have a lower resist wand, it's gonna start getting tough. Those bosses are gonna be hard to kill.
Good day.
Okay. That's not bad.
Gun on.
It really is Caligula, absolutely. Caligula. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it really is, man. It's truly hacks. That's right. No, and Infinity doesn't work against Uber Mephisto. However, unfortunately, neither does lower res though. Not at this level. Level 1 lower res does not work against Uber Mephisto. So that's gonna be no good, unfortunately. Well, we just got like 100,000 gold there. Looks like our man Diablo ended up dropping some pretty good items. Alright, so let's move our way on to some other very solid nightmare farms, and also the nightmare farms that are going to get us high enough to crush this. Hey, thank you, man. It is a juicy mod. Juicy single player mod. Can you break Hell Ancient's immunity? Yes, you can. You can break Maddox's immunity. That is how you get past Hell Ancients. However, one interesting thing to note though is that most of the really essential farms are not gated behind Bale, so you don't even necessarily have to do that. However, it's not a bad idea. Getting through it isn't much of a problem, right? You can do it though. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy stuff. Alright, stat points. Put some more in. We're level 46, so as you can see, we're not really ready for hell yet. 1500 sentry damage though, so it's doing a lot of damage.
If you're
Negative MF is nice. Magic and rare items are gonna matter a lot. True. I don't know what he did to the vendors. It's possible he did something interesting to that. Alright, anyway.
You'll pay for your atrocities, man.
We're past hell. Poor nerfed barbarians that aren't strong enough to survive any of this nonsense. What we really want to get to at this point is Eldritch, Shank, and Pindle skin. And cows.
Can't. Impossible.
This is a very good time to use Cloak of Shadows when you're faced with a billion archers. That can definitely kill you if you let them just like fire on you there.
Impossible.
Spike shield. That's not a very good item. I know what that is. RIP. You know, our amount of magic find is definitely allowed us to find a decent amount of uniques along the way. And that's a feature, not a bug. You find any items with the Meph, you slap them on unless you absolutely need the Riz. Okay. Definitely gonna help you along the way. This is the way! The way! Indeed, indeed. Well, chat voted for Assassin. We're in that Cloak of Shadows here and there. Very good. Oh, wow. What's funny is you actually could get Scolders right there. Imagine getting Scolders Ire, just the first Shank kill. Alright, well Shank's not going to matter too much. We're more concerned with Pindle Skin and Eldritch for a combination of levels and items. So we're going to want to stack a lot of magic find to make it happen. However, we're not going to worry about it yet. We're just going to push to the end of the game. So that we can do all the different farms prior to entering Hell. Alright, so we're gonna do this one, alright, cool. Ah! She screams. She screams! Now, I do recommend saving the barbs. You might not absolutely need the runes by this point, but having runes on hand for all kinds of uses can be very nice. Cloak of Shadows is OP. Completely leaves the monsters dumbstruck, not knowing what to do. But you don't necessarily have to do it. Mercenary.
Good afternoon.
He's a problem. He's gonna die in a second. I hate having amp on me, but it's whatever. Mercenary got pounded at the very end there. Rip.
Impossible.
Yeah, Mercenary doesn't have very good items still. It's okay. We'll try to fix that before we get him into Hell. There are ways to fix this problem that don't take that long. Okay. Hasheen has seen some shit. That's true. No, I think they're producing new content. I think they have like their D2R team is probably like 3 people at the moment, if I had to guess. I'd say that's pretty accurate. They probably have 3 people working on content and reset. Yeah. That's about as much as you can expect, really. Oh, we got a lightning immune there. Rip. Is he always lightning immune? I don't remember. Look how strong Death Sentry is. He's lightning immune, he still got wrecked. So one thing to note about Corpse Explosion is Corpse Explosion, even from Death Sentry, does fire and physical damage. And that is one very nice way to be able to kill lightning immunes, because it does 2 types of damage that have nothing to do with lightning damage. So it's very good. Very good to have on hand. Let us out! I think we did let him out. Alright, let him out. We got some more runes. Why not? Runes are always nice. Okay. You don't have to worry about what level we're at now. Our level's fine. Continue to pick up items to sell. Wow, that is Dang. Holy moly. It's a lot of defense. Fortunately, though, it's not really going to help him.
Afternoon.
He's going to need something else. It's not bad, though. Defense is not bad for the mercenary. He kind of scales. He scales with it pretty nicely. Wait, I didn't get the frigid oh my god, I didn't get the frigid waypoint. I just went past and hit Eldritch. Oh no. Uh-oh. We're gonna want that. Oops. Made a giant cube on his mod so that you can just put everything in there. Can you make the cube bigger than that, or would it break the game? How big can you make the Heroic cube? That's actually a very important question.
Impossible.
You're modding the Heroic cube. How big can you make it? You can bully him, Mind Blast, so he doesn't do anything. I like, Mind Blast bullying is encouraged on this character for sure. Use all the time. Level 57. We'll go for the crystalline path of the waypoint. Okay. Can make it the whole screen, do it. Let's stop it. Probably make it bigger than the screen. It just wouldn't actually do anything because you couldn't put anything in it.
Impossible. Can't.
Wait,
Impossible.
what? Is that a charm? I heard a charm. Yeah, I heard a charm. Ah, come on, man. I'm getting stuck. Alright, waypoint. Mercenary. Ah, man. Mercenary is a tough job. Good thing he's pretty cheap, though.
Afternoon.
He's helping us survive. You really don't need your mercenary, though, through any of this. One thing to emphasize is that, you know, he's good to have just so that you have a bit of a buffer, but you don't necessarily need him. Putting a little bit of res on him, as much res and maybe some life leech and damage as possible is good. And if you can get insight, life leech even, that'd be nice too.
Impossible.
Okay. Another Sanders one. Wow. And two of those. Got to blow him up with some death sentries. There you go. Lightning immune, doesn't matter. And now, once you hit area plateau and nightmare, we finally get into some full juice. We're gonna need them. Make sure you pick them up. You're gonna need them. Oh yes, yes you will. There we go. Alright, so we found the crystalline waypoint, which is always, you know, an east or a right-facing tile relative to the starting tile there. And in this case, this whole tile was the entrance, which is kind of weird. That whole area was actually pointing this way. And so, of course, the waypoint's going to be to the right. Kind of weird stuff, actually. Interesting. Saigon's boots. I don't think there's much of a use for that, but that's kind of neat. Alright, let's go get our res quest, and once we have our res quest, our res are starting to look pretty nice. Not looking amazing yet, though. They can look a lot better. Is that another angelic ring? Oh, no.
Impossible.
Oh, this is terrible. We got souls. They're all lightning immune. So one thing we can do is we can just teleport through them, essentially. And just skip them all. Don't even need to push them. Just like we did at normal. I almost died. That's okay. We're gonna be very aggressive here. Nothing wrong with being aggressive.
Good afternoon.
That's what the teleport staff is for. It's for aggressive gameplay. Alright, here we go. Mercenaries gonna get wrecked anyway.
I can already tell that I'll be your best
Remember,
friend.
you can convert one monster with Mind Blast. You get all the rest of the monsters off your ass. Very key to making use of this. Alright, here we go. Just one. And you can kill the souls with death sentries, so definitely not a bad thing. You can definitely make use of this. Okay, that. Pretty peachy, right? Alright, went all the way to the end of the snake pathway. We found Anya. Did some aggressive teleporting. In hardcore, you can do that just fine too. Just you really gotta pay attention to your health. And of course, you gotta make sure your lightning res is high if you're gonna do souls in there. But not too hard. Now we have a ton of res. Our res is actually kind of nice. As a matter of fact, our light res is so high that it's almost maxed.
Yes, warrior.
Even for health, but that's good because that tells us we have a lot of lightning resistance we can use against Uber Mephisto. So that's good stuff.
Salutations.
Raids are in a good position to be able to do that. Very good, very good. Alright, we got more. Alright, Saigon's booties. Why not? That could be kind of nice. Should I use Magnus's skin yet? Nah, I don't really care.
At your
Just gonna
service.
get enough for the time being. Cows in general are good for bases. Yes, definitely. Okay, so yeah, cows are gonna be very good. Alright, so there it is. There's the res quest. And we're gonna want to actually go to the west or find a left-facing tile relative to the entrance. So we're just gonna go this way. Then we should find the exit here for Glacial Trail. And we're almost done with Nightmare. We're getting very close.
I can't.
However, the problem with it is that we can't farm Hell yet. We're not ready yet.
Impossible.
Not if we want to do it well. No, no, no. Getting very close, though. Not a lot more we need, honestly. He's also doing Amazon Holy Grail. Sweet. What's wrong with the mercenary? Does he just die to, like... I don't know. He just likes dying. I am convinced of that. Okay. And if we're going to want to find the Frozen Tundra, it's going to be west-facing block relative to the entrance, just like before. Yeah, a lot of the times with lightning immunities, you don't even need to worry about lightning immunity because you can just use Death Sentry. One of the big advantages of an assassin is that you have 3 types of damage
I can't.
coming out the gate, which is one thing that a really weak sorceress often can't afford. Makes it kind of nice to kind of like go through the game. I found a Frozen Tundra waypoint. Don't really need it, but that's cool. In case we get stuck or die maybe somehow in a late nightmare here, we'll be fine. Assassin is your favorite playthrough character in Diablo 2, BT? I like Assassin a lot for sure. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. My favorite's Sorceress, but that's because I just love teleporting. What can I say? It's really good though. I never feel like when I play the Assassin that it's a real struggle, you know? It's one of those things that it always feels good to play the Assassin. Alright, so still getting experience, still killing all these elites as we encounter them. Level 48 already, see? Now we still have some farming we're going to want to do, of course, though, but we're actually a pretty good level to start that off. Let's go get to the waypoint to the east here, if possible. Just in case. Yeah, you know what? Whatever, let's not bother with that. I could, but I won't.
Impossible.
Resocket Tigerated.
I can't carry anymore.
It's true. Sin is very safe. Got good damage and mobility. Yeah. Pretty much it. Can't really go wrong. Ow. Evil Urn. Lightning enchanted. We do enough damage to where it doesn't really matter too much though, unless it's lightning immune. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, Ancient should be on the other side here. Where'd Ancient's at? Oh no. Did we even find the waypoint? No, we didn't. It should have been over there. Uh-oh. Well, we found that. Trouble! Okay. Oh, look, a mage plate. Ooh. I can sell that for 30k. If is a Barbrags to Riches hard? I would say it's the toughest early game, but if you actually get items on it, it's insane. And you can just follow parties around too, which is actually kind of interesting. Barb has some very interesting strategies because of find item. Barb's just a bit different. Barb's not even that bad though, really.
Good evening.
I know. I love telling with like garbage. It's awesome, actually. And that's actually something you can keep in trade, the mage plate. A lot of people search for mage plates, especially 3-socket ones early on. You could use the perfect topaz Tal Thule recipe as well. And that's actually a pretty good trading item. I just sold it for gold, but definitely not a bad thing to do. Never feel like that's a bad idea. Alright, so what do we have? We have Ancients, okay. The thing about about Ancients is you don't necessarily need your teleport staff. However, it can be nice to have it on hand. Doesn't really matter. We're primarily going to use the lower resist one and kind of just run around. Nightmare Ancients really isn't that hard. Not really much more you have to do than that. Alright, here we go.
I shall prove worthy.
I'm sure we don't have any lightning enchanted ones. Okay, we do actually. Don't worry about the mercenary. Oh, we do have a lightning enchanted one. Do we continue? I mean, it looks like we're damaging him pretty heavily, so it's fine. I just have to run around in a circle, cast traps, and he'll die. Doesn't really take much more than that. Once we get to hell, it becomes a little more complicated. As long as you have the lower resist one, Lightning Enchanted isn't too bad. If you didn't have the lower resist one, this would actually be pretty tough. Once again, get that lower resist one from Nightmare Drogden. ASAP. Yeah, I don't really care. Lightning Enchanted definitely made it take a little bit longer, but not that much longer. It's okay. Emmer got worked. He always gets worked, man. Look at this. Faku, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult of Xanadrus. Hey.
Besting
The Ancients in battle. Okay, so we're level 49. And at this point, we should probably be around level 50, 51 by the time we kill Bale. Before we start pushing Hell, our objective is going to be to get to level 60. So we're going to do some Nightmare farms before we get to level 60. And show you guys how to get a lot of very important items that can make going through Hell very easy. Or a lot easier at the very least. It's never very easy. Let's be honest, there's always risk of something happening. If you're on hardcore, you're definitely going to want better res.
I can't.
We might end up having, but I think our res is going to be fun. I think we're going to end up with smoke and we'll be okay. So, World Stone 1, there's no good way to tell how to get out. That's okay. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, well, rip skill shrine. Yeah, we got the good old Rao or tell, man. We do. It's very important. To get some bodies, gotta get that Death Sentry down. That Death Sentry destroys. It's really crazy how strong Death Sentry is, but it's the same thing with the Necromancer and Corpse Explosion. Alright, we found the waypoint first, so we're gonna find an east or a right-facing tile, so we're gonna go that way, compared to the tile on the waypoint. There we go. Against these little dudes, it's probably a good idea to use Mind Blast. You just want a nice save time running through. Mercenary is getting slammed still. Not a big surprise. Okay, here we go. Dex. What? Well, we already went from rags to riches, chat. If you find that on day one, you're able to afford some pretty good items. You know how many how many characters need a +3 cold amulet on somewhere between day 1 to day 3? A lot, and it's a huge power spike for them. It even has Magic Find on it. Wow. Talk about a tradable item. We'll put that in the tradable item section because That's a treasure. We are not playing a cold sorceress, in fact, though. This is not the other Rags to Riches. I don't think we found an amulet that good when I was doing the other playthrough. I don't think so. If you do, though, your cold sorc start is going to be amazing. Yeah, you can trade that for a lot. It goes to show you that picking up those amulets is good. Now, if only it was a 3 to trap it. Oh well. I'm pretty sure you can get a 3 trap amulet with that pretty easily. Talk about power spikes. Okay, there we go. Alright, we found it. It's this way. Similar, yeah. We're kind of, we're showing how to go from nothing to being able to farm wealth with an assassin on Bnet. By yourself. That is the goal of this. Not everyone wants to start with a sorceress, and I've gotten a lot of requests for this type of thing, so people really like that other video. Okie. Not the new season yet, nope. Okay, there's no way to check to tell where the throne is, but that's okay. Alrighty, sweet.
Thanks.
Sort guides are good. Obviously, you know, that's gonna be the most smooth progression. Talked about that in the beginning, though. I think Assassin was a good call. Well, people voted for it, so I don't know. I want to see it. A lot of people are considering Assassin. They just don't know what they would do if they started one. What do I do with this character, you know? Alright, so we don't need the teleport staff at the moment, so we can actually just use the lower resist one if we want. Once again, we can put traps down before the wave even spawns. Once there's a body or two. Why is he just... What is he dying from? I don't understand. Okay, well. Whatever. Very cool. Alright, looks like he's lightning enchanted, but that's okay. We got Death Sentry. Put your traps all around them like that. It'll fire towards the center. It's going to do a ton of damage. It's going to be good. Okay. Put down another Death Sentry there. Alright. Some bodies on the ground. One thing you can actually do is you can actually pull wave 4 behind this pillar here, and then you can just kill them with Death Sentry if you want. It's pretty effective. Sweet! Alright, so as you can see, that's way easier than normal was with fire traps, right? Well, that's where lightning really shines, right? And... good stuff. We're level 51.
World stone. What power?
Alright, kill Bale. That's pretty easy to do. That lower resist one on him. We can actually, this is the first boss we can get Shaco from. Or Harlequin Crest can drop over him. That's kind of neat, right? Not likely, of course, but in any one kill, that's okay. Once again, though, it's not very a good idea to farm Bale because it's hard to get to Bale. It's hard to get through his waves. It takes a really long time. Much better off with Mephisto and things of that nature, so I don't really consider Nightmare Bale that good of a farm. But, you know, the Shaker right now would be unethical. It would be. Okay. I agree.
Good afternoon.
Pretty unethical. That's okay, we're not expecting that. We don't need that. It's a pretty nice item, though. Does anybody really hate Shaco? I mean,
What is it?
You got Harlequin Crest, and Meph, skills, life, mana, DR. It's just an unethical item in general, let's be real. Damn! Alright, we found Wanons. Neat. Don't think that item's very useful, but that's okay. Might be good on that mercenary as he is now, because he's pretty crap. We got a duel. Material, sweet. Alright, let's go. Alright, so there you have it. Nightmare is completed. That's really, honestly, a lot of the, you know, boilerplate stuff. But as you can see, we've definitely, we've pushed this assassin very far. However, she's not done being pushed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think the only reason I hate Shaco is because it's green.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, we can put that on him for now if you want. We get some nice cold res out of it. Might actually survive something, who knows. Alright, so we saved Anya, we got a random claw. We can get the random claw at normal too if we wanted to. We're a pretty good level, but we're gonna keep leveling up for a bit, and then we'll handle things like imbues. We'll get the other Anya item in normal. We'll get some other items as well. Now, one thing to note here is that, what is this? 63 strength, huh? Interesting. So one thing you can do if you want to farm Nightmare even more is you're gonna want to put some like perfect topazes in one of these grand crowns of some kind, and you can actually farm up a better crown off of Larzek maybe. That costs too much strength. Oh yeah, that's right, we don't have Frigid. Oh man, that's dumb. That's okay, we can fix that real quick. I forgot about that. Did I get some keys for Ubers? Yeah, I did. This is gonna be a two-part guide, though. Okay. What does a budget Uberson look like? Well, that's one of the questions we're going to answer here. Very important question, mind you, but it is also a question we should answer. Everything else is fluff, he says. Yeah, pretty much. Black Flail. We actually have a, we have a Crush Flint, actually. Upped boots, yeah. Get some nice upped boots for sure. Still don't have Shale Rune. Ridiculous. You see why farming Nightmare Countess is good? Because getting those runes elsewhere is actually pretty rough. Getting all those runes is nice. How did I not get the Frigid Waypoint?
I can't.
I guess it's just not automatic sometimes. Like, why does it matter? As you can see there, our damage is really good. Level 51, End of Nightmare, we're crushing it. We're not struggling against anything. That's what you want.
I can't carry
In general. That's what's gonna get you results. I need that AR. Yeah. Okay, so we got the waypoint this time. So we're already get to level 60. What we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to first show off Nightmare Cows. Nightmare Cows is really good. It's also going to allow us to use a vendor farming strategy to get res, which is a very good strategy, especially if you're lacking res before you enter Hell. There's a bunch of different things we're going to want to do here. Moser's 4 perfect diamond shield. What the heck? We need 4 perfect diamond shield. Paladin. Paladin skill amulet?
What do you need?
Incredible. Okay, here we go. What do I look like to you? Just a paladin? 156 strength. No, no, no. You don't need anything that fancy, actually. No, no, no. Now that I think about it... nah. I don't think we have enough diamonds anyway. No. If you get enough perfect diamonds, you can make a 3 perfect diamond shield and you can actually up your res a bit. That's a cool strat. You don't know about it. There's all kinds of nice strats though. Why not? Okay, let me see if I can quickly find a 3-socketed helm. Cost less strength. I don't actually know. Might need Rhyme for the CBF. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, guys. A lot of you guys I know are trying to theory craft it. I've already theory crafted this, though. It's okay. You know what we're gonna do. There's definitely a lot of decent options for budget Uber kicks in. Believe it or not, it's not that bad. You can handle it. We can handle it. Here we go. Belt glove combo. Death set, you mean? We don't have death set, but yeah, if we had death set, that's a pretty good one. Death's gloves and belt give you cannot be frozen, all res.
At your service.
Attack speed, pretty much everything, honestly. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Afternoon.
Okay. It's a crazy 2-piece. True, true. If it works, it works, right? Trying to farm for a helm real quick here. I don't know.
Afternoon.
We have a 3-socketed helm that I found, but it's like pretty high strength requirement. I want to see if we can just slap on some perfect topazes for some of these farms here. Which could also be used against like Nightmare Mephisto or Andy if you wanted to, but we're not gonna do that. Not gonna show it anyway. We already farmed it enough times.
Afternoon.
To show kind of what it's like in general. Of course, you can farm at any point. Diggler Dirk. What is this Diggler Dirk nonsense? Okay. I'm not getting nothing. Maybe we just don't
Can I
bother
help
with
you?
it. Okay, anyway, you can get 3 socketed crowns from Nightmare Larzuk. And if you do
At your
that,
service.
you can put in a lot of perfect topazes into it, and you'll notice, or at least a lot of flawless topazes. You don't even have enough perfect topazes. You can put like 2 flawless, 1 perfect topaz.
Can I help you?
I'm gonna see if I can get it, but it's not happening. Need more strength. I need more strength.
Afternoon.
I don't stream for 16 hours. Sometimes, yeah. Today it's like, I don't know, 11 hours? 11 hours and a half.
Can I help you?
Okay. Okay, well, it would be nice to farm up the
Afternoon.
magic find for this, but do I actually care enough about it to keep farming this? I don't know. Probably not.
What do you need?
Okay, let's just do cows, I guess, for now. Alright, so let's show one of the most important strats for farming items to get to Hell. Let's just move on for now. That nonsense! It's not going to save us. There's a lot of weak items we really don't need anymore. We could just go for more strength. Just pump more strength. So maybe I'll just pump more strength and I'll be able to wear this. Not a big deal. We'll be able to wear some other things too if we pump some strength, so... yeah, you know what? Let's just do that. Not a big deal. Alright, so cows...
The order well.
You actually want to make the portal next to either Nightmare, Charcy, or Geed. Why, you might ask? Because they are the single best sources of res, gloves, boots, and belts. And if you're looking for res or a combination of res and faster run walk, that is going to be the fastest way to achieve it. So I'm going to put portal next to Geed here.
Good to see.
I don't care about seeing you, bro. And we're going to check the armors. But before we mess around with that too much, let's do some cow rolls. Nightmare cows, can never really go wrong with it. Once you kill a couple of cows, Death Sentry kills everything else. Game over. Of course, if you have a problem with like extra fast cows or something of that nature, you can always do that. I wouldn't say this is the most efficient cow farmer in the universe, however, it's pretty solid. And we can farm lots of really good charms. The charms you can get in here, the gems you can get for crafting, the bases you can get as well, like 4-socketed bases. You can get the insight base in here as well. Oh yeah, I was using staff. Oops. I was on my weapon swap. Someone caught it. Thank you for that. 17 life small charm. There you go. See? First small charm I got from Nightmare Cows. And did you know you can even get a 20 life 5-all res small charm in Nightmare Cows? That's right. Even some of the best charms in the game can drop in Nightmare Cows. Can't really say too much bad about this farm. You can even go from rags to riches just farming like skillers and all kinds of good charms in here early on. Of course, there's much more fun stuff you can do past this point. One other thing to mention about cows is you could even stick with fire or Wake of Fire, and cows is pretty nice. Wake of Fire is pretty good against cows as well. Really can't go wrong with Nightmare Cows though. This is definitely a good stop-off period. Death Sentry is very important to damage them though. Without Death Sentry, you're pretty weak in here. That's why Death Sentry exists, right? Right. Alright, there we go. Okay, time to start leveling up Shockweb, it looks like. And then we'll put another 10 or so points into Death Sentry at the end. Okay. So we're gonna do some vendor farming after this cow run, just to show you guys what vendor farming looks like using the cow portal next to Geed. 24 cold res. You know what? I'm gonna use that instead of the faster run walk one, which is really not that impactful at the end of the day. 24 cold res. Look at that. Oh man. We have some pretty good resistances now. So look at that. Just 2 charms from Nightmare Cows, and we have res and we have life. If you're ever worried about going to hell, this is a great stop off. Ow! The hell? Well, actually, no. And of course, you can just mind blast some cows. You stand in one place. You don't even have to run in circles. These cows just get destroyed. Let's see, 4 socket crystal sword, 3 socket crystal sword.
Impossible.
That is correct. So if you put the Death Sentries directly on top of each other, it's actually good for damage. I haven't even been doing that the whole time. I have mentioned it before though, especially with Mephisto. But it's true. I'm not even listening to my own advice. Sometimes I just run around and just
I can't.
Yeah, so one thing to note about Lightning Sentries, once again, just like I said with Mephisto, and just like I said for some other situations, if you put them on top of each other, it'll be faster to get 1 kill, and that'll help out your Death Sentry. Okay, there we go. Fire enchant still bugged? I don't actually know. Is it? Okay. Especially, it can be good sometimes to separate your sentries while you're running past things and whatnot. In general, though, when you're dealing with like high HP enemies that you're trying to like fell one to get Death Sentry going, to get those bodies on the ground, in general, you do want to kind of stick to pooling your light sentries as close together as possible, so that they're all targeting one, or only a couple of enemies, just a handful. Or strength, sweet! That is a very good point, though. I don't even always execute that properly, but yes. Feel free to ask any questions, chat, or, you know, provide any commentary. Anything you might think might help a new player understand this build better at any point in time, so that they feel like they're having a good time with it. I don't know what's going on with it. For sure. Once you get one body, it's a meat grinder. Literally. Grinding up the meat. Oh my god, Mika. Nice job trolling them. Alright, so there's actually one base that dropped here that we could potentially use for insight, if we want an insight for Hell, which I'm definitely looking at. Of course, you can level up to 60 using cows, but cows don't give too much experience past like 55 maybe, especially not past 60. We can also use Eldritch and Pindle skin on a Trapsin, which is also a very solid strategy in Hell. You can use those to level up and to find very good items though, and we'll be doing that pretty shortly here. Let's put all those points into strength, actually. F it, let's just get strength. More strength. You know why strength is good? Because then we can use more items and we can show the use of more items, so that's not a bad thing. I'm gonna put some more points into strength here. Light Sentry, Death Sentry. Ouch. Ouch! Catball, thank you so much for the follow. What in Thursday? That only happens in the cow level, Otis, so I wouldn't worry about it.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
The Cow King's gonna be immune to lightning. Kill the Cow King now. With Death Sentry. That one conversion. One conversion is really crazy. Need more cows. Need more bodies. Okay. Remember, you can kill the Cow King once again. Doesn't matter. Oh, look at that. Blood Rise. It's not very good. That's okay. Got a unique, though. Sweet. Alrighty, then. Yeah, they're probably gonna announce it. They're probably gonna announce the ladder or something, or at least the PTR next week or the week after. That's what they said. That's literally what they said.
I can't carry anymore.
No. They're gonna add currency tab or loot filters, or a combination of the two. That's what we're looking at here. All right, cool. All right, so it looks like we're pretty much done with this cow level. Sweet. So Death Sentry makes felling cows pretty easy. Pretty awesome, right? Alright, so now what we're going to want to do, show you guys a little bit of vendor farming and how vendor farming works. 15 strength, interesting. Probably don't actually need that, but okay. Oops, that's not what we want. 9 life, ugh. There's a Bill. Bill gets 4 sockets from Larzuk automatically, so that's an exceptional polearm. Not bad to make an insight in, or at least an early game insight. We don't even have a soul rune yet, though, so I wouldn't worry about it yet. Alright, so what you're looking for here is like boots with like res and fast run walk. You can also look for like MF items, MF and res and MF in general. Like this one right here is a good example, actually. So you see these boots here? 30 faster run walk, poison res. And you can get up to 40 faster run walk, and you can get another res on top of that. So we can actually improve our gear by doing this. So you can get a lot of faster run walk, and all you gotta do is just farm gear in and out.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
Greetings.
How about you, I can't look at it right now. How about you just send it to me in a DM or something? I'll take a look at it.
I can't. Impossible.
Good day.
I took a look at that documentary on South Africa, by the way. That was interesting.
I can't.
I think that was well done.
What you need?
It's just problems.
Impossible.
Oh no, I'm not. Somebody sent me a documentary yesterday. Hey, you gotta DM me, bro. You gotta DM me right now, man. I'm making a video, trying to stay focused on pushing the assassin through the game as fast as possible.
What you need?
But thank you, man. for the support, and if you want to do something fun on the ladder, I'll take a look at it.
Impossible. I can't.
Wagering? Are you wagering money? Oh my god. Mamma mia. Okay, we actually have an attack speed gloves. Attack speed is nice for trap laying speed. On an assassin, you're mostly looking for attack speed and res maybe on top of each other if they're gloves. You're looking for like life and res. We already have life and res on this belt here, so that's kind of nice. We're just gonna put some more points into strength. Okay, yeah, that's right. Shockweb, okay. A leg max, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander's Day.
Impossible. I can't.
Hello.
Yes, I do realize it is impossible. We did get a pretty nice pair of boots right there by getting 30 faster when
I'll be your
with
best
poison
friend
res.
in this forsaken camp.
Well, we can definitely find like fire or cold res there. That could be a bit better. You notice this thing has a meph, so that's kind of nice.
I can't.
Getting those meph items for some power farming is always going to be good for boosting that meph. Just when you need it. I don't think we're going to need just light res.
Impossible. Impossible.
Okay.
May I help you?
How you doing, Mika? Nice to see you, though. Haven't seen you in a while. Mika is a crazy grinder, by the way. If you bet that you can get to 99 before him, you better be ready.
Impossible. Impossible.
He is no lightweight at all.
Let's deal, my friend.
He will crush you.
Impossible.
Bare
I can't.
hands.
Impossible.
Good evening.
Alright, here we go. Just gotta hype you up, man.
Impossible.
May I help you?
Impossible.
Reset's not gonna be that soon, by the way. Reset's like a month away, based on what they've said. So don't count on it happening
I can't. I can't.
that soon.
Greetings.
Alright, so... yeah, we're getting those good faster run walks. That's good. We already have way better boots than we had, so that's nice.
Let's deal, my friend.
You already got one very solid upgrade. See, this belt here has 90 life. You can even get a 4-slot belt with 90 life. Definitely can.
I can't.
You can also
I can't.
gamble.
I can't.
Gambling is definitely something that might actually matter at this point in the game, right before you enter hell. But you don't have to.
I can't. I can't. Impossible.
Yeah, I know, it's impossible to enter the, to enter the portal quickly on D2R. I understand.
Impossible.
This is a playthrough, my man. We don't have gold like that, bro.
I can't. I can't.
I
Impossible.
know a lot of people are coming in here. If you don't know what this is Rags to Riches Assassin Edition. Not Sorceress. It's if you want to play Assassin and figure out how to go from nothing to having items as soon as possible.
Good evening.
On a ladder or wherever you want to do it. As fast as possible, so that's what we're doing.
Impossible. Impossible.
I don't need FCR, bro.
May I help
It's an
you?
assassin. Not the other one. Faster run walk could be
Impossible.
good.
Impossible.
But if I'm gonna go for faster run walk, I'm gonna go for imbues.
Greetings.
Not gonna waste all my gold doing that. I need gold for teleport charges too, so don't waste your gold gambling ultra expensive things in Nightmare. Don't listen to Mika.
Good evening.
Yeah, he's gonna get your time wasted.
I can't.
Any
Impossible.
good finds? No.
Hello.
We actually have found some interesting things.
I can't. I can't.
Some items that we're probably gonna slap on before hell, because we actually found some pretty nice ones.
I can't. Impossible.
And he wants me to gamble the
Impossible.
ultra expensive items. I only have like 500k gold. Killing me, bro. Yeah, faster run walk with no res.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Good evening.
Pretty much anything, honestly. Like, you have good kill speed as is. You pretty much can put MF wherever you want.
I can't. I can't.
No, I didn't find the Griffins. We'll be looking for it again soon.
Impossible.
We're going to be doing
Impossible.
Rags to Riches
Impossible.
Assassin first, so that's going to take 2 sessions. This is one. There'll be another one tomorrow. Dang it, man. Blue.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
Level 71 is a great level to gamble boots, true. Okay, well... Oh, that's not bad, actually. You can go for that. Demon Hide Sash, FHR, Cold Res. Maybe.
I can't. I can't.
May I help you?
Not?
Impossible.
No grass facts, no.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is just a very good strategy for farming gear before you enter Hell.
Impossible. Impossible.
We're just gonna do it for a
I
little
can't.
bit here, and then we're gonna go move on to some more interesting stuff. As you might be expected, don't really need the most insane items necessarily. But, you know how it is.
Hello.
I like the 4-slot build. That's a pretty good one.
I can't.
Let's deal, my friend.
And calm down, Mika. One thing at a time.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
I'm gonna do all of it, don't worry. Yes, we'll be doing some crafting. That is required, actually.
Impossible. I can't.
For some of the things we're gonna want to do.
Yes.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
Good evening.
We might do that. I don't know about the blood helm for the merc, actually. That might. That's not necessary. We could do that though.
Impossible.
We can talk about several ways to get the mercenary ready to go to hell.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Greetings.
Impossible. Impossible.
Let's deal, my friend.
Dual res stuff? No. Just looking for like attack speed res gloves, faster run walk res boots, res life belts, things of that nature. I will say though, at level 53 our options are still a little bit limited.
I can't.
That's okay.
I can't. I can't.
I might try this again later too. Yeah, okay. I'll do like 5 more of these and then I'll move on from this. We'll do some Eldritch and Pindle farming as well. And we'll do some cows. Ah, look at that. See, that's actually kind of nice. MF and Cold Res. See, that's a good combination there. Cold Res and MF on gloves too, also pretty good.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
Nightmare Pindle is a good farm for levels and gear? Yes, yes it is. Indeed.
I can't.
Alright guys, I'm going to answer all these questions pretty soon here. You guys are asking a lot of questions currently that we're going to be coming up on here. I do try to answer, you know how many questions I've been answering here. I've been literally like talking like almost the whole time trying to answer as many questions as possible. Or as many possible scenarios. So we'll of course explain this stuff here in a moment here.
What you need?
Alright, no.
Impossible. I can't. I can't.
Hello.
You're hooked on PD2, you're hooked on PD2, play it. Alright,
Impossible. I can't. Impossible.
Good evening.
alright, sweet. Ah! That is insane, actually. Oh, man. Oh, screw these, man. Okay. There we go. Alright, that's pretty much what I wanted, actually. 40 fast run walk, 25 light res boots. You see that? That's why you farm Geet or Jersey.
Oh, hi there.
However, as you might know, you can get even better boots than that. You can actually get upwards of 40 out of 40, so you can get some pretty nice ones. Oh, hi there! Ohio. Alright, and we can actually put on a, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna wear this one for now. What's her FHR? 105. Holy moly. Alright, that's too much. We don't need that charm then. 97. Okay, perfect. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna stack some magic find and farm some. Actually, you know, we might farm a few more runs of cows, actually. Cows are nice. Let's do like a few more cow runs and then we'll do Nightmare, Pindle, and Eldritch from 55 to 60. Faster run walk and lightning res. So you can farm those types of items. I also farmed a 4-slot belt with res and FHR. In general, you can get some really, really good stuff just by doing that. The rest of it, I guess I'll hold on to my MF for now. Maybe I'll use some MF ring. I don't know where my MF ring is, actually. Dang it, man. Aye. Where my ring at? I don't know. Did I have a 19 MF ring? Yeah, I do. Okay. I was gonna say. Alright, sweet. Okay. Alright, we're gonna use some MF here. I could also use MF on that other thing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get enough strength to wear this though. And then we're gonna wear that and put some topazes in it, and we're gonna get a lot of MF for Nightmare, Pindle, and Eldritch. Of course, you could also use this strategy to do Nightmare, Mephisto, and Nightmare, Andariel. Alright. Let's go get the leg. Once again, the mercenary is not very important at the moment. It's going to become more important again once we try to push into hell. And we'll talk about how to make the mercenaries survive at least a lot of things in hell. So, it'd be good for that. Oh, that's actually nice. Look at that. That's pretty good. MF Fire Res Gloves. Some fire. That's not bad. Ay. Still up. What's up, man? Alright, serpent skin armor. Okay. Let's start pushing hell. At least for the hell push, we're not going to focus so much on magic find. We're going to want to make sure we're as strong as possible. We've been picking up items this whole time. Some we're not even using currently. They're going to make that very doable. Which is just nice in general. So we got lightning there, we got fire there, we got some more fire. Fire res might not end up being amazing, but we do have some charms. Alright. Let's do some cow runs. I did some vendor farming, so I'm not going to really be focusing on that anymore. You could definitely farm up some pretty insane things like vendor farming, but I think we've kind of shown it enough. We've kind of shown the idea behind it.
I can't use this yet.
Oh, that's because we still have a cow portal in this game. Yes, that is true. Yeah, exactly. A lot of newer players think that, you know, you have to have like gold items, you have to buy certain items maybe, or you have to trade for certain items in order for your character to be capable. Like, look at these boots here. The only thing they're missing from Nat's boots is cold res. That's it. Think about Nat boots. Nat boots are strong, right? Nobody thinks that Nat's boots are strong. Those are weak. I just bought that from a vendor. See, that's That's a very good point. Some other people in chat, you know, they're mentioning that it's important to realize that there's a lot of uses you can make out of all kinds of items. And any proper playthrough, you know, takes that into account.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, cows. Let's do it. Put them all in one spot if we can. Oh, look at that. Slow gloves. Slows target by 25%. That could be nice. Douglas gloves. Right. Look at that 4-slot belt doing work now. Still gonna want to pick up items that sell for a lot of gold. We're gonna need that gold in hell, especially. We're gonna pick up items when we do Eldritch and Pindle skin as well. Yeah, D2 itemization is very balanced, just overall. Every type of item can potentially have a use, you just gotta find it. It's pretty good. Ouch, 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 ouch. Your traps all in one place.
I can't carry anymore.
Pick up those amulets, you never know. Maybe we get a 3-trap amulet in here, it's 100% possible. Okay. Let's go. Bolson armor, really? Find Grey Form and Nightmare. What's the main goal? Getting charms. This is not Hell Cows, by the way. Hell Cows is actually not one of the better farms, honestly, on a Trapson. It's doable, but you can do it. At least not early on. Once you get some more damage, it can be very good. It's a little bit of a struggle, though, I think. Okay, so here we go. Back Dclone, 4 sockets, no dice. Yeah, so Nightmare Cows is a great stop off, you know, we're farming it for levels, we're farming it for items. Oh, look at that unique ring, nice. And whoa! Holy moly! Talk about a kicksin item right there. Whoa, what the hell? Dang, son. 131 attack rating GC. Who needs Angelics when I get that? That's gonna be tasty. Mana Leech and Fire is. That's not very inspiring. Oh, what do you know? I ended up finding a 25 MF ring. Just perfect MF without getting double MF. That's very good. Right, right. It will. All that fun nonsense will be done tomorrow, though. Don't have enough time to do that tonight, but that's okay. We already knew that. Oh, of course it is. For now. Once we enter Hell, it's going to be a bit different. I'm going to use probably Smoke through Hell. Yeah, we need Res. Of course, it is an S tier rune where look at it carrying me through the game. I don't need anything else. Smoke is very good indeed. Flawless diamond. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do here. Pull a few more cows. We're gonna take a very tiny intermission, and we'll be right back to go continue farming to level 60 and farming some other end of nightmare areas that are gonna be very good for your fledgling traps in. Of course, we'll start the push through Hell today and also go over some Hell farming areas as well. However, difficults. Should be able to do that, I think. Tomorrow, of course, this whole journey continues. It's by tomorrow. The goal is to be able to kill the Ubers if possible. We'll see how challenging that is with the gear that we're gonna want to use here, which is like really garbage, but 6 life small charm. Like, nobody needs that nonsense. F bill. Oh, it's an F bill. Oh man, that's so much better than a non-F one. If we go F bill insight, that's actually pretty nice. Think of the power of the F bill insight. Okay, that's a. It's always a knowledge of this thing. It's pretty good. Alright, so what we're gonna do now. Damn, our stuff is so unorganized, it's crazy. Is this hardcore? No.
The Order welcomes you.
One thing to note is you can actually push through Hell with Rhyme, and then you have Cannot Be Frozen, which is really, really nice. So if we get smoked, one thing I think we are going to want to get, or we're going to want to use Rhyme, I think, instead. We can already use Rhyme for some bonus MF, but we got a little bit of a problem as far as that's concerned currently. We haven't found a single Shale Rune, I don't think. Now, obviously, we don't have, like, any... Do we have any Shale Runes? Let me check. I really don't remember finding one. No, not a single one. That's interesting. That's a little unfortunate. All that Countess farming and no Shale Runes... All that, like, pushing throughout the game, no Shale Runes. I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I might have found a Shale Rune somewhere. Hopefully I didn't leave it on the ground. Huh. Shale is important, it's true. That's really weird that we don't have a show rune. Well,
Greetings.
that's okay. Don't just absolutely need it. Anyway, I'll be right back. Be just 1 second, guys. Be right back in a moment here, and we will continue. Gonna farm some more cows and
Yes?
hopefully make my... If worst comes to worst, I'll go back to Nightmare Countess for the shell rune, I guess, but that's not exactly what we're looking for. We do want Cannot Be Frozen if possible. I think Rhyme on top of Smoke is really a really good combination. And we do have enough faster run walk as well now on our boots to really make up for that lack by losing stealth. So we'll be right back though with that. Let's continue this awesome playthrough and show you guys how it's done. Just a moment. Alright, we're back. There we go. Let's take it to the next level. Alright. Yeah, Necromancer is actually really solid for Rags to Riches. You're definitely going to want to focus a lot on cows if you start Necromancer, but yeah, I mean, every character has their own strengths and weaknesses. Corpse Explosion's busted. Yes. Alright, we don't need to buy that. Alright, so we're 9 hours and 30 minutes to this guided playthrough here. We're gonna do a few more cow runs here. You can do as many as you want at the end of the day. However, you get lots of good charms. As you can see, we've gotten a pretty solid cadre of charms from Nightmare Cows. We're gonna do a couple more of those runs, and then we're going to level up the rest of the way. Pindle skin. And on Eldritch.
I can't carry anymore.
You can even start Barbarian. You can 100% do it. You have to be aware of how to get the Barbarian started, though. That's a little difficult. Look at that fissure. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, we have a decent amount of gold. We could have more. But we're gonna fire an Eldritch and Shank as well, so at this point in the game, pretty basic stuff. We're gonna farm our way to level 60 in Players 1. And there's still more items we can get, but honestly I think we're pretty solid item-wise, except for Rhyme maybe. I kind of do want Cannot Be Frozen for pushing Hell. I feel like it's a lot easier. Despite not having the Shale currently. Maybe we'll find it doing Eldritch and Shank or Cows. That would be ideal, so we don't have to do Countess right before Hell. But that is something that can happen sometimes. We do want Rhyme for other purposes at the very least. We're gonna want Rhyme for the kickstand most likely, because we're not gonna have any other source of Cannot Be Frozen. Yeah, that's very true. You can do Rags for Riches with any class, of course you can. Why not? Any class is capable of it. Some classes might take 3 parts, like Barbarian. Barbarian would be a 3-part Rags to Riches. It takes a little bit to show exactly what we want to show in that one. That doesn't mean you can't do it, though. Are you calling me Mark Zuckerberg? He's lost more humanity than me. Holy moly. Okay, War Scythe, pretty good. You can look at the War Scythe if you want for 4 sockets. I think I'm gonna go with that F bill for an insight, actually. I also want a soul rune, so we're missing runes. I would have thought maybe we would have just found them along the way, but I guess not. Maybe we did and I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I thought I've been picking up pretty much every rune now. Unacceptable. I am a bot.
Impossible.
No.
That's true. Look at that, 384 defense, Eth Templars. Eth Templar coat. You could use the Perfect Topaz Tal Fool recipe on that. I don't think we're gonna bother, but you could if you wanted a decent defense like Smoke or something else similar. Actually, you know what? Let's pick that up and try to roll that. Never mind, you know what? Let's actually do it. Let's see. Probably gonna get more runes anyway. Let me see here. What's this one? I try to roll some sockets in that. Might make for a pretty nice mercenary base. Very cheap thing you can get from Nightmare Cows here. Poor cows.
I need mana.
The cow bomber woman. Think about how horrible this must be.
I can't.
Being blowed up, man. Oi, oi, oi. Cow King, no. Alright, here we go.
Impossible.
Oh, that's the Cow King. Went over there. Oh, I have the Cow King. F! Yeah, you do want a lot of enemy negative lightning res if you run that, for sure, my man. Hey, look! Sorceress boots. You found the cute boots, finally. And you found IK Helm. Oh, that's interesting. Well, not like people don't need those. Okay. You still have enough cows to mess around in here a bit. Look at all the bases that drop though. So good, man. So good.
I can't carry anymore.
There we go. Well, that's a fire res boots. Nice to have faster unlock fire boots, right? Maybe sort of. Alright, so we're gonna do one more cow run, I think. Yes, maybe, yes, okay. Gonna be level 55 after this cow run. And whatever we find in there, we find.
What you need?
Can definitely help us out a little bit. 5 all resistances, alright. Eth Templar coat, interesting. If we get some more perfect topazes and things of that nature, that could actually be really nice. That's a jewel.
Good day.
Hell push tomorrow. I think we're actually going to be able to do at least part of the health push today. And tomorrow we'll just be finishing up the Rags to Riches, you know, showing off some more areas and showing off Ubers. If we can get to that point, which we should be able to without too much of a difficulty here. It looks like we have some items. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Yeah, I'll be able to do the hell push tonight for sure. Or at least, not all of it, but a decent amount. We're almost level 55, which means... give it another... maybe 30 minutes, will be 60. I'm gonna put some MF on, too. I'm gonna get some sick MF for Pindle skin and for Eldritch, and we might find some nice stuff. Unlike with the Sorceress, though, we're not gonna do this all in one sitting. Sorceress didn't have Ubers to do, to be fair, so that's partially why. Assassin also takes a tiny bit longer, as you might notice, even to explain everything and go through everything. Takes a little bit longer. She's just not quite as fast as the Sorceress. It's close. It's not even that far away, though. I think people underestimate the Assassin. Maybe they won't underestimate her any longer. She's definitely pulling some numbers already.
Move.
Look, we got another flawless topaz. Very useful. Well, gotta check out those potential runeward bases. Those skills rip. Gold? Skulls sell for the most gold of all the gems. You don't really need to use the skulls. You can reroll diadems with perfect skulls if you want, but it's all good. We're not even at the fastest breakpoint for laying down traps at the moment. The goal is to get there before we get to hell. Right now we kind of have a mix of like magic find and other stuff. Faster we can walk. They changed it for D2, yeah. How much damage is Lightning Sentry doing now? 2100, pretty good. Give a lot of damage. Attack him! He's a traitor. Don't worry about me, I'm just an assassin, okay? Nothing to see here, man. Ow. Look at the cow just get blown sky high. Cow King. Oh look, that's Saigon's shield. What? Holy moly. Wow. Well, there's some riches for you. That's a real riches right there. Remember what I said about charms from Nightmare Cows, chat. Don't underestimate them. 19 life, 15 mana small charm. I'll definitely be using that, thank you very much. Thank you for the help. Now, actually, let's get rid of that 3 fire res small charm. That's not very good anymore.
I am overburdened.
No, we need some more res. Our fire res is actually our lowest, but we have Magnus's skin, so I think we'll be fine. Our fire res in hell isn't going to be amazing, but it'll be passable. Yes! Yeah, 2017 is huge, and these sell very well. They're very good for energy shield storks, even more so than this build. It's helpful for this build, though. Life and mana, it's not bad. Talk about some riches! We're already getting riches in this Rags to Riches run. Man, these are some pretty nice items. Okay, look at that, man. Cow King is down.
No.
Alright, I'm just gonna put the rest of the points into strength. Epic. We'll only need 5 more points if we need like 70 strength as well. Yeah, it's not too bad. This is online. It's players 1 solo battle mode. Playing 1. Trying to show how you can go from rags to riches just by yourself if you want to. I think it's very important to show this because this is the... If you can do it online in Players 1, it's even easier to do if you can manipulate the player count, especially for getting experience early on. All the farming you might want to do is players 1, that's true, but... Wow, what a crazy charm find. Like, the charm finds have been crazy in here. Only farmed, what, like 5 or 6 cow runs? Armor cows are next level. You can get skillers in here. I think I even farmed a 30 life skiller in here when I was demoing something earlier. Pretty nutty stuff. You can get pretty much anything you can possibly imagine charm-wise in here.
Impossible.
Where are the runes at?
Not enough mana.
Ow. Oh, mana.
Yes.
No trapping, that's okay. Let me see something here. 4-socket staff. Close. Alright. That's not a Tal's armor. No Tal's armor there, man. What the hell? Alrighty. Well, that's all you got. That's all she wrote for cows. At least for now. Alright, let's run the rest of the way. Eldritch and Pindle are better for experience than cows. That's one thing it's pretty important to note. And they also are going to drop us a lot of good gear. In order to get to that point, though, we are going to put on as much MF as possible. You may as well for Eldritch and Pindle because they're super easy to kill. So what are we going to do? We're going to put on MF. We're going to put on more MF. Where's the other MF? That MF. Okay, there we go. MF. Look at all this MF we found. See, it's pretty easy. If we had a Shale Rune, I'd actually put on Rhyme too, but we don't, so that's one thing we can't do. Might farm it for Hell, though. Kind of interesting to note, but yeah, Shale F would give us 25 MF on the shield as well if we had that. Do not, but it's okay. Alright, so what we're gonna do, how much MF do we have? 103? Yeah, see, that's pretty good. So we can get a lot more. Want to see how we can get a lot more? I'll show you. See this lore helm? You don't really need that either. Not right now. +1 skill. Just slap on any 3-socketed
At your service.
helmet you're able to find. You can even farm another one off of Larzek if you want. And then what you're going to want to do is you're going to take these Lawless Topazes, slap them in. I think we're going to keep the perfect Topaz for that armor, so we're just going to slap in the Flawless Topaz instead. And then we get 60 MF. Boom. You don't even need perfect Topazes at this stage in the game. And now all of a sudden you can farm Nightmare Andy, Mephisto, Eldritch, Pindle Skin. You can farm them with almost 200 Magic Find, and they drop all kinds of endgame items. So, it's a pretty good way to do it from the beginning, like this. You can do it.
Good afternoon.
Well, tell her if she doesn't like it hard, then just getting nothing. Okay, there you go. Easy mode. I can actually get my mercenary again. I think my mercenary might be able to survive this. If he doesn't, that's okay. We're gonna keep farming that up. Yeah, send your condolences, exactly. Alright, Nilithok, also very good.
I should have known.
We could use faster Windwalk boots and swap them if we wanted to. But it's okay. Look at that Bectic Corbin. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Alright, so now we're just gonna power farm our way up to a bit to higher levels, and we're gonna do this farm for a while. And we can do this as well. Just another way to get some nice items without too much issue. Nice. Yeah, see, I'd also appreciate the cannot be frozen from Rhyme too. But we could use a shale and a soul rune still, so this goes to show us that we might actually have some use farming Nightmare Countess again. Oh, Pindle's here. Okay. Blow up everything. Holy moly. Dang, son! I don't think we need sparkling chainmail anymore anyway.
I'll bring that to you.
I'm just gonna boost his ass. No.
Can't.
Shank doesn't give us much experience, so that actually is a good question. Why are we leaving Shank out of this? Shank doesn't give us much experience, basically. It's not as efficient of a farm. Not bad for items, though. It's just that his experience gain is actually not that good. Okay. Alright, we can put points into life again, so we can actually get more health again. Sweet, right? 1000 HP though, that's not bad. One of the blue posts says they're working on a feature for the PTR. In that post there. It's not the OP, it's not the original post. There's a blue post in that thread. A lot of the times Blizzard, you know, will make like a single post somewhere that's not very visible. Well, I mean,
I should have known.
I thought they might, but some people are like, but it's gonna be too late. I'm like, oh.
I'm overburdened.
Wow, look at that. 4 to enchant. That's actually decent.
Can't.
Where are the runes at? These sort of runes are not dropping. Oh, whatever. What's the gear like? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Pretty basic stuff, really. Right now, we're just using very basic items to farm our way to level 60. Which is getting pretty close. Once we hit level 60, and once we pull out a few more items, we should be ready to push Hell without too much issue. Actually found some pretty good things too, so definitely make use of those. Not much as possible. I'm also gonna want to sell these items as much as possible.
At your service.
What do you mean by that? Like big ones? Nah. Ah, crap. I didn't ID it. Alright. Rip gold. Well, that happens.
I should have known.
Really good rune words? No. The point is to show people how to go from scratch to like getting good items, not necessarily like farming them up. That would take too long. Maybe like a 11-part series. That would be a lot. Yep. That's a very good strategy, and that's actually one of the strategies we're going to be trying to highlight here. Hakuryu 2. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the good strategies for an assassin, yes, absolutely. It's one of the better ones because they don't really need a lot of damage. You know, all they really need is MF and pretty much their base damage, and they're pretty much good to go almost. If I find a jaw and a burr, sure, I'll make Enigma for fun, I guess. I mean, we found this charm. This is good enough, right? 19 life. 19 life, 15 mana small charm from Nightmare Cows. I never come out of Nightmare Cows without at least like one insanely good charm, even after running it only a few times. I don't know why. It's so good. One thing that would always happen, but man, the level of charms in there is next level. Yeah. Eldritch is also quicker to get to as well. Shank takes a bit more like scanning the area for items that drop and whatnot. It's just a bit more of a pain. You can definitely do Shank though. It's not like you can't. I've shown it several times here. My load times, not my loads.
I should have known.
Jelly and my loads. Jelly and loads in the same sentence. Oh my god! The damage is real, man. Okay, that's not anything.
Not enough mana.
It's funny. Very, very good. Very, very good. Now, one thing to note is you could push Hell before level 60, so it's not necessarily required you get to level 60. However, you may as well show off the power of some of these nightmare farms a bit here, if possible. Nothing that's too difficult. Oh, interesting. So that's attack rating and light res. Okay. Yeah, I'd take that. Give it to me. Yeah.
I should have known.
I should have known. Alright, less than 3 levels remaining, and then I think I just want to farm some runes if we don't find the runes here. It's surprising to me that through all the rest of the farming we've done in Nightmare that we haven't found those runes anywhere. That's kind of weird. Oh, dang, I didn't see the experience shrine. That'd be nice. That's pretty nice, actually. Damn. That is impossible, anyway. Yeah, you can get to level 60 pretty easy in Nightmare, even in P1. In P8, you can get to 80. That's It's gonna take us a while to go that route, though. Okay. Level 60, almost leveled up.
Good afternoon.
Securing a few more rune words might be good. Having some fun. We're making a guide, actually. What's up, Mace God? How you doing? I mean, I guess that's fun. I mean, it's fun. You asking if I'm having fun? Yes. Ayah. There we go. This is a guided playthrough. What's up, man? How are you doing? This is a long-ass guided playthrough. We'll do part 2 tomorrow. Part 2 won't be as long as part 1, hopefully. Shouldn't be aiming close. How long does it take for them not to have that? Wow, cute. Act 1's not too bad, man.
Salutations.
I mean, you're a careful player. If anyone can do it, you can. Everyone's been asking about ladder. There's no date yet. We're gonna hear more about it within the next 2 weeks. A lot of people have been asking. It's kind of sad as you can't get faster run lock and magic find as a combination. Surprised we haven't found anything like too good yet. Honestly, we have a lot of magic find. You would think we would find a bit more there. Nothing yet though. Find a lot of rares though. Rares can be good. Rare rings, rare amulets, stuff to sell. You can see though, we have almost 1 million gold. That's gonna be good. By the time we enter Hell, having about 1 million gold would be nice. Okay. Got some imbues to check too. I guess I'll do one of my white circlet imbues too.
I should have known.
I don't think we have any more, so I guess we'll just save the imbues for later. I should have known. I should have known.
How may I be of help?
Chat, we should have known, man. No. You should have known. This is a pretty quick leveling method, I suppose.
I should have known.
Oh, wow. Brim's burning dead. See? Can he even wear this shit?
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
He can. Nice. We'll use it for now just so he does damage. We're gonna switch to Insight though. Gonna socket that 4-socketed F bill. Give us a pretty basic one. Can definitely get better insights than that, but it's gonna be pretty solid. How many Jews do we need? I don't actually know. That's a good question. I plan on it. Probably not by ladder 2, but you know, at some point we'll have them all done. Interesting.
I can't use that yet.
Oh wow, it requires way too much dex. Never mind. Rip. That's a big dex requirement item. That's right, Grim Scythe is... Yeah, that's pretty oof. Definitely.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, see, all this MF is giving us a lot of rare items. We got one nice polearm
Can I
there.
help you?
It's pretty nice. It's the life, man. It's the life.
I should have known.
Hardcore walkthroughs are fun. Hardcore playthroughs are fun, and they'll definitely test your ability to survive difficult situations.
Hello.
Okay. Almost level 58, which is nice. Honestly, this is only taking us a tiny bit longer than it would take the Sorceress. To like push through everything else and then explain it all and whatnot. P1 playthrough on the Sorceress can be difficult. Oh wow. Frostburn gauntlets! Oh my goodness. Mana, dude. That's what we call a treasure right there. We gotta hold on to that. Frostburn gauntlets. Huh. Are ladder rune words available in the single player? I think they will be, the current ones. Once ladder 2 starts. I'm not 100% sure though. I'm sure they'll answer all those questions for you though very soon. I do want to do a rags to riches for every class. We have the Sorceress one, which I think has helped out a lot of people. However, the truth of the matter is that, you know, getting rags to riches videos for all the other classes too is very nice. People can see what's going on. Nice. That's good. We're gonna want those blood belts for sure. We're gonna need open wounds somewhere. It's gonna become very essential to doing what we're gonna want to do. Getting that torch. Those are some real riches. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go from rags to riches on an assassin. You can be more patient than some classes maybe, but I might argue that farming Mephisto with the Sorceress, it's hard to get anything better than that. That's possible. But doesn't mean you can't do a good job with other things. A socketed circlet? Can I use that actually? Oh, maybe. Maybe we can use both of our imbue quests actually. I'll hold on to that. I'll hold on to the imbues for sure. I don't know why I didn't drop that item before. We don't need that. You need Barb next? Okay. Maybe. Barb's fun.
Should have known.
Barb is a grand old time, man. Grand old time. I should have known. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but didn't.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna go kick some shit. Alright, so we got Just been picking up a lot of items, just selling them for gold. Getting experience. Maybe getting lucky and finding some nice uniques. Got one unique, which is, you know, it's a decent pull arm for the mercenary. Until we put insight on him. Don't have the soul ring for that, so. Alright, almost level 60. Once we hit level 60, we're just going to try to touch up our gear. I'll show you guys how to make both myself and my mercenary ready to go to hell. Without too much issue. And we should be able to do a bit of the hell push here today.
What do you need?
Maybe not as much as I would have liked, but that's okay. We will continue the push, of course, tomorrow. And so you guys can see exactly what that's all about. I'll show off more of the areas in the next installment in part 2, Rags to Riches Assassin. Before I show off some of the more areas that are going to really truly get you rich potentially. And some of the strats that can really make it extremely effective and powerful. Oh, look at that. That could be nice, actually. Oh, man. 45 all res. Wow. Huh. That is good, actually. I might actually want to use that. Possibly. Yeah, I could put a perfect diamond in it and get more res if you wanted to. That's a ward. That's definitely a possible item we can use here.
Can I help you?
Indeed, not bad at all. Some pretty basic stuff. We have found a lot of uniques in this playthrough, which really just shows you just like as long as you're putting on MF when you find it as you play through the game, you will find stuff. You can find a lot better stuff than this even. Just kind of insane, but you can. This might even be the bare minimum of what you can expect. Question is, do we make the insight bill?
I should have known.
You can push that in general. That is good. I don't know if we really want to use that though. I think it's gonna be more important that we get the cannot be frozen off of Rhyme. But it's still nice. Just one of those things that can help out a new character too, trying to get some more res.
I should have known.
Alright. Getting close to 59 now.
Hello.
Damn, that is a nice one. It is though. Yeah, that's good.
I should have known.
Dang, you know, Rock Stopper would be crazy. You know how crazy good that item would be? Oh man. That's not something you can necessarily guarantee though. Alright, here we go.
Not enough
forgot an experience shrine. I will do Shank with the experience shrine as well. I should have known, I know. You just hear that over and over, unless you kill Nulliflock and Nightmare, which Nulliflock and Nightmare does absolutely nothing for you, so. You can also level doing Veil, of course, however, Veil's not going to be as effective of a loot grind, so you do have to take that into consideration. Yeah, you could get Shaco though, you never know. Probably some interesting things you can do.
Salutations.
I should have known. Chat, I should have known. That was really good experience in that last run.
I should have known.
Yeah, it's crazy what like turning it to player's 8 can do for you, like in single player. Like we would have already been pretty much level 80, probably pushing hell by now. But unfortunately you don't always have that luxury on Battle.net. Especially when you don't have loaders and things of that nature. This is indeed in the most harshest conditions possible. Oh my god, no way. Wow. Holy moly, 4-socketed F Partisan. Well, there you have it. We've got our insight base. So now the only problem is getting the soul rune, which we're having issues getting at the moment. Wow, that's nuts. Lucky. Thought I was going to have to roll the bill. Didn't end up having to roll the bill at all. Sweet. We can just save a socket quest then for something else. That's actually ideal. You know what? Actually, let's roll this F Templar's coat here. Put the perfect topaz. Let's see. Thorun. Where's one of my Tal runes? I know I got. There's definitely a lot of duplicate runes we keep getting. 3 sockets. Okay. Well. Interesting is that we found a foul. If I can get my hands on a treachery, that'd be pretty big for the mercenary. If I could. If not, well, that's okay. We'll use something basic. Basic stuff, right?
I should have known.
I'm gonna go farm some Nightmare Countess. I don't have my runes. I need more runes, believe it or not. I need more runes to, like, you know, fully make this build solid. It's gonna be a lot more solid this way. And this way, you know, we're not gonna have as many issues with constant dying and whatnot. Especially the mercenary. What's interesting is you should always keep all 4-socketed pull arms you find on day 1 because you can always trade them. I ended up dropping it on the ground, but it's actually a good idea just to keep them. Remember all this stuff you can trade, it's pretty nuts.
Should have known.
Stuff is always tradable. There's no point giving in. You should have known! Almost 300. Okay. So, Lightning Sentry is approaching pretty decent damage here. 2,000 damage is quite a bit. It's definitely going to allow us to do enough damage in hell.
How may I be of help?
Almost. I know, it's almost as if Trading is fun. Potentially. But I guess they hate like other people trading their items so much that this is what it's come to. No, they are, Otis. It already seems possible.
I should have known.
It's kind of tragic. We'll see though. Aw, man, I'd take a Mother's. I would totally take a Mother's. I should have known too. I always should have known that. See, it doesn't even lose Blizzard money. That's the thing. Blizzard doesn't lose anything from it. People just gain from it. Blizzard gets plenty of money from all the other crap. Or maybe they're worried people won't spend any money on cosmetics if they have to. I don't know. Amrune! That is not a soul rune. That is also not a shale rune. However, something. Maybe if we get 2 more Amrunes, make it easier for us to get the soul rune.
I should have known.
I should have known. I should have known. I'm an Amrune. I lifesteal when you put me in a weapon. Sweet. Actually, no. It's attacker takes damage. I have thorns. Hell yeah. Well, it's debatable if trading with the Mafia is fun. Not sure about that, really. No. Damn, ever since we left the cow level, those charms got, like, way lower quality. Way lower quality. That's okay, though.
I should have known.
Okay, we're getting very close to 60. Once we hit 60, I'm gonna do some Countess farming. There's a couple of runes that could be very good here, potentially. If we still want to make that black flail, we can get Io, Shale, and Soul, so we'll see what she drops. Soul for Insight. Insight's really good quality of life. It basically means that we're not going to have to worry about.
I am overburdened.
So, all these circlets we're getting here are actually quite good. Yeah, it basically means that we're not going to have to worry about any of that mana regen, any of the other stuff. The shale cannot be frozen. It's going to complement a smoke really well. We should have the gem to upgrade 3 IOs into a Lum. I think that's Flawless Topaz. I think or Flawed Topaz, sorry. Which is why we picked up all those flawed gems. And we also did repair our staff using a chip gem once, but remember, those gems are going to be your best friend.
Good afternoon.
For a while. That's how this goes. No. That is a ring. Is that 3-socketed flail? No. That's another thing we would need too if you want to make a black flail. I think black flail would be nice. I could also use crushed flange though. But black flail's gonna be nice. You should have known. 7 all resistance ring. Okay. I mean, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Hello.
Not terrible. this has been a decent power farm here. Getting those levels. Getting guaranteed 2 items from both Pindle and Eldritch. Magic quality or higher. Very good loot tables off of these two. The super uniques can't be underestimated. Ow! Holy moly. Yeah, they definitely can't be underestimated. They're gonna kill me. It's okay. HP, baby. How many EMF? We got like 163 at the moment. Just with garbage, man.
Should have known.
If we got more topazes, we could even take out the stealth and put more topazes in there.
Can't.
Which is what you would probably want to do in Hell, but we need more topazes for that. Alright, should be like one more game. Farm for some runes. We should then at that point have enough runes to make the mercenary survive. I don't think we're gonna focus on crafting until we get to some other thing. I might try to craft an Ami, but it's gonna be pretty tough. Caster Amis aren't necessarily as necessary on a assassin until you get a big one. You never know, you can get like a 2-trap one. Pretty tough stuff though, right? Alright. Level 60. Cool. Very solid level now for moving on to Hell. Don't need anything more than that.
Should have known.
Even have less. Okay. Sweet. Very solid power farm. Yeah, we don't need that either, I guess. Alright, let's go put on our run walk gear here. Let's go put on some of our different stuff. You know, I'm gonna put on Magnus's skin now. Let's actually just put on most of her, like, main gear here. Maybe not the MF stuff yet, because we really don't need the rings for res at the moment. Our res is already maxed.
Afternoon.
Alright. Show off a little bit of what this character is going to be capable of here. You can see that we're now casting traps at maximum attack speed. 20 plus the amount of points we put into burst of speed is going to be 57 attack speed. You don't even need that much. Finding that Magnus' skin was pretty clutch.
I can't. Impossible.
That was nice Ralrin. Let's go!
Impossible.
Alright, I'm not gonna worry about killing the monsters in here. Wow, I run so fast.
I can't.
Okay.
Impossible.
Yeah, that's what we want. On fast running, fast Countess runs. Let's do it.
Impossible.
Like 1 million gold now. Anyway, what we want is smoke. We want to be able to wear smoke, rhyme, a couple other things simultaneously. Oh, there's a soul rune. There you go. Already putting up some numbers. Alright, let's make that insight for the mercenary, shall we? 12 to 17 aura, chat. Guess it. Ral. Tur. Tau. I think we have a Tau somewhere, don't we? Yeah, we gotta have a Tau somewhere. So we also have a Hell Rune too. If we get one more Hell Rune, we could just make an IO by default, I think. No, wait, we already have enough Hell Runes to do that, do we? Nah, we need one more. 14 with high damage. Check that out. Look how much damage that does. That mercenary is gonna hurt. 3 crit strike too with almost maximum damage. Oof. Damage is good, yep.
Put that to good use.
Alright, nice. There we go. There's one upgrade. So the mercenary now has his insight. We're gonna show you guys though how to get the mercenary's gear going as well. The mercenary's gear isn't very good at the moment. It's partially while we're farming Countess though. Alright, there's one key item right there. Where are the shale runes at though, for real? No shale runes. I can't find any shale runes in this whole game. Bro, man. It's alright. Sometimes RNG is really weird on some items. There's always that one item, or it's 2 items that troll you. You're almost never gonna get away from that. There's always something. I'm actually using my MF helm still, interestingly enough. We're gonna want to switch back to lore for Hell.
Impossible.
Alright. Very nice.
Impossible. Impossible.
Nightmare Countess is always your best friend when it comes to any rune up through IO. And even Lum, because if you find 3 IO runes, you can get a Lum pretty reliably. Never anything wrong with farming her for a bit. 84 attack rating, nothing else. Okay. A stash search? That'd be funny. A stash search function. Is that stash really that big to where you need a stash search? Oh my god.
I can't. Impossible.
Alright, we have some res rings we're gonna want to put on, of course, before we gonna do some imbues too. Works, but then we got FL. No, that's no good. No good. Where's that shale? If I get that shale, I think we'll be good for now at least. Just need a shale. That insight, by the way, is literally as good as it gets in Nightmare. An F4 socketed exceptional insight. Doesn't get any better than that. Didn't take us too long to farm it either. There we go. Oh no, those mod stashes, man, those are crazy. We're way too strong for Nightmare. It's time to go to the last difficulty.
Impossible.
Start to find some of those big farms, as some of those ones are gonna be really big. And just in general gonna be good. And of course to show off some other strats. Assassin's one of those characters that has a lot of
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Durian, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult, Xan and Say. Assassin's one of those characters that really has a lot of strats you can use.
I can't.
They might not be as straightforward, and they might not be as efficient, like, objectively speaking, as a sorceress, but he has a lot of good strats. And knowing the strats makes her actually very efficient overall. It's all the battle. We're gonna turn some IOs into Lums. Yes, we will. That is the plan. However, it might be difficult.
I can't. I can't.
That's okay. Don't force move. It's all good.
can't. Impossible.
It's a great
I
home.
can't. Impossible.
What kind of backwards map is this? Oh my goodness. I guess it's not backwards, it's just really weird.
I can't.
You had to go all the way to the right in order to find a left or west facing tile there.
I can't.
Or the wall.
I can't.
Another word.
Impossible.
We actually do need rhyme at some point too, so like we actually are gonna need rhyme for Ubers at the very least. You definitely need that cannot be frozen somewhere. Or we're gonna get absolutely crushed.
Good day.
That's not necessarily true, but it's gonna be pretty bad. Stony Field? Question mark? Why are we in there? I don't know. Nope. It's players 1 solo Battle.net playthrough. Okay, we got about an hour before I have to end this segment here. Countess, don't be mean to me. Just want to gear them up for hell, man. Be a turd. Okay. Countess can be a troll, man, for real. Like I said, we might come back to her later, and sure enough, here we are. What's with the Ort runes? I'll tell you one thing. Definitely never going to be out of lightning res. Against Uber Mephisto, we're gonna need a lot anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ort runes are problematic. Ah, rip. Can't go over that wall. No. You cannot manipulate the player account. That would make things easier, yes, but the point is to show how to do it on Battle.net. That's what we did on the Sorceress, that's what we're gonna do with every other build. A lot of people kind of despair on Battle.net. They're like, well, I can't get the player count up, so how do I play solo, you know? What do I do? What do I do?
Impossible.
I'd say most people do, my man. I've been playing single player quite a bit though recently. We're doing a lot of solo self-found on the Zon, looking for griffins actually. We'll go back to that pretty soon here. One of those things where we've actually found a lot of good items. But we need one item. I can complete that build. Once that build is completed, I mean the rest is history. Do whatever we want on that build.
Impossible.
You can make any builds you want. Single player is good though. Schneed! So much for the follow. Welcome to the Cold Xander's Day. Alright, yeah, we can't get experience anymore. Not even close. Nightmare Countess.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Tal F rip. One thing we could do is we could actually farm Hell Countess, but I don't know. It's definitely not a terrible option here. Then I still am gonna get frozen on my way there anyway, so there's no point. Dang, we got Soul Rune first run. And now she's just being absurd when it comes to these other runes.
Can't.
Dropping junky runes right now. Rest in Pisces! Alright, tomorrow I'll have another very long stream and we'll go over, of course, the rest of the Rags to Riches strats in Rags to Riches Assassin Edition Part 2. The Assassin. Gonna be doing most of her Hell content tomorrow. But without seeing Part 1, you don't know how to get to Part 2. My goal here before we finish this is to make sure you guys see the build that is going to destroy Hell. And to see how we can put together some other builds and some variations of the build to make us be able to do it extremely well.
Impossible.
So, gotta take apart those good farming areas. Gonna be good. Of course, we'll also talk about some things we won't demo directly, like changing back to Wake of Fire, potentially farming some other areas. There's just so many good options, really.
Impossible.
The good news is, though, we're gonna be good. We're gonna be good. We're gonna be good. What is this? No 30 all res amulets. What the heck?
I can't.
An 18 res amulet. That's it. What's this to do with that?
Impossible.
Possible. Okay. All right. All right. Fool. No. 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 No, no, no. Yeah, Hell Countess is definitely a solid farm on this build, believe it or not. And that's, of course, how you get to the Ubers, but once again, I don't know. I want to get the full build, man. I want to get the good build. How do you not find Shale Rune? This is a joke. Guess we gotta have some bad RNG, right? How many Nightmare Countess runs can you get before you get Shale Rune? Well, we can always show the half-ass build doing it. And go, no, cannot be frozen. Magnus's skin is amazing, honestly. Love this item. We're at fastest frame and we have Fire Res. Fire Res is actually going to be okay. We'll have almost max light res. Hell. That's gonna be tasty. Trying to get Shale, maybe Io.
I can't.
Io's not as important as Shale though.
I can't.
I can get the IO later if I want to. I do want to make black if possible, but we also have another means to do what we're trying to do here.
I can't.
Just crush flinch. So we don't necessarily need black anymore. We can make black though. I really want Shell for Rhyme though. Rhyme is really good. It would have been nice to have had Rhyme before we actually started farming Pindle and Eldritch and all that other stuff too. We'd have almost like 200 MF dead on. But sometimes things don't go, they're not ideal, so. That's just how it is. Countess can be cruel? Oh yeah. One of the keys to going from rags to riches is determination, though. You need to make sure that the farms that you need to do to get your runes don't grind you down too much. These runes are gonna make everything else incredible. Yep. No. 21 MF. Okay, there you go. Got one more MF. Easy mode.
Greetings.
She's being a pain in the face. You know what we can do though? In the meantime, let's do some imbues. Let's see if we get some lucky imbues. Circlets are amazing for imbues because you can get plus skills, plus res, plus all kinds of stuff. It's not that good actually. But you know what that can do for us though? Funny enough, this might be the solution for the mercenary. And we don't have to swap out the other one.
I can't use that yet.
Level 60. He's not levels. What?
I'll put that to good use.
Remember, you can also use circlets on the mercenary too. Okay, well, whatever. Let me go to normal and do that imbue too. Some imbues you can do in normal real quick. Let's not forget those before we get to hell here. Where we have the build that's at least ready to push hell. I think what we might do is we might end part 1 with showing off the gear and everything needed to push hell.
Hello.
And to get to those really juicy farms. But we'll do part 2 once. So part 2 is all about hell and pushing some of the most difficult content in the game. We'll just do it that way. That might be a good idea. What's up, Air Force? How you doing? Which means we won't push hell tonight, but that's alright. Push it tomorrow. I'm actually curious. Can I use a socketed circlet for an imbue? I don't remember. No. That's a bloops. That's what I thought. So the reason why you want to save your imbues till later, especially, is one, you want circlets. Circlets are good. Tiaras are good. Diadems especially really good. But also because when your character level is higher, you can get better stats. Oh, what? That's garbage. Okay, well. One circlet could be used for res on the mercenary.
At your service.
At least. Possibly. The other one... not so much. Okay, well, that's cool. So you've actually pretty much done every worthy quest you can possibly imagine in normal, which is fine. Alright, let's go back to Nightmare. Let's try to farm these runes. Countess is gonna give me a headache. You would think by farming all those cows you might have found it too. No.
Impossible.
Crazy, man. Why is it shale runes sometimes? I don't understand. Like, this rune sometimes drops all the time. And then other times you just don't get it at all. It's crazy. I've seen this rune do this to me multiple times. This rune is a problem.
I can't.
It's a problem rune.
Impossible.
Oh yeah?
Impossible.
Interesting, allow me. Where the heck is it?
I can't.
Well, I can already make smoke, so that's the good
Impossible.
news here. We're already smoke capable. I just need rhyme. If we get smoke plus rhyme, I'm gonna be ballin'. I'm gonna smash this shit.
I can't.
It'd be pretty easy. Okay. Hey, what? Oh, it unbound itself. Yeah, that's an interesting bug. It happened to the lower resist wand earlier as well.
Impossible.
I just gotta rebind those items to charges. They just unbind randomly.
I can't.
Alright, left side. Over the wall. Left side, left side.
Impossible.
Cool work. Honestly, really good spirit runes right now. Damn, I don't need those though. I got plenty. I don't even know why I'm keeping this many runes. I honestly don't need that much. We'll be able to make pretty much a res helm if we want to, I suppose. I'll make a light res helm. One thing that the assassin has that the paladin doesn't when it comes to early game Ubers is the ability to do those very difficult areas. Necessarily. You can survive them a lot easier without dying. She's got all that awesome crowd control.
Impossible.
Possible, huh? I'll show you impossible. Getting a shale is not impossible. Do not delete it from there. Really? And we found another one of these, the Patriarch. Tal-El. Okay. Tal-El. Yeah, this trolling is so hard. Probably gonna find IO before I find shale anyway. Oh my goodness.
Impossible.
Yeah, this can happen though. She drops a lot of runes, right? But she doesn't always drop the ones you need.
Impossible.
This is definitely one of those hell speedrun killers too.
Impossible.
Try to do a speedrun, Nightmare Countess. Like, nope! You're just not getting that rune today, buddy. I knew it. I knew it. There's the IO rune. Oh, man. Rip. Well, that means I can make black flail. I have so many runes. Black flail on top of smoke. Wow. Good stuff, good stuff. Now I just need shale rune. That's it! That's it! Okay. We could cube up the shale rune if worst comes to worst.
Impossible.
Need some souls, some amrunes. The heck? How did we get stuck in that? What in the heck? No way. Gotta use some of them lower rune recipes.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Double F rune. I think she deleted Shale Rune from her loot table. Let me go firm up a 3-socketed flail real quick from Farah. So you go to normal.
Thank all.
You can go look for a 3-socketed flail from Farah. I've been actually picking up the flails looking for one, but it hasn't happened. Make a black flail with that.
How may I help you?
There it is, easy mode, sweet. Okay, that's done. It took all but 2 seconds. Alright, back to the Shell Rune farm. Come on, man! Oh, man. Sometimes this happens, man. It's crazy. It doesn't usually take that long. Usually it takes on average about like 10 to 15 runs to get that. Or far. I think I found it in like 2 or 3, but you know, it's not that bad. It's good stuff though. These you can make. I think it's still IO Nef. Not sure, I think so. Make it, it'll be easy mode. Be easy mode! Oh my goodness.
I can't.
Okay. Ort. No. We need like Am, Souls, or Shale. Like, these lower runes do not help us. I don't know, I have so many Orts and Duels, maybe I could just... maybe we could just cube up all the way. Yeah, we're gonna have to cube a lot of runes for this one Shale rune. And the second I make it, it's gonna drop somewhere, just randomly. I want it for the Hell mode build, man. I'm being stubborn. I want it. It's a good build. Allow us to cleanly plow through it without having to worry about drinking thawing potions or anything else.
I can't.
It's gonna be good. Just can't find it though. I also need it for Kicksin, probably. I need it.
Can't. Impossible.
At this point, usually in the game, I have like 7 Shale runes, so this is kind of weird. Like if I grind this so much, usually there's like 7 of them, at least. It's weird, man. It's weird. Yeah, we're gonna have to cube like 81 Ort runes. We have that many Ort runes though, like we can do it.
I can't.
Have enough shit, we have enough fools too. Oh man. This reminds me of D2R beta, cubing up insights and spirits with only runes you can get in Act 2. It's times you gotta use that RNG though.
Impossible.
I want to demo this properly, okay? I could just, you know, pull a rhyme out of my hat and be like, alright, you know what, F this. If this happens to you, that's cool. Just trade for a shale rune or something. Rip. Oh my goodness. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh my god, finally. Thank you! Thank you, oh Lord RNGesus. Alright, that was simple. See, if it just drops the shale rune, then we don't have to worry about any of this nonsense. Alright. So we're gonna make the rune word shale F in a Grim Shield. Rhyme, there we go. Okay, so we got that. You know, we can repair our teleport staff using an Ort rune and a chip gem. We got too many of those at this point. And
What can I do for you?
we're gonna go for smoke, so we're gonna put away the stealth. Honestly, don't really need stealth anymore. You can continue to use it if you want faster run walk for some faster farming. We're just gonna use smoke at this point. I know, Paul Foots. I know. It's dumb though. It's really dumb. This happens though. Two-socketed breastplate? Yeah, I think we'll just use a two-socketed breastplate. I mean, that's pretty much as good as it's gonna get at the moment. So we're gonna go Nephilim. You have a Neph somewhere. I think I've only found like one though. Could cube up 3 Turunes. But yeah, Nephilim. Just need a Lum rune. So we need Flawed Topaz and 3 Aya runes, I believe. Yeah, we got those. Sweet. And this is actually not sacrilege because Aya runes don't tend to trade very well, but Lums are very valuable early on. So making that Lum rune is pretty huge. We didn't find it anywhere, so there you have it. There's 50 all res. Add some big res. Some big boy res. And then we're gonna want to put our lore back on. Alright, so we have light res, 200 light res. Yeah. My goodness. I think with 200 light res plus fade plus maybe like some more lightning res rings, I think we're fine. Alright, we can use this ring for more lightning res. Maybe we can use the fire res ring actually, because our fire res is junky. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, our fire res is pretty junky. Do we have enough to queue up the rest of it? Yeah, I think so. Alright, what we could do here... Let's see what gems we have. I actually don't 100% know here. What do we actually have at our disposal? What can we still make here? We're gonna want to save those. I already made something with those. Gems are OP, man. Look at all this. What? Ew. Yeah, we can make a lot of amethyst, that's nice. And we can make a lot of blood belts, which is what we're gonna want. We want some decent open wounds, and we go for that. You accumulated a lot of stuff, yeah. That's how this works. Holy moly. We don't need all these sapphires. Okay. You could try to make a better chromatic amulet, maybe. I don't think I have all the gems required for it, though. No. Let's go. Let's do a couple of, like, 1 or 2 amulet crafts, maybe. That could be nice. Yeah, we have way too much junk in here. Like, we picked this stuff up just in case, but, like, we might have needed a cube of soul rune, we might have needed a cube of am rune, maybe a couple of them. But you never actually know. In our case, we didn't actually need to do any of that. We do have some Rao runes, though. Alright. So now, we're pretty loaded, you know. We've got res everywhere, we've got FHR, we got faster attack speed on the Magnus's skin, we got faster unlock, we got spirit, we have rhyme, we have smoke, which is going to give us extra res.
Help!
And we just have FHR up the wazoo in general. We have the 86 FHR breakpoint. Yeah, we just have a lot of good stuff, just a lot of res, life, everything. Now the mercenaries still need some help, but we'll show you guys how to do that in a second. Let's gamble 1 amulet. No, not amulet. No new amulet. Why did I put my gold? I'm putting my gold in random shared stashes. It's annoying. Actually, maybe we should put a lot of it in 1 shared stash so we don't lose it. Alright, so at level 60, what can we get? 8 all res. Bleh. Bleh. We try another one. Paul Foot's trolling. Nah, they'll announce it, man. They'll announce it. This is rags to riches. This is gonna be a 2-part for the assassin. Sorceress is easier to do in 1 part anyway. Gonna show off all the best areas to farm and how to go from no items to being capable of farming all kinds of stuff, so that's good. We have other jewels. Yeah, we do. Okay. Damn it. Okay, never mind. No trap ammies. It's not working. Alright, rip. That's okay. Okay, mercenary. We're gonna have to use the janky strats for the mercenary. I love janky strats. Okay, here we go. A 3-socket Gothic plate could actually be pretty good. But we're not going to bother with it for the time being. Actually, we might hold on to that just in case. Wait, how much strength do you need? 70? Okay. Alright, tigulated mill. Alright, what res does the mercenary not have? So, we don't need this, we don't need this.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're sticking some res runes, buddy. So watch this cheap strat. Have you ever wondered how to get your mercenary to survive when it has a, you know, a whatever insight? And it has no res in hell? Well, let's just say there's a way.
I can't use that yet.
Mercenary's garbage! He needs to be rebought, actually. F. I need to buy him at level 60.
Come back this way, have you? What, didn't you see enough
Hey,
action
what?
here?
Why can I only buy him at level 57?
I'll put that to good use.
59, he needs 1 more level. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I have a simple solution here. We're gonna use a Hell Rune. So, ordinarily you'd want to keep your Topaz Helm so you can just, like, keep magic finding efficiently and whatnot. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take the Topazes out. We're just gonna make our 3-socket Res Helm.
thank all.
F this thing. This thing's not even good. Okay. It's not even good, man. Alright, the question though is, how should we do it? So we go Ort, Thule. Yeah, probably.
I'll put that to good use.
So we have a 3-socket helm, we just put runes in it. We also take a 3-socket armor. We don't have a 4-socket armor. Those are easier to get in hell. And then we just stuff some runes in that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's done. Easy mode, right? And I can put 2 towels in it for Annie. I can do a lot of different things. Doesn't really matter. I can be pretty liberal with this here.
I'll put that to good use.
Alright, sweet. 2 towels, a Ral, 2 Orts, and a Thule, and an
I'll
Insight.
put that to good use.
There you go. Now he's gonna have res. Forever. Do we have everything we need? Yeah, pretty much. I think we have everything we need for the basics anyway. We can maybe roll a better, like a chromatic amulet instead of a prismatic amulet if you want in a bit. We need more gems though. The level -1. Shoot, wow, look how interesting I look. We look interesting. Look how interesting we look. Damn. Alright, so check these res! Man, this is a solid build for even hardcore. So we did a pretty good job here for hardcore even. We got res, we got cannot be frozen. You got some plus skills. You got good FHR. You got good attack speed for laying down traps and everything else. Can't really complain about this.
They'll never see me coming.
And the mercenary, check him out. Now his resistances are still not ideal, but he's only level 59, so that will improve. And currently he has almost perfect poison res, so he won't die from poison instantly. And he's got a good lightning res, which is usually what kills him anyway. So, good stuff, good stuff.
I'll put that to good use.
Mercenary will survive. Got cannot be frozen. Laying down traps at max speed. Hey, it's a build. You gotta build. Our poison res is kind of garbage, but that doesn't really matter that much. Even on hardcore, that wouldn't matter much. You can just go to town. And see, with reses like these, your hell journey or even hell farming aren't going to be very difficult. That's kind of our goal here. Plenty of ways to go from rags to riches, of course. A nightmare, but the real gold is going to be up in here in hell. CBF from what? From Rhyme. As a matter of fact, our res are so good, we don't even have to pop potions. One strategy you can use to have decent res in hell is to just pop a whole bunch of antidotes or...
Impossible. So dark. Perfect.
You can just pop a whole bunch of antidotes or thawing potions, like we explained earlier for Andariel. Cool thing about a trap sin is there's no lightning res in the Den of Evil, really, in hell. What we're gonna do here is I think we're gonna do the Den of Evil, and then we're gonna call it on this segment here. We're gonna do the Den of Evil, get the Cold Plains waypoint, give you guys a little bit of a taste of her capabilities in hell. So you guys keep watching all the way to the end. Haha!
Can't carry anymore.
It's gonna be fun. And remember, we do have our lower resist wand to deal with any really nasty situations, however. Those are nice. Where did we put the lower resist wand anyway? There. Okay, sweet.
Hi there.
I mean, it's not as easy as a sorceress, but that's why the Sin's gonna want to focus on different strats. One thing I should note is that even though Mephisto and Andy are possible in Nightmare, Eldritch and Pindle skin were much more efficient, and so were Cows. So it's a little different from Sorceress, which tends to benefit more from Andy or Mephisto. How much MF do we still have anyway? 33. Yeah, we took all the MF off. Don't really need it anymore. Not for the time being. Not for pushing Hell. See, if you want to push Hell, don't worry about the MF. You can put the MF back on when you're farming some things. No, we just found those. You can find a force socket in armor too, which will be even better if you get more perfect topaz and whatnot. Yeah. Where are you? Notice how the mercenary is actually able to take some hits. That's what you're looking for.
The rogue's test is done.
So he's helping us out, giving us our insight. And look at that! Den of Evil, pretty easy, right? Now, you're not going to get rich farming the Den of Evil, so of course in our next installment of Rags to Riches Assassin, we're going to go over all of the farming areas that can be done with the Assassin, and of course we'll tell you we'll give you some decent information as to which one of those out of those are going to be the better ones, the more efficient ones in general, which ones are going to get you rich the fastest, and of course we will attempt our run on a Hellfire Torch as well, because that's going to be really fun. And you guys can check that out. If you can already see, our light res is really high, 225. Once we use Fate on top of that, we actually won't need much more lightning res. So, we're actually almost as much resistance as we would need to survive Mephisto anyway, potentially, which is pretty cool stuff. He could probably still kill us though, so I'm gonna want to watch that out. Watch it! I got a nasty spawn spectral lightning enchanted corpse fire. Yeah, that was kind of nasty. But it didn't matter, did it? It didn't matter! Alright, 2,600 lightning sentry. Got enough strength to wear all of our gear, which in general is good stuff. I don't actually think we need 60. Oh yeah, we need the 65 strength for the Great Helm. So we're actually overstacked on the strength, but that just means we can use stuff if we find it. And we actually got some really nice charms, especially in Nightmare Cows. And just notice what some Nightmare Cows is, a little bit of it can do for you. In general, some vendor farming. And then bam, you have a build that now not only survives Hell, but can destroy it. Of course, we'll continue this tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed the first installment. GG. It's time to push Hell. It's time to push Hell and to demo some farms in Hell. And to really show what this build is capable of. We're going to go from rags to riches. Of course, the riches are upon us. We're getting close. GG. Of course, see you guys in the next installment. Remember, you can always watch me live at twitch.tv/darkhumility. And make sure to like and subscribe to this video if you enjoyed this playthrough. It's a great thing to listen to while you're doing it yourself. You've made it to Hell, and you've made it with a very strong build. So now, watch the next installment for how to really kick some ass. Let's do it! Dark Humility over and out. Remember, we'll have timestamps, of course, as well below for this one, and of course, we'll have timestamps for the next installment as well. Stay tuned. Let's get it.